The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 38. Secret Order in an Embroidered Pouch. Guo Jing accompanied Qiu Chuji and his 18 disciples, among them were Li Zichang, Yin Zhiping, Xia Zhicheng, Yu Zhika, Zhang Zitsu, Wang Jiming, and Song Defang. When they went out of the palace, they saw Huang Rong and the 3 elders, Lu, Jian, and Liang, as well as about 1,000 beggar clan disciples all on horseback, waiting outside the palace. As soon as she saw Guo Jing leave the palace, Huang Rong slapped her horse to move forward. Smiling, she asked, "Is everything all right?" Guo Jing smiled, "My luck is not bad." Qiu Daozhang, Taoist priest, arrived just in time, changing the Great Khan's mood to the better, he said. Huang Rong paid her respects to Qiu Chuji, then she asked Guo Jing again, "I was afraid the Great Khan would kill you in his wrath. I took everybody here ready to rescue you. What did the Great Khan say? Did he agree to cancel your betrothal?" Guo Jing hesitated for half a day before replying, "I did not ask." "Why?" Huang Rong was startled. "Renjie, please don't get angry," Guo Jing said. It was because right then Princess Huajing rushed out of the palace, loudly called out, "Guo Jing Gij, big brother," a term of endearment. As soon as she saw her, Huang Rong's face changed immediately. She quickly mounted her horse and galloped away. Guo Jing was about to open his mouth to explain, when Huajing pulled his hand and said, "Weren't you surprised I came here? Are you happy to see me?" Guo Jing nodded. He turned his head to see Huang Rong, but she had already disappeared. Huajing only had her eyes to Guo Jing. She did not notice Huang Rong at all. She held his hand, laughing, giggling and telling him how much she missed him. Guo Jing secretly groaned, "Renjie must think it was because I saw Huajing that I did not ask the Great Khan to cancel my betrothal." He was silent and did not hear what Huajing was saying. A moment later Huajing realized Guo Jing was in a daze. She was offended. "What's the matter with you? I came from far away just to see you and you do not pay any attention to me." "Maisie, younger sister," term of endearment, Guo Jing said, "I have a very important matter I need to take care of. We will talk when I come back." Without waiting for her answer he assigned his personal guard to take care of Qiu Chuji, then hurriedly he went back to his camp, looking for Huang Rong. His guard said, "Miss Huang came back to take the painting, then left toward the eastern gate." Guo Jing was startled. "What painting?" he asked. "The painting master consort frequently looked at," his guard replied. Now Guo Jing really freaked out. "She took away this picture, that means she really severed her relationship with me. No matter what, I have to go south to look for her." Hurriedly he wrote a letter to Qiu Chuji, then mounting his little red horse he went out of town to pursue. That little red horse was very fast, but Guo Jing was afraid he might not see Huang Rong anymore, so he kept urging the horse to run even faster. In a short moment they had covered more than 10 lis, already at the outskirt of the city. Soldiers and horses remained scattered everywhere. Another dozen or so lis later, all he saw was a vast open prairie covered with white snow. To his delight, there were horses' tracks on the snow heading east. The little red horse is so swift that no other horse in this world is its match. A little more time and I should be able to catch Renjie, he thought. I will take mother, then the 3 of us will go south at once. I don't care if Huajing Maisie would blame me. Another dozen of lis the track suddenly turned north, and there were human footprints beside the horse's track. The footprints were really peculiar, since the distance between 2 feet was about 4 feet, also, the size of the feet were big, but sank into the snow only lightly, only a few inches deep. Guo Jing was startled. This person's lightness kung fu is excellent. Immediately he recalled something. There is no one other than Ouyang Feng who has this kind of ability. Could it be that he is pursuing Renjie? Thinking of this, even though the cold wind was blowing, he could not help but sweat all over. The little red horse was truly smart. Somehow it knew its master was in distress, so without Guo Jing pulling the rein it immediately ran following the tracks. Guo Jing saw the footprints were always right by the horse's track. Several lis later both the track and the footprints suddenly turned west, and then turned south, turning and winding around, there was not a single section that was straight. Guojing thought, Renjie must have found out Ouyang Feng was chasing her, so she tried to shake him off. But the track is imprinted clearly on the snow, old poison won't have any difficulty following her. Another dozen of lis or so, the footprint and the horse track intermingled, they were overlapping another set of footprint and horse track altogether. Guojing dismounted the horse to look closer. He was able to tell which set was made earlier and which set was made later. Looking both sets of tracks stretched out far on the snow, he suddenly realized something. Renjie must have used her father's Qi Men Ji Shu, strange/wonderful/mysterious gait technique, deliberately winding around to the east and circling to the west to confuse Ouyang Feng. Once he lost her track, she came back to her original route. He stood back up, his heart was happy and anxious at the same time, happy because he knew most probably Ouyang Feng would not be able to overtake Huang Rong, anxious because of the confusing horse's track he also lost his trail. Standing on the snow he thought, Renjie went in circle, but eventually she must be heading east. I have to pursue to the east then. Leaping to his horseback, he looked to the sky to find his bearing, then he rode to the east. After speeding for quite some times, the horse's track indeed reappeared. He saw in the distance, where the blue sky met the snowy plain, a shadow of a person. Guojing urged his horse to run even faster and saw that the person was indeed Ouyang Feng. By now Ouyang Feng had also recognized Guojing. He called out, "Come, quick! Miss Huang has fallen into the quicksand." Guojing was shocked, his legs squeezed his horse, and the little red horse shot like an arrow forward. When he was still about a dozen zhongs away from where Ouyang Feng was standing, suddenly he felt his horse's hoofs no longer tread on a solid ground, as if under the white snow was some kind of marsh. The little red horse also felt it was stepping on a softer ground. Hurriedly it pulled its leg and sped forward. Guojing brought the horse in a big circle and came back, only to see Ouyang Feng continuously running around a small tree. Is he doing some kind of black magic? Guojing wondered. He pulled his rein to stop the horse because he wanted to ask a question. Who would have thought that his little red horse did not want to stop, but sped forward and circled back. Guojing realized immediately, turned out underneath the snow is a soft mud marsh, we will sink down as soon as I stop. But then his blood froze. Is it possible that Renjie fell into this marsh? Where is Miss Huang? He called out to Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng did not stop running, he called out, I followed her horse's track to this place, then suddenly it disappeared. Look! While speaking he pointed his finger toward the small tree. Guojing sped past the tree on the horseback. He saw a bright yellow ring on the tree branch. He made the little red horse run close to the tree, stretched out his hand and snatched that ring. It was the golden band Huang Rong wore on her hair. His heart almost jumped out through his throat. He turned his horse's head toward the east. Several lis later he saw something glittering on the snow ahead. Bending his body, hanging from the horseback, he stretched his arm out and scooped that thing. It was the flower-patterned gold inlaid pearl head ornament that Huang Rong often wore. Guojing was very anxious. Renjie, Renjie, where are you? He shouted at the top of his lungs. He looked around as far as his eyes could see, but there was not a single movement on the vast and boundless white plain. He went several lis further. Toward his left he saw a black sable fur coat lying on the snowy ground. It was his own coat that he gave to Huang Rong when they first met at Zhangjiago, Kalgan. He made the little red horse circle around the coat, while shouting loudly, Renjie. His voice traveled far on the open snowy plain. There was no hill or mountain around, therefore, there was no echo answering his call. Guojing was extremely anxious, he wanted to cry but no sound was coming out from his throat. A moment later Ouyang Feng arrived. Let me rest on your horseback, then we will seek Miss Huang together, he said. Guojing was indignant. If you did not chase her, how could she fall into this marsh? He scolded. Squeezing his legs he made his little red horse leap forward. Ouyang Feng was angry, he leaped forward, and in 3 jumps he had already behind the horse, stretching his hand to grab the horse's tail. Guo Jing did not expect him to come this quick. With a divine dragon swings its tail, his right palm shot backward, crashing Ouyang Feng's palm. Both people were using their full strength. Guo Jing was blown by Ouyang Feng's palm strength, his body flew from his saddle. Fortunately his red horse dashed forward, he stretched his left hand, grabbing the horse's buttocks, and swinging his body forward he was back on his saddle in no time. Ouyang Feng, on the other hand, was pushed 2 steps backwards. Because of Guo Jing's palm strength he landed heavily, his left leg unexpectedly fell deeply into the mud, straight to his knee. Ouyang Feng was totally shocked. He knew on this kind of quicksand, as soon as he exerted his strength and tried to jump out, his right foot would also fall into the mud. Once both legs were in, it did not matter if his skill was as high as the sky, he would have a very difficult time pulling his own body out of the mud. In desperation he laid his body horizontally on the ground, then rolled around while at the same time kicked his right leg to the air. Using Lian Huan Yuan Yang Tui, chain Mandarin duck's leg, he borrowed the strength from his right kick to lift his left foot. Mud splashed everywhere, but his legs were free. He turned over and stood up, only to hear Guo Jing's loud calls, "Renjir! Renjir!" The man on the horse had left him for more than a li. He saw the little red horse was running steadily, apparently they were already out of the marsh area. Ouyang Feng decided to pursue, but the further he ran, the more he felt the ground underneath his feet was getting softer, as if he was at the edge of the marsh and now he had treaded into the center of it. 3 times had Ouyang Feng fallen under Guo Jing's hands, the last time he was forced to be naked in front of hundreds of thousands of people. It was an extremely dangerous situation. Other people might admire his martial arts skill, but he actually thought that was his greatest disgrace. This time he met Guo Jing again, alone. Good or bad he simply had to seek revenge. Even though the terrain was dangerous, he simply could not let this good opportunity pass. Much less Huang Rong's life or death was still unknown, he could not give up in light of this, no way, therefore, in his anger he decided to pursue Guo Jing. Displaying his excellent lightness kung fu, in just several lis he had reached the speed of a fast horse. Guo Jing heard footsteps on the snow behind him, he turned his head quickly only to see Ouyang Feng was only several zhangs behind his horse's tail. He was startled, hastily urged his horse to run faster. In just a short moment they have covered more than a dozen lis. Guo Jing did stop calling, "Renjir." But he saw the sky was getting darker, Huang Rong's fate was increasingly uncertain. His voice was hoarse from shouting, his occasional choke turned into sobs. The little red horse understood the danger they were on from the start, as it felt softer ground underneath, it ran even faster, eventually its 4 hooves moved so fast as if they were flying above the snow. Han Shuebao Ma, precious horse with blood-like sweats, was a rare animal capable of running very fast, but Ouyang Feng's lightness kung fu was not inferior. Unfortunately he was getting tired, after running for a long time his breathing was getting heavier, his leg strength diminished, his footsteps gradually slowing down. Little Red Horse was also sweating profusely, beads of red sweats trickled down from its body, splashing to the white snow below, next to its hoof tracks, like cherry blossom in full bloom. By the time the sky was completely dark the Little Red Horse had completely left the marsh, early on Ouyang Feng had disappeared without a trace. Guo Jing thought, the horse Renjir was riding did not have this kind of divine speed, it wouldn't run for half a li into the marsh without falling into the mud below. Even if I have to lose my life I must try to rescue her. He very well realized that Huang Rong had been missing for a very long time, if she did fall into the marsh, even if he could pull her out, he would not be able to bring her back to life. So his motivation was really for his own peace of mind. Guo Jing dismounted his horse to give it a rest, caressing his horse's back he said, "Little horse, oh little horse, today I am asking you not to be afraid of exhaustion. Let's take a short rest and then we'll go again." Guo Jing leaped back to his saddle and pulled the rein to turn the horse head. The Little Red Horse was afraid to tread back into the marsh, but Guo Jing kept urging it to go. Finally, with a loud neigh, the horse's forehoofs splashed back into the marsh. The horse knew their destination was still far away, so it ran with all its might, faster and faster, into the marsh. Suddenly they heard Ouyang Feng's desperate cry, "Help! Help!" Guo Jing sped his horse up. Under the glimmering reflection of the white snow he saw Ouyang Feng had fallen into the mud. His hands were high in the air, flailing chaotically. The mud was slowly rising, it already reached his chest. As soon as it reached his mouth and nose, he would certainly be suffocated to death. Guo Jing could see his desperate situation. He recalled Huang Rong might face similar danger. His blood boiled inside his chest. He almost dismounted his horse and fell into the same trap, but decided against doing so at the last minute. "Quick, help me!" Ouyang Feng cried out. Guo Jing gritted his teeth and said, "You killed my benevolent masters, you also killed Miss Huang, do you still want me to save you? Dream on." With a stern voice Ouyang Feng replied, "We had made an agreement, you have to spare my life 3 times. This is the 3rd time. Are you saying you don't give a thought to the good faith?" With tears in his eyes Guo Jing said, "Miss Huang is no longer alive, what use is our agreement?" Ouyang Feng shouted curse and abusive words, but Guo Jing simply ignored him. He rode his horse away. Only a dozen zhongs later he heard Ouyang Feng's pitiful cry. Guo Jing could not bear it anymore. He heaved a sigh and turned his horse around. The mud had already reached Ouyang Feng's neck. "I am willing to save you, but if both of us ride on this horse, we will sink into the mud together," he said. "Use a rope to tow me," Ouyang Feng suggested. Guo Jing did not carry any rope, but he remembered his long robe. Grabbing one end, he let his horse ran close to Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng held out his hand and grabbed the other end. Guo Jing squeezed his legs and gave a loud shout. The little red horse furiously charged forward, and with a loud splashing sound Ouyang Feng was pulled out of the mire and dragged along on the snowy ground. If they were heading east, very soon they were going to leave the marsh area, but Guo Jing was very anxious over Huang Rong. How would he be willing to give up searching for her? Therefore, they were galloping to the west. Ouyang Feng was still holding on to the robe. He laid down facing up, being dragged rapidly on the snow. He used this opportunity to catch his breath. The little red horse ran very fast. Before daybreak they had crossed the marsh. Guo Jing saw a horse's track on the snow. It was Huang Rong's horse entering the marsh area. The track was still there, but what about Huang Rong? Guo Jing dismounted his horse, stood on the snow, lost in thought. In his grief he had completely forgotten his archenemy. He stood with his left hand holding the rein, and his right hand holding the fur coat, his eyes gazing into the distance. His heart was shaken, beating rapidly. Suddenly he felt a light touch on his shoulder. He turned around in shock, only to see Ouyang Feng's palm was touching his Tao Dao, Pottery Way, acupoint. When Ouyang Feng fell into Guo Jing's trap and he came out from the sand, Guo Jing had sealed his Tao Dao acupoint. This time Ouyang Feng managed to do the same to Guo Jing. It was a payback time. Ouyang Feng could not help but laugh merrily. Guo Jing was overwhelmed with grief. He had no regard of his life anymore. "If you want to kill me then just kill me, we don't have any agreement that you should spare my life anyway," he wryly said. Ouyang Feng was taken aback. He had thought of torturing Guo Jing to disgrace him before finally taking his life. Who would have thought that Guo Jing did not expect to live? Ouyang Feng thought, "This dumb kid loves that little girl very much. If I kill him, then I am helping him fulfilling his desire to die together in the name of love." He changed his mind and thought, "That little girl is already buried beneath this snow. He becomes my only hope of the explanation of the manual." Grabbing Guo Jing's arm he lifted him up and leaped to the horseback. They rode toward a valley in the south. About the 6th hour, between 9:11 a.m., he saw a village by the roadside. Ouyang Feng steered the horse to enter the village, but everywhere he looked there were corpses scattered around the village. Because the weather was cold, the corpses were preserved, they looked exactly like the day they were mutilated and killed by the passing Mongolian army. Ouyang Feng called out several times, but nobody answered. Looked like everybody in that village had died. Instead, he heard cattle mooing and sheep bleating. Ouyang Feng was delighted. He took Guojing to a stone house and said, "You are my prisoner now. I won't kill you. If you can defeat me, you are free to go." Having said that, he took a sheep, butchered it, and boiled it in the kitchen. The more Guojing saw his smug expression, the more he hated Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng threw a mutton leg to him and said, "I'll wait until your stomach is full, then we'll fight." Guojing was angry. "You want to fight, then fight. Why wait for the full stomach?" His body flew, his palm hacked down. Ouyang Feng raised his hand to block, then sent out a fist to counterattack. Very soon they were fighting inside the stone house, among upturned table and broken chairs. About 30 stances later, Guojing had to admit his inferiority. He was half a step in front of Ouyang Feng when Ouyang Feng's right palm swung onto his side. It was very difficult for Guojing to fend off. All he could do was to wait for his death. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Feng did not exert any strength. He laughed and said, "It's enough for today. You go ahead and train martial art from the manual. Tomorrow we'll fight again." Bah! Guojing spat. He sat on an overturned chair, picked the mutton leg up and started to eat. He thought, he wanted to see me using the martial art from the manual, so that he might observe and steal it. I won't be fooled. If he wants to kill me, let him kill him. His swing just now, how would I block it? Thinking about all kinds of fist techniques and palm methods in the manual, he could not find a single move capable of blocking Ouyang Feng's attack. He did remember, however, that there was a technique in the manual called Fei Su Jin, flying cotton strength, which would allow him to strengthen his back and render Ouyang Feng's attack useless. I'd better train internal strength. Even if he wants to see it, he can't, Guojing thought. Immediately he ate the mutton leg clean, then sat cross-legged on the ground. He recited the manual in his heart, then started practicing according to the manual. Since mastering the Yi Jin Duan Gu Pian, changing muscle forging bone technique, his foundation was getting stronger. Moreover, with what Reverend Yiding had taught him, the manual became like a second nature to him. This Fei Su Jin, for instance, in less than 4 hours he had learned how to use it. With the corner of his eye he looked at Ouyang Feng, who was also sitting quietly, meditating. "Watch out!" Guojing called out. Without standing up, his palm hacked down on the enemy. Ouyang Feng parried the attack while sending out a counterattack. He wanted to repeat his earlier stance toward Guojing's side. But to his surprise his palm slid down Guojing's back, slanting to one side. Because of his own strength he was slightly propelled forward. Taking that opportunity, Guojing's left palm shot toward his neck. Ouyang Feng was startled and pleased at the same time. He continued moving forward and thus had evaded the attack. He turned around and called out, "Good move. Was it from the manual? What is it called?" "Sha cha yi tue, aimo chin Guojing said. Ouyang Feng was startled, but then he remembered the weird sentences from the manual. He thought, this dumb kid has a profound strength, but he is as hard-headed as a bull. I have to trick him since brute force will be useless. Changing his tactic, he fought Guojing carefully. Two people fought without ceasing. As soon as Guojing lost they would stop, then Guojing would train himself in new stances. Guojing slept soundly during the nights, but Ouyang Feng slept with trepidation. He was afraid Guojing might attack him in the middle of the night, or that he would try to escape in the dark. They lived like that in the stone house for over a month, and had eaten almost half of the cattle and sheep in the village. Within this 1 month Guojing was forced to train his martial art, while Ouyang Feng tried hard to steal it. What Ouyang Feng had learned was already profound, but when he verified what he saw at Guojing, he realized there were many discrepancies. It was very difficult for him to link from one sentence to the next. The more he pondered, the more he did not understand, and he could not get anything from Guojing. In the meantime, within this month Guojing's martial art had unexpectedly advanced by leaps and bounds. Ouyang Feng could not help but secretly anxious. If we continue like this, before I understand the essence of the manual, I might not be this dumb kid's match. The first several days Guojing was filled with hatred. After every fight he would be more determined than ever to score a victory. He wanted to master a fierce martial art to kill his enemy. However, he soon learned that this matter was extremely difficult. He was not discouraged nonetheless. His anger had decreased somewhat, but his firm resolution had actually increased. One day he picked a steel sword from among the corpses lying around in the village, then trained hard on swordsmanship to fight Ouyang Feng's wooden staff. Ouyang Feng's original snake staff fell and was lost in the ocean when he was fighting Hong Qigong on the boat. Afterwards he made another cast steel staff complete with new pair of strange snake, but it was also lost when he was trapped inside the ice block, destroyed by Lu Youjiao. Right now he was using an ordinary wooden staff, without any assistance from his strange snakes, but his staff technique was still out of this world, with infinite variations. Several times the staff shook the sword in Guojing's hand and made it fly. If there were snakes on his staff, definitely Guojing would not be able to resist at all. In the meantime they heard Genghis Khan's army returning to the east. The people and the horses were marching noisily. The noise did not stop for several days. But two people were engrossed in fighting each other violently. They did not pay the slightest attention to this. One evening the noise simply stopped. The army had all gone and nothing was heard except the quietness of the night. Guojing raised his sword straight up, thinking, although I can't win over you tonight, your wooden staff won't shake my sword in any way. He was anxious to try the new stance he had just learned, but he waited calmly for the opponent to attack first. Suddenly from outside the house somebody was shouting loudly, "Traitor! Where are you running to?" Guojing was absolutely certain it was the old urchin Zhou Batong's voice. Ouyang Feng and Guojing looked at each other in bewilderment. They both thought, why did he go thousands of miles to the west? They wanted to say something, but heard footsteps came approaching, then two people, one after another, rushed toward the stone house. There were numerous other buildings in the village, but apparently they saw that firelight came from this house. Ouyang Feng waved his left hand and with his internal strength extinguished the fire. By that time the front door was shoved open. Somebody rushed in, with somebody else hot on his heels. The latter one was indeed Zhou Batong. Both men's footsteps were extraordinarily light and nimble, the man in the front's martial art certainly not below Zhou Batong's. Ouyang Feng marveled greatly, this man surprisingly able to escape the old urchin's hand. His skill is very rare among the experts of this generation. If it were Huang Yaoshi or Hong Qigong, the old poison won't be so surprised. Because of this thought he refrained from making any move. They heard the man in the front jump vertically up and sat on the beam. Zhou Batong laughed, the old urchin's favorite game is the hide and seek, I won't let you slip away anymore. In the darkness they heard him closing down the front door, and placed a nearby big rock behind it. He called out, "Stinky thief, where are you?" At the same time he groped around back and forth to find him. Guojing was thinking of making some noise to tell him the enemy was on the beam, when suddenly Zhou Batong leaped high while laughing loudly, grabbing that man on the beam. Turned out he was aware from the start that his enemy was on the beam. He was deliberately groping around to the east and to the west to throw him off guard, then suddenly launched a sudden attack. The man on the beam was not weak either. Without waiting for Zhou's fingers to touch him he somersaulted and crouched by the north wall. Even though his mouth was babbling nonsense, but Zhou Batong was actually very wary of this man. He stopped to listen to his exact location, did not dare to act rashly. In the quietness of the night he heard 3 distinct breathings. He had known from the start that this house must be occupied, since he saw the fire was extinguished. But since they did not make any sound, he thought they must be frightened. Thereupon he called out, "Master of the house, please don't be afraid, I am here to capture this little thief. Once I get him I will go out immediately." He knew ordinary people's breathing was rough and heavy, while those with strong internal energy would breathe slowly and long, light and deep. With just a little attention they were very easy to distinguish. But when he cocked his ears to listen, the people toward his north, east and west were all breathing low and slowly. Zhou Batong was greatly surprised. "Traitor," he called out, "you have prepared an ambush here." Guo Jing wanted to open his mouth to greet him, but changed his mind at the last minute. He thought, "Ouyang Feng is lurking on the side, the man Zhou Dage, big brother Zhou, is chasing is another powerful enemy. I'd better stay quiet and wait for a good opportunity to help him." Zhou Batong moved step by step toward the front door while mumbling, "Looked like before the old urchin can capture the enemy, he would be captured by the enemy." He had made a decision to dash out the door if the situation was unfavorable. Right at that moment came a rumbling noise from a distance. Hoof beats sounded like an evening tide came crashing the shore. It looked like a strong army with multitude of horses had arrived to kill. Zhou Batong called out, "You have more and more helpers coming, the old urchin doesn't want to play anymore." While saying that he picked the rock stopping the door as if he was about to open the door and leave, but then suddenly he hurled the rock toward the man he chased. The rock was not light. Ouyang Feng placed that rock behind the door every night, so that if Guo Jing wanted to sneak out he would find out even when he was sleeping. Ouyang Feng heard the wind carried a lot of strength in it. He thought that when the old urchin threw the stone, his right flank must have been defenseless. If he attacked him first, not only he would have one less enemy for the present time, but also during the second sword meet of Mount Hua he would have one less powerful contestant. Having this intention he bent his knee, slightly squatting, pushed both hands together to launch a toad stance attack. He was squatting on the west, therefore, his attack was toward the east, carrying a very strong energy. Guo Jing had fought him for dozens of days. He knew by heart Ouyang Feng's every action and every movement even though the room was pitch black. As soon as he heard the gust of wind, he knew Ouyang Feng was attacking Zhou Batong. Guo Jing stepped forward and launched the proud dragon repents to meet Ouyang Feng's toad stance head-on. In the meantime the man who was standing on the north also heard the big rock was flying his way. He bent his knees to get a stronger stand, and pushed both hands forward, creating a strong force striking the big rock. 4 people from 4 directions sending out 4 forces, even though they did not release their energy at exactly the same time, but the forces were actually not inferior one to another. The big rock was struck by forces from east, south, west and north. It fell on the center of the room. Crash! With a loud noise it broke the table to smithereens. The sound was actually very loud, which Zhou Batong thought amusing. He could not restrain from bursting into loud laughter. But his laughter was drowned by the sound of thousands of cavalry soldiers entering the village. They could hear the warhorses neighing, the weapons clashing, and the soldiers shouting their battle cry. Guo Jing listened to the officers' commands, and he found out they were the defeated army of Khorasan entering the village, perhaps trying to hold their ground in the village, but it sounded like the Mongolian army had pursued them. He heard the hoof beats, the sound of battle flag fluttered in the wind, the loud battle cry, as well as flying arrows near and far. It sounded like the armies were engaged in a close hand-to-hand combat. The 4 people in the house did not know for certain how many soldiers were fighting outside. Suddenly someone shoved the door open and came in. Zhou Batong grabbed that person and flung him back outside, then he lifted the rock and placed it back behind the door. As Ouyang Feng's attack failed, he thought that he had been discovered anyway, so he called out, "Old urchin, do you know who I am?" Zhou Batong indistinctly heard someone speaking, but because of the noise he could not distinguish who the speaker was. He raised his left hand to guard against an attack while stretching his right hand to grab. Ouyang Feng easily neutralized this grab with his right hand, while slapping with the back of his left hand. Zhou Batong parried this attack. He was startled. "The old poison. You are here," he called out. He swayed his body slightly, leaning to the left. At that very moment the man on the north took the opportunity to attack Zhou Batong's back. Zhou Batong's right hand engaged Ouyang Feng, while his left fist parried the attack to his back. He was thinking of testing the mutual hands combat that he created on the Peach Blossom Island. Until that day Zhou Batong had not tested his special skill against two masters, so even though he was in danger, he could not let this good opportunity to pass. But suddenly Guo Jing from the east threw himself into the fight, his right hand parried Zhou Batong's fist, while his left hand engaged that person's attack. Three people simultaneously called out in alarm. Zhou Batong shouted, "Guo Xiongdi, brother Guo," that person shouted, "Guo Jing," and Guo Jing himself cried out, "Qiu Qianren." Zhou Batong was scared by the snakes at the martial art contest at the Yanyu Lu, Misty Rain Tavern. He saw no way to escape, so he laid down on top of the tavern's roof, using layers upon layers of split bamboo sheets to cover up his body. Because his armor was so thick no arrow could harm him, Ouyang Feng's vipers were also helpless to climb to the roof. When the morning fog was gone, the snakes, as well as the soldiers were also gone, so was everybody else. He did not know where they went. He was bored to death, so he just wandered around everywhere. A few months later a beggar clan disciple delivered a letter to him. It was from Huang Rong. In the letter Huang Rong reminded him that he had promised no matter what Huang Rong asked, he would comply. Now Huang Rong wanted him to go kill the clan leader of the Iron Palm clan, Qiu Qianren. She explained that Emperor Duan's concubine Lu had a very deep enmity against this man. If he killed him, concubine Lu would not look for him anymore. Otherwise, concubine Lu would find him even to the end of the earth, to take him as her husband. Huang Rong also gave him the detail of the Iron Palm Peak's exact location. Zhou Batong thought that his promise to comply no matter what was actually given to Huang Rong, but that old scoundrel Qiu Qianren colluded with the genes. He was a traitor, so he felt it was appropriate to kill him. As for his own affair with concubine Lu, he realized he had offended her deeply. She had a deep enmity against Qiu Qianren, so if he lent her a hand, she might not come and bother him anymore, and that would be an awfully good luck for him. Therefore, he decided to go to the Iron Palm Peak. At first Qiu Qianren was able to match him stance for stance, but as soon as Zhou Batong used the mutual hands combat technique, Qiu Qianren was forced to withdraw. When martial art masters contended, as soon as one admit inferiority, then victory or defeat should be decided. Who would have thought that Zhou Batong did not want to stop and kept chasing him? Qiu Qianren did ask him the reason behind it several times, but Zhou Batong only looked at him with a blank expression, could not tell him the real reason. He only said 3 characters Lu Gui Fei, concubine Lu, and that would be enough to take his head. 2 men fought and stopped, one ran away the other chased, they went farther and farther away. Zhou Batong's martial art was slightly superior to Qiu Qianren's, yet it would not be easy for him to kill Qiu Qianren. Qiu Qianren had tried any means possible to get rid of him, but Zhou Batong doggedly chased him anywhere he went. He thought, would you still chase me if I go to the bitter cold west? On the other hand Zhou Batong thought, I want to see where you would go, then I'll go back home. As soon as they arrive at the desert outside the Great Wall, the landscape was flat, it was easy to follow someone's trail. Qiu Qianren did not have any place to hide. Fortunately Zhou Batong had shown a good faith toward him. Whenever Qiu Qianren needed to sleep or sat down to eat his meal, or perhaps he was having a bowel movement or urinating, Zhou Batong did not disturb him in any way, he simply did the same. But no matter what Qiu Qianren did, no matter how bad he cursed him, the old urchin haunted him like a ghost, continuously pestering him. The more Zhou Batong fought Qiu Qianren, the more excited he became. Several times he did gain an upper hand, but unexpectedly he did not kill Qiu Qianren. That particular day, 2 men fought and ran and by a pure coincidence rushed into the stone building. Now Zhou and Guo, 2 people knew who the other 3 people were, but when the 3 of them called out each other's name, their voices were drowned by the loud commotion outside, hence Ouyang Feng still did not know who the other person was. He only knew that person was Zhou Batong's enemy. On the other hand, Qiu Qianren thought the other 2 were on the same side. Zhou, Qiu and Ouyang, all 3 people possessed outstanding martial arts skills, but after battling Ouyang Feng for more than a month, Guo Jing's martial art level was also improving by leaps and bounds, which enabled him to keep pace with the other three. These four martial art masters were confined in a pitch-black, approximately 2 zhang square room. They could not see a thing, could not hear each other, and could not talk to each other. It was as if they had turned into deaf, mute and blind people. If I block Ouyang Feng, then Zhou Dage can finish off Qiu Qianren. After that it won't be too difficult for us two people to join forces to kill Ouyang Feng, Guo Jing thought. Once he reached that decision, his hand started to move. His right hand hit an empty air, while his left palm met someone else's hand. On the Peach Blossom Island Guo Jing had fought Zhou Batong countless of times, therefore, as soon as his palm touched Zhou's hand, he knew immediately it was his Zhou Dage. He retracted his palm quickly. Unexpectedly Zhou Batong's childlike enthusiasm was aroused. He slightly shrank his left arm then sent out a right fist toward Guo Jing's shoulder. This hit did not carry any strong internal energy, but since Guo Jing did not guard against it, he felt pain nonetheless. Hao Xiongdi, good brother, you want to test your Daye's martial art? Be careful. Zhou Batong said, his left palm shot out. Guo Jing could not hear what he said, but this time he was prepared. He wielded his arms and neutralized the attack. By this time Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren had also exchanged several stances. As a result they recognized the opponent by his martial art. These two men did not have any enmity against each other, but they both thought that the sword meet of Mount Hua was coming. Potentially they were going to fight a life and death battle against each other anyway, therefore, why not try to inflict as much damage as possible to the opponent since they have the opportunity now? Hence they did not slack one bit. After fighting for a moment they felt gusts of wind blowing behind them. To their surprise Zhou Batong was fighting Guo Jing. They were bewildered, but then they remembered Zhou Batong always handled matters differently. He was an unpredictable man. Besides, it gave them a good opportunity. Why wouldn't they be happy? Thus without prior agreement they both attacked Zhou Batong and Guo Jing. After exchanging more than a dozen moves with Guo Jing, Zhou Batong found out that Guo Jing's martial art was far more advanced than what he had known. He was pleasantly surprised. Xiongdi, where did you learn your martial art from? He asked. But the noise outside was deafening. How could Guo Jing hear what he said? Zhou Batong was offended. Fine, you don't want to tell me. Do you think I care? Right at that moment he felt a gust of wind on his face. Ouyang and Qiu's attacks had arrived. Zhou Batong kicked the ground and leaped up to the beam. I'll let you fight these two alone. He called out. Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren felt the wind from Zhou Batong's sleeves. They realized he had jumped to the beam. They had the same thought of joining forces and kill this dumb kid. Suddenly Guo Jing had to face a converging attack from left and right. Initially Guo Jing was surrounded by Zhou Batong's attacks. He had tried 4, 5 different techniques but was unable to free himself. He was waiting for Zhou Batong to withdraw when two powerful enemies attacked, which forced him to groan inwardly. He had no choice but braced himself and used the mutual hands combat technique to resist these two. After fighting for a while Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren were unable to restrain their amazement. Knowing Guo Jing's skill, either one of Ouyang Feng or Qiu Qianren should be able to defeat him easily. Who would have thought that after fighting 2 against 1, Guo Jing's left palm could block Ouyang Feng's attacks, while his right fist thwarted Qiu's palms. 2 people were helpless against 1. Zhou Batong was sitting on the beam. He had decided to get down, but was afraid Guo Jing might get hurt, so quietly he slid down the wall, stretching out both his hands arbitrarily, and by coincidence caught Ouyang Feng's back. Ouyang Feng was squatting on the ground, ready to strike Guo Jing with his fierce toad stance. Suddenly he felt somebody on his back. Hastily he sent his palms backward. Guo Jing seized this opportunity to kick Qiu Qianren then leaped to the corner of the house, gasping for breath. If Zhou Batong were one step late, he would be injured by Ouyang Feng's attack. 4 people in the pitch-black room clashed to each other then separated from each other. Sometimes Zhou Batong fought Qiu Qianren, sometimes Guo Jing fought Qiu Qianren, sometimes Ouyang Feng fought Qiu Qianren, sometimes Zhou Batong fought Ouyang Feng, and sometimes Guojing fought Zhou Batong. 4 people engaged in this mixed-up fight, among them Zhou Batong was most excited. It was the most fun among all of his fights, of course he would not let this opportunity pass. After fighting for a while an idea popped up in his head. My 2 hands can be considered 2 people, Ouyang and Qiu are also 2. See if you can fight 4 people at once. Have you ever tried this? He asked Guojing. Guojing did not hear what he said, but suddenly felt 3 people attack him at the same time. Desperately he tried to block and evade. Don't be afraid, Zhou Batong encouraged him, I will help you if you are in danger. But in this dark room, as soon as somebody sent out a fist or a kick, his life would be in grave danger. How could Zhou Batong have time to help? A dozen or so stances later Guojing was already dead tired. He felt Ouyang and Qiu, 2 people's fists were getting heavier and heavier. He was forced to step back one step after another. He wanted to jump up the beam to catch his breath, but Zhou Batong's palms did not give him any slack. He was both alarmed and angry. Finally he lost his patience. Zhou Dage, you silly old man, why do you bother me? But his words were drowned by the commotion outside. Nobody heard him. Guojing withdrew several more steps. Suddenly his feet knocked the big rock on the ground. He nearly tumbled down. Before he had any chance to straighten up his waist, Qiu Qianren's iron palm was ready to slap him down. In this dire situation Guojing did not lose his wit. Swiftly he picked the big rock up and held it in front of his chest. Qiu Qianren's palm hit the rock. Guojing focused his strength on his arms and pushed the rock forward to meet the attack. Suddenly he felt a gust of wind coming from his left. Ouyang Feng's palm had arrived. With a loud shout Guojing threw the big rock upward, while he jumped sideways to evade the attack. The big rock flew through the roof, bricks and plasters fell down like rain. Immediately the stars in the sky above cast a dim light through the hole. Zhou Batong was angry, look what you did. Now we lost all the fun. Guojing was extremely exhausted, he kicked the ground and jumped out through the hole. Ouyang Feng hastily flew up to chase him. Zhou Batong shouted, don't go. Don't go. Stay here and play with me. He stretched out his hand to grab Ouyang Feng's left foot. Ouyang Feng was startled, quickly his right foot kicked, forcing Zhou Batong's hand to let go, but as a result he could not jump and was forced to land back down. Qiu Qianren did not wait for him to land, he sent out a kick toward Ouyang Feng's chest. Ouyang Feng slightly pulled his chest back while stretching out his arm to grab Qiu Qianren's ankle. 3 people once again engaged in a fierce battle against each other. This time they could vaguely see each other's shadow, while the battle noise outside was also gradually diminishing. The thrill of the fight decreased substantially. Zhou Batong was upset, he lost his interest, he vented his disappointment toward these 2 people. His fist technique changed abruptly, he fought the 2 people with murderous intention. After escaping from the house via the roof, Guojing saw the troops and horses running around swiftly, he could also hear the sound of clashing weapons in a distance. Oftentimes he heard heart-rending groan and cry of soldiers wounded by blades or arrows. He dashed through these miserable people, running toward a small wood outside the village to lie down and take some rest. He had fought fiercely for half a night. As he lay down, he felt his whole body, muscles and bones were aching, like they were going to crack. Recalling the fight inside that stone house, he shivered involuntarily. Although worried about Zhou Batong's safety, but with his martial art level he knew even if he came back there he would not be able to help Zhou escape. Finally he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Early morning the next day he felt his face was wet and cold, something was wiggling around on his face. Startled he opened his eyes and leaped up, only to listen to a happy neighing sound. Turned out it was his little red horse licking his face. Guojing was delighted, immediately he hugged the horse's neck, 1 man and 1 horse embraced in a joyful reunion. When Guojing was held captive by Ouyang Feng, the red horse was let loose outside, it went grazing on the nearby prairie. During the fierce battle last night the horse utilized its swift legs to escape. When the soldiers were gone, the horse came back and found its master. Guojing led the red horse returned to the village only to see broken bows and arrows everywhere, dead soldiers and horses scattered all around. Here and there he saw injured soldiers who were still alive, crying out pitifully. He had been in a lot of battles, he was accustomed to dead or wounded soldiers, but recalling his own life experience he could not refrain from feeling a great sorrow. Quietly he returned to the stone building. Cocking his ears outside he tried to listen, but the house was quiet. He took a peek through a crack in the door and saw no one inside. He pushed the door open to see, but Zhou Badong, Ouyang Feng, and Qiu Qianren, 3 people had already disappeared without a trace. He stared blankly for half a day then mounted his horse heading east. The little red horse ran very fast, very soon they caught up with Genghis Khan's main army. By this time Khoresm cities had either surrendered or been destroyed, hundreds of thousand warriors had fallen like broken tiles. Khoresm king, Muhammad, was a haughty tyrant, he was deserted by his friends and allies. He led the remnants of his defeated army desperately escape to the west. Genghis Khan assigned his senior generals, Subutai and Jebei, to lead 20,000 soldiers to pursue to the west, while he led the main army went home to the east. Subutai and Jebei pursued to the west of modern-day city of Moscow, to the city of Kiev nearby the bank of Dnieper River. They crushed several hundred thousands of Russia and Kipchak alliance army, destroyed the city of Kiev and killed the Hertog, Grand Duke, of Kiev along with 11 princes by running a chariot over them. This war was called the Battle of the Kalka River. Since then the Russian prairie groaned under the Mongolian horses' hoofs. Muhammad went as far west as he could, finally he escaped to a deserted island on the Caspian Sea and died of illness there. When suddenly Guojing disappeared at Samarkand, Genghis Khan was very worried. He was afraid that Guojing somehow got killed in the chaotic battle without anybody knowing it. Seeing him return safe and sound he was really thrilled. Needless to say, Princess Huazheng was even more overjoyed. Qiu Chuji followed the main army went back to the east. Along the way he was always giving advice to the great Khan to love the people more and kill innocent civilians less. Although Genghis Khan did not necessarily agree with his view, he realized the priest spoke reasonably, hence he did not argue too much. In the chaotic battles that followed, Qiu Chuji had succeeded in saving innumerable civilians' lives. Khoresm was located tens of thousands of leagues from Mongolia. The return of Genghis Khan's army to the east took a very long time. As soon as they arrived back home, he held a big feast to celebrate their victory by the bank of Onan River, while giving the injured soldiers time to recuperate. Qiu Chuji and his disciples, along with Lu Youjiao and the rest of the beggar clan disciples took their leave and went back to the south. Several months later Genghis Khan saw his warriors had eaten to their heart's contents, their horses galloped freely on the prairie, his interest to attack the south was rekindled. One day he held a general assembly to discuss strategies to defeat the Jin country. Ever since Huang Rong's death, Guojing was broken-hearted. Oftentimes he went riding alone with only his little red horse and his pair of eagles to keep him company, wandering the vast Mongolian prairie. Most of the time he would just stare blankly and not say anything for a few days. Princess Huazheng was always trying to speak warmly to him, but it seemed like he did not hear anything she said. Everybody knew his feelings, knew that he was grieving, so nobody dared to bring up the wedding plan, while Genghis Khan was busy preparing the expedition to the south and did not pay attention to this matter. That day at the General Assembly inside the Great Khan's golden tent, many generals proposed various tactics and strategies to attack the south, yet Guojing did not utter a single word. After dismissing his generals, Genghis Khan went to the top of a small hill and stayed there for half a day, to think of the actions he would take. The next day he dispatched his army to attack the Jins from 3 directions. At that moment his eldest son Joki and his second son Shagatai were still busy consolidating their conquests in the west, therefore, he put the main army to take the Jins down under his third son, Ogidai, while the left flank was placed under the command of his fourth son, Tuale, and the right flank was placed under Guojing's command. Genghis Khan summoned the three commander-in-chiefs privately. He even ordered his personal guards to leave the tent. To Ogdi, Tuale, and Guojing he said, "The Jins concentrate their defense in the city of Tongguan. The city is bordered on the south by a mountain and on the north by a river. It really is difficult to break. Numerous generals' proposals all have some ground to them, but if we advance frontally, unavoidably we will waste a lot of time. Currently our Mongolia has formed an alliance with the Great Song. I think the best strategy would be advancing through the Song territory. From Tangzhou the army to proceed via Dengzhou straight to the Jin capital Daliang." As Ogdi, Tuale, and Guojing three people heard to this point, they jumped and hugged each other, loudly shouted, "Ingenious plan." Genghis Khan smiled and asked Guojing, "You are very good in battle strategy, truly a man after my own heart. Let me ask you, after attacking Daliang, then what?" Guojing contemplated for a while then shook his head. "We are not attacking Daliang," he said. Ogdi and Tuale clearly heard their father king said they were going to attack Daliang. Why did Guojing say they were not going to? They were startled and looked at him with a questioning look. Genghis Khan still showed a faint smile on his face. "Not attacking Daliang, then what?" he asked. "Not attacking is actually attacking. Attack but do not attack but attack," Guojing said. He made Ogdi and Tuale more confused than ever. "Attack but do not attack but attack, gong or bu gong or gong," Genghis Khan smiled. These 8 characters were very well said. "Explain it to your 2 brothers." Guojing complied. "I can guess the Great Khan's troops' advancement method. We pretend to attack the Jin capital, destroying the enemy under the city wall. Daliang is where the Jin emperor resides, but the troops stationed there are actually not too many. As soon as it is under attack, the Jins will immediately send troops from the neighboring city Tongguan to rescue." Chinese military strategist said, "A massive troops movement can't be done in a day. Traveling hundreds of leagues is draining the energy and crippling the 3 generals. Strong at first, weary in the end. This is the 11th method. By traveling fast for 100 leagues, the soldiers' strength will be reduced to only 10% of their original strength. As they leave Tongguan and go to Daliang, the great distance is their biggest disadvantage. They should take 10 rest stops, but can only take 1 instead. Even if they reach Daliang on time, they will be weary and unable to fight. Our troops simply have to wait for the exhausted enemy, then we can easily destroy the Jin army. Once the strong Jin army is defeated, then Daliang will fall. If we concentrate on directly attacking Daliang, not only it will be difficult, but we can be attacked from both front and rear." Genghis Khan clapped his hands and laughed aloud. He called out, "Well said, well said." He pulled a scroll out and spread it on the table. 3 people looked at it and were greatly astonished. Turned out it was the map of Daliang and its neighboring area. On it were drawn routes of troops' movement, both theirs and the enemy's. It also contained strategies on how to attack the enemy's rear flank, how to attack the enemy's main body, how to lure and destroy the incoming enemies from Tongguan, how to make them weary and obliterate them outside the city wall. Everything was just as Guojing had said. Ogdi and Tuale looked at their father king, also looked at Guojing with bewilderment and admiration on their face. Guojing's heart was also full of admiration. He thought, "I learned the military strategy from the Wumu legacy, nothing strange about it, but the Great Khan is illiterate, he possesses a natural ability for this kind of things." Genghis Khan continued, "In our expedition to the south this time, I am sure the Jins will be destroyed. I have here 3 embroidered pouches for each one of you. After Daliang falls, the 3 of you should gather inside the imperial palace of the Jin emperor. You can open them up and act accordingly." Upon saying that he took those embroidered pouches from his pocket and gave one to each of them. As Guojing received the pouch, he saw that the mouth was sealed with wax and the seal carried the image of Genghis Khan's signet ring. Before entering Daliang, I forbid you to open the pouch without authorization, Genghis Khan said. Before you open them, I want the three of you to examine each other's pouch to see if the seal is damaged. The three of them bowed and said, Who dare to defy the great Khan's decree? Genghis Khan asked Guojing, You are usually slow in dealing everyday affairs, but how come you are so resourceful in dealing with military strategy? Guojing then told him how he studied the military strategy from the Wumu legacy. Genghis Khan asked him the life story of Yu Fei. Guojing told him how Yu Fei scored a big victory over the Genes at the Zhu Xianzhen, Vermilion Immortal small town, that the Genes gave him a nickname, Yu Ye, Grandfather Yu, that they had a saying, shaking a mountain is easy, shaking Yu's army is difficult. Guojing recounted everything. Genghis Khan was silent, carrying his hands behind his back he paced back and forth inside his tent, sighing, I regret I was not born 100 years earlier to befriend this great hero. In this world today, who can be my rival? His words carried a great loneliness. As he was leaving the golden tent, Guojing remembered that in the past several days he had been busy with military business and did not spend as much time with his mother as he should. Since the next day he was going south leading the troops to avenge his country, the Great Song, against its archenemy, the Jin, today he wanted to spend as much time with his mother as he could. Hence he immediately headed toward his mother's tent. To his surprise, the tent was empty, all her clothes and other belongings were moved someplace else, only an old soldier stayed there on guard duty. He asked the soldier, and was told that the Madam surnamed Li had received the Great Khan's order to move to another tent. Guojing asked where the new tent was, and quickly walked over. He was surprised to see the tent was several times bigger than the one she used to live in. He lifted the curtain to enter, and he was even more surprised. The tent was full of gold, jade, and precious jewels, as well as fancy clothes and embroidery works. They were all the spoils of Mongolian army's military expedition. Princess Huajing was sitting next to Li Ping, listening to her story about Guojing's childhood. As she saw Guojing enter, she smiled, stood up and greeted him. Mother, where did all these things come from? Guojing asked. The Great Khan says you have rendered a great service in the West, therefore, he bestowed all of these for you to enjoy, Li Ping answered. Actually, we are simple people and have no use of these extravagances. Guojing nodded. He also saw there were more than 8 maids attending to his mother's needs. They were also captives that the troops seized. After making some idle talk with Guojing and his mother for a while, Huajing took her leave. She thought Guojing would leave for another long journey the next day, so he must have had a lot to talk about with her today. Who would have thought that after waiting outside the tent for half a day Guojing did not come out? Li Ping understood. She said, Jinger, Princess is waiting for you outside, you need to say goodbye to her. Guojing replied in affirmative, but did not budge from his chair. Li Ping sighed, we have lived in this northern country for 20 years. Although we have received the Great Khan's benevolence like we are part of his family, but actually I miss my hometown very much. I hope you can defeat the Jin country soon, so that we, mother and son, will be able to return to our hometown. We can live in the Ox village, where your father's home used to be. I know you are not greedy of fame and fortune, so you don't need to go back north. Only this business with the princess, I don't know how to deal with, it is a really difficult matter. Your son had early on told the princess, that if Rinjir died, your son will never marry for the rest of my life, Guojing said. Li Ping sighed, perhaps the princess can accept that, but what worries me most is the Great Khan. What about the Great Khan? Guojing asked. These past few days the Great Khan all of a sudden treats us, mother and child, with an unusual kindness, Li Ping answered. He showered us with money, precious jewels, everything. He said it was your reward from the expedition to the west, but I have lived in this northern Mongolian desert for 20 years, I know the Great Khan's personality. I feel like there is more to it than what meets the eye. Guojing said, what do you think it is? I am just a simple woman, how could I have a respected opinion? Li Ping said, but if my intuition is right, the Great Khan wants to compel us to do something for him. Perhaps he wants me to marry the princess, Guo Jing guessed. Getting married is a good thing, Li Ping answered, even if the Great Khan does not know your feeling, he does not need to compel you. The way I see it, you are commanding a big army to the south, maybe the Great Khan is afraid you will have a change of heart and rebel against him. Guo Jing shook his head, I have no intention to gain riches and honor, and the Great Khan knew it. Why would I rebel against him? I have an idea, Li Ping said, we will find out quietly what the Great Khan's real intention is. Tell him that I miss my hometown very much, and want to go along to the south with you. Tell him that, see what he would say. Guo Jing was delighted, Ma, why didn't you say so earlier? We go home together, that will be wonderful. I am sure the Great Khan will give his permission. He went out the tent and did not see Huajing outside. He thought perhaps she had waited for a while and could not wait much longer. Guo Jing was gone for half a day, and he came back dejected. The Great Khan did not give us his permission, did he? Li Ping asked. I don't understand, Guo Jing replied, why would the Great Khan want to keep you here? Li Ping was silent. The Great Khan said, Guo Jing continued, that as soon as the Jin country is defeated, he will let me take you home, we will return with all the glory and honor. Why would I want that? I said mother misses her home very much and wants to go home sooner. The Great Khan suddenly looked angry, he kept shaking his head, did not give us his permission. Li Ping hesitated. What else did the Great Khan say to you today? She asked. Guo Jing told her everything that happened inside the golden tent earlier, how he received his assignment, including the secret order he received inside the embroidered pouch. Li Ping sighed, if only your second master and Renjir were here, they should be able to shed some lights on this matter. It's a pity I am only a simple country girl. The more I think about it, the more restless I became, I don't know why. Guo Jing played with the embroidered pouch in his hand, he said, when the Great Khan gave this embroidered pouch, his face looked unusual. I am afraid it has something to do with this secret order. Li Ping took the embroidered pouch from his hand, she looked at it carefully, then she dismissed all the maids and suddenly said, let's open it up and take a look. Guo Jing was shocked, no. Breaking the royal seal means death. Li Ping smiled, do you know that the embroidery work of the linen prefecture is well known throughout the world? Your mother is a linen native, I have learned embroidery since my childhood. I can open up this pouch without damaging the seal, and I can sew it back on as good as new. Nobody will find out. Guo Jing was delighted. Li Ping fetched her needles and carefully undid the silk thread that was holding the embroidered pouch together. She took a folded paper through the seam and spread it out to take a look. As they read the paper, mother and son looked at each other, a chill crept up their bodies. Turned out it was Genghis Khan's secret order to Ogdi, Tuole and Guo Jing, as soon as the Jin is defeated, they were to proceed south to Linen in the shortest time possible, to defeat the Song and unify it under the Great Mongolia. The secret order also said that if Guo Jing rendered a great merit, he was to be crowned the prince with all glory and honor belonging to that title, but if he harbored a different mind, Ogdi and Tuole were to behead him immediately, and his mother must also be executed. Guo Jing stared blankly for half a day, finally he said, Ma, if not for your skill in opening up this pouch, I don't know if we, mother and child, could have kept our lives. I am a citizen of our great Song, how could I sell my own country for personal gain? What are we going to do? Li Ping asked. Ma, I regret that you will have to suffer some hardship, Guo Jing said, we are running away to the south, tonight. Absolutely, Li Ping replied, go and make necessary preparation, don't let anybody find out our plan. Guo Jing nodded, quickly returned to his own tent. He only took several changes of clothing. Other than his little red horse, he took 8 horses, with the thought of his mother, and he could rely on those horses to escape in case the Great Khan's army pursued them. He left all the gold and precious jewels the Great Khan gave him, along with the tiger head hilt golden blade, in the tent. He removed his general uniform and put on regular leather clothing. He grew up in the desert. Today he was going to leave for good, never to return. He could not refrain from feeling sadness in his heart. He left the tent he considered to be home with a heavy heart. He saw the sky was getting darker, so quickly he went back to his mother's tent. Lifting the tent cover, his heart skipped a beat. His mother was gone, only 2 bundles lying on the ground. "Ma!" He called out, but nobody answered. He felt something was terribly wrong. He was about to go out of the tent to look for his mother when suddenly the curtain was lifted up, a bright light from a torch dazzled his eyes. General Chilon was standing outside the tent, calling out, "The great Khan summons the Golden Blade Consort." Chilon was accompanied by a great number of soldiers, all wielding spears. Seeing this situation, Guojing was really anxious. If he relied on his martial art, Chilon would not be able to do anything to him, but he remembered his mother. Mother must be captured by the great Khan, how I could escape alone? He thought. Thus he followed Chilon walking toward the golden tent. He saw 2,000 of the great Khan's archers were arrayed in row after row outside the tent, all wielding long sabers or halberds. Chilon said, "The great Khan ordered me to bind you. Please forgive me for offending the consort." Guojing nodded, put his hands behind his back, then in big strides he entered the tent. It was very bright, almost like a daytime, with dozens of butter candles burning inside the tent. Genghis Khan looked very angry. He slapped a table and shouted, "I have never treated you badly. I raised you up since you were little. I also gave my beloved daughter to be your wife. Little thief, you dare to rebel against me?" Guojing saw the embroidered pouch and the letter inside it were lying on the table. He knew he would die soon. Boldly he answered, "I am the great Song citizen. How can I obey your order to attack my own country?" Hearing him boldly defying his words, Genghis Khan was enraged. "Take him out and execute him," he shouted. Guojing's hands were tightly tied behind his back, while 8 soldiers wielding sabers guarded him. He was unable to resist. He shouted loudly, "You made an alliance with the great Song to defeat the Genes. Halfway there you renounced your own promise, you failed to keep your word. What kind of hero is that?" Genghis Khan was livid, his foot flew out and kicked the table upside down, shouted loudly, "After the Jin is defeated my alliance with the Song will be completed. If I attack the south, how can you say I break my promise? Quickly behead him." A lot of the generals were actually good to Guojing, but seeing their great Khan was in fury, nobody dared to say anything. Guojing did not say another word. He walked out of the tent in big strides. Suddenly from the prairie Tule came rushing in, riding on a horseback, shouting loudly, "Hold your blade." His upper body was naked, while only wearing a pair of leather pants on his lower body. It looked like he was asleep when the report came. Hastily he came over to plead for Guojing. He rushed into the golden tent and said, "Father King, Guojing Anda has rendered a great service. He had saved your life as well as mine. Although he had committed a capital crime, you can't behead him." Recalling Guojing's merits, Genghis Khan called out, "Bring him back." The guards took him back into the tent. Genghis Khan was silent for half a day. He finally said, "You are loyal to the Song. What good does it bring you? Once you told me the story of Yu Fei. He was utterly loyal, serving his country, yet in the end he was executed anyway. You helped me conquering the Song dynasty. Today in front of all these people I give you my oath that I am going to make you the king of the Song, then you can unify your river and mountain, Jiangshan meaning country." "I have never dared to rebel against the great Khan," Guojing said, "but if you want me to sell my own country in exchange of my own riches and honor, then although 1,000 blades and 10,000 arrows should pierce my body, I still cannot follow your order." "Bring his mother here," Genghis Khan ordered. 2 of his guards took Li Ping out from the back of the tent. Guojing saw his mother, Ma. He called out trying to approach her, but the guards raised their blades to block. "This matter is only known to us, mother and son, who could have leaked our secret?" Guojing thought. Genghis Khan said, "If you will obey my command, you and your mother will enjoy abundant riches and glory. If not, your mother will be executed, that means you bring your own mother's death. You will become an unfilial son. Guo Jing was intimidated by his words, he was terror-stricken, and could only lower his head without knowing what to do. Anda, Tuole urged, you grew up in Mongolia, you are no different than Mongolian people. The Song dynasty is a corrupt government, colluding with the Genes in killing your father and forcing your mother to leave home. If not for my father King's benevolence, where would you be today? You and I are brothers who love each other so much, I cannot let you become an unfilial person. I do hope you will reconsider your decision, receive and obey the Great Khan's command. Guo Jing looked at his mother, wanting to ask her opinion, but he recalled what his mother had taught him all this time he was growing up. He also remembered the pitiable condition of the people of the western countries Mongolia had conquered, how families were broken up and killed. It was truly a difficult dilemma he was facing. Genghis Khan's pair of tiger eyes stared at him, waiting for him to speak. The several hundreds people inside the golden tent held their breath, all eyes were trained toward Guo Jing. Guo Jing said, moved forward one step, but did not continue. Great Khan, suddenly Li Ping opened her mouth, I am afraid this child doesn't understand this matter clearly, why don't I try to give him some advice? Genghis Khan was delighted, he quickly agreed, very well, quickly advise him. Li Ping stepped forward, pulled Guo Jing's arm, took him to a corner of the golden tent, then they sat down together. Li Ping embraced her son tight in her bosom, then gently said, 20 years ago at the Ox village in Linen Prefecture, I was expecting a child, you. It was snowing heavily that day, when priest Zhou Chuji met your father. He presented a gift of 2 daggers, one he gave to your father, the other he gave to your uncle Yang. While saying that, she took the dagger from Guo Jing's waist, and pointed to the 2 characters carved on the dagger's hilt, Guo Jing. She said, Qiu Daozhang gave the name Guo Jing to you, and Yang Kong to Uncle Yang's child. Do you know the story behind those names? Qiu Daozhang wanted us not to forget the disgrace of Jingkong, Guo Jing answered. Right, Li Ping said, that Yang family kid regarded an enemy for a father, and as a result his body perished and his name disgraced. But it's useless to talk about him. I just feel bad for your Uncle Yang, he was such a great hero, his own son has tarnished his illustrious name. Sighing heavily she continued, I have endured suffering and shame for many years, raising you in this bitter cold desert of the north, why did I do that? Would I raise someone who would sell his own country and become a traitor, so that your father in the underworld would be grieved and disgraced? Ma! Guo Jing almost shouted, tears flowing down his cheeks. Li Ping was speaking in Chinese, Genghis Khan, Tuole, and the other generals did not understand what she said, but they saw Guo Jing burst into tears, they thought Li Ping was afraid of death and she had succeeded in persuading her son, they were secretly pleased. Li Ping continued, man can only live for 100 years, it will pass in a flash, what's the big deal about living or dying? As long as you live with an upright heart and keep your honor clean, then your life won't be in vain. If other people treat us badly, we don't need to repay their wickedness. Child, remember what I said. She looked at Guo Jing intently for a long time, her face looked very tender. Finally she said, child, you must take a good care of yourself. While saying that she raised the dagger and cut the ropes binding Guo Jing's hands, then straightaway turned the blade and thrust it into her own chest. Guo Jing untied his hands, and rushed to snatch the dagger away, but he was too late. The dagger was extremely sharp, it had already entered her chest up to the hilt. Genghis Khan was shocked, seize him. He shouted. The 8 guards did not dare to hurt the consort, they threw their blades to the ground and pounced on Guo Jing. Guo Jing's heart was full of sorrow, while holding his mother tight, he swept his leg and 2 guards were sent flying and tumbling down to the ground. His left elbow shot backwards, and with a crack sound hit a guard on the chest, breaking his ribs. Several generals shouted and stepped forward. Guo Jing dashed toward the back of the tent. His left hand pulled the rope that held the tent taut, and half of the golden tent collapsed, falling on top of the officers' heads. Amidst the confusion he leaped up and out of the tent, still holding his mother tight. But the horn was sounded, officers and soldiers mounted their horses and pursued after him. Guojing was weeping and calling his mother, Ma. Yet his mother did not answer. He felt for her breathing, but his mother had already died. Holding his mother's corpse he tried to take advantage of the dark and break through the camp, but everywhere he heard people shouting in horses' name, then torches were lighted up, illuminating the camp like millions of stars illuminating the dark night. He was nervous not knowing which way he should go. Everywhere he looked he saw Mongolian officers and soldiers. Even if he were supernaturally brave, but he was only one man, how could he face tens of thousands Mongolian army by himself? If he were riding on his little red horse, then he could outrun all these people, but he was on foot carrying his mother. It was a million times more difficult to escape from danger. He stopped crying and without saying another word ran forward as fast as he could. He thought that as long as he could reach the cliff, he could use his lightness kung fu to climb the cliff. Although Mongolian soldiers were many, nobody could crawl up the cliff. Hence he might evade their chase momentarily and thought about ways to escape. While rushing forward suddenly he heard shouts coming from the front. A cavalry was coming. Under the torchlight he saw they were led by a red-faced, white-bearded general. It was one of the 4 warriors, Senior General Qilin. Guojing leaned sideways to evade Qilin's hacking saber. Instead of turning back to run away, he charged into the cavalry. The Mongolian soldiers were startled and shouted even louder. Guojing stretched out his left hand, grabbing a Shi Fu, leader of a 10-man unit, right leg. At the same time his right foot kicked the ground and he flew upwards. He landed on the horseback, put down his mother's corpse on the horseback. Without too much trouble he threw the Shi Fu to the ground while simultaneously snatched his spear. The jump to the horseback, putting down his mother, throwing the Shi Fu down, and snatching his spear, for actions were executed in one swift and fluid motion. On the horseback he became like a tiger, grew a pair of wings, his legs squeezed the horse, and sweeping his spear he charged through the cavalry. Qilin shouted his order and his troops turned back to pursue Guojing. He managed to escape from the enemy, but the direction his horse was running was actually opposite to the direction to the cliff. The more the horse ran, the farther they became. Should he run directly to the south, or should he try to reach the cliff? While he was still contemplating which way to go, another senior general, Wuxia, had arrived with his troops. This time Genghis Khan had flown into a rage. He passed an order to capture Guojing at all cost. Group by group the cavalries were dispatched. Thousands of riders ran quickly to the south, trying to block all passages leading to the south. Guojing outran the group led by Wuxia. His clothes and his horse were full of blood. It was a good thing that the great Khan ordered them to capture Guojing alive, otherwise the Mongolian soldiers would assault him with arrows. With arrows coming from all 3 directions, even if Guojing were supernaturally brave, how could he escape this tight siege? Guojing felt his mother's body in his hand turn colder and colder. He struggled hard to hold his tears, urging his horse to keep running south. He had left the pursuers far behind, but the day was getting brighter. Soon it would be dawn. While he was still in the center of Mongolian territory, 10,000 leagues away from the central plains. With only a horse and a spear, how could he escape to his hometown? Riding for a while, he saw the dust was rising from the ground ahead of him. A group of cavalry was coming his way. Guojing held the rein and turned to the east. But his horse had been running for half a night, continuously supporting Guojing in his mother's body. Suddenly its front legs gave up, it fell kneeling on the ground, unable to stand any longer. It was a very critical situation, yet Guojing still did not want to be separated from his mother's corpse. With his left arm holding her and his right arm wielding the spear, he charged into the incoming cavalry. He saw the cavalry was getting very close. Suddenly amidst the rising dust came a swishing noise, an arrow flew in and hit his spear. The arrow was very strong, Guojing's hand was shaken and the spearhead was broken. While he was still in shock, another arrow flew toward his chest. Guojing tossed the broken spear sideways and held out his hand in front of his body to catch the arrow. To his surprise, the arrowhead was already broken. He lifted his head only to see a general holding his rein and stopped in front of Guojing. It was the man who taught him archery, the divine archer Jebei. Shifu. Guojing called out, "Are you going to take me back?" "Absolutely," Jebei said. Guojing thought, "In any way it will be difficult for me to escape this tight siege today. Rather than let others capture me, why don't I let Shifu have this merit?" Therefore, he said, "Very well, just let me bury my mother first." Looking at 4 directions he saw toward his left a small mound. He carried his mother's body to that mound, dug the earth with his broken spear and lowered his mother gently into the hole. He saw the dagger in her chest, but he could not bear to take it out. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times before finally pouring the sandy soil on top of her body. He remembered his mother's bitter suffering in raising him since he was a baby until he became an adult, and in the end he had to bury her just like this. He was overwhelmed with grief that he was unable to cry anymore. Jebei dismounted his horse and kowtowed 4 times in front of Li Ping's grave. He stood up, then took his quiver, his bow, and his spear, and gave everything to Guojing. He also led his horse by the reins, and placed the reins in Guojing's hand. He said, "Go. I am afraid we are not going to see each other anymore." Guojing was taken aback. "Shifu." He called out. "You dared to risk your life for me in the past, am I not a real man that I don't dare to risk my life for you?" Jebei said. "Shifu, you are defying the Great Khan's order," Guojing said, "you will be in great danger." "I have followed him attacking to the east and going to war in the west, my contribution is not small," Jebei said, "at most the Great Khan will beat me to half dead, he won't behead me. Just go, quick." Guojing was still hesitating. Jebei continued, "I am afraid my own troops would not want to listen to me, so I took the troops you led in the expedition to the west. Go ahead and ask them, whether they are greedy of riches and honor to turn you in." Leading his horse Guojing stepped forward, the cavalry dismounted their horses at once, and then knelt down on the ground, shouted, "Shaoren respectfully send General home to the south." Guojing raised his eyes to see, and they were indeed the officers and soldiers who faced death with him in the west. Guojing's heart was so moved. He said, "I have offended the Great Khan, deserving a capital punishment. You let me go, if the Great Khan finds out, all of you will be in big trouble." The soldiers replied, "General has treated us with benevolence as high as the mountain, we won't forget that." Guojing sighed. He raised his hands to say goodbye to the troops, then with the spear in his hand he leaped to the horseback. He was about to move when suddenly the dust rose ahead of him, another group of cavalry came approaching. Jebei, Guojing, and the troops' expression changed. Jebei thought, "I have deliberately defied Khan's order by letting Guojing go, but if I fight these troops, that would be a blatant rebellion." Yet he did not change his mind. "Guojing, go!" he shouted. However, from the incoming army came a loud shout, "Don't hurt the consort." Everybody was stunned. They saw the rushing army bore the 4th prince's banner. Amidst the rising cloud of dust Tuole appeared and arrived in a flash. Turned out he was riding Guojing's swift little red horse. He held his rein and jumped down from the horseback, anxiously asked, "Anda, are you all right?" "I am fine," Guojing replied, "Master Jebei is going to take me back to see the Great Khan." He was deliberately protecting Jebei, so that the Great Khan would not find out the real story. Tule cast a sidelong glance toward Jebei. He said, "Anda, take this little red horse and leave quickly." He also put a bundle on the saddle and continued, "Here is 1,000 liang of gold, we brothers will see each other again some other time." They were both great warriors. In time like this there was no need to say another word. Guojing stood up and mounted his little red horse. "Tell Huajing Maisie, little sister term of endearment, to take a good care of herself. Tell her to marry another man, just forget about me." Tuole heaved a long sigh. Huajing Meizi will never agree to marry another. I think she is going to look for you in the south. At that time I will send somebody to escort her. No, don't come looking for me, Guo Jing hastily said, not to mention the world is big, but even if she can find me, that will only add to our agony. Tuole was silent, they looked at each other without saying anything. After half a day finally Tuole said, just go, I will see you off for a while. Two people rode fast to the south, very soon they have covered more than 30 lis. Anda, Guo Jing said, even if one sees someone off 1,000 lis, in the end they must part, you can go back now. Let me see you off some more time, Tuole answered. About 10 more lis later, both men dismounted their horses and said their goodbyes, tears rolling down their cheeks. Tuole gazed at Guo Jing's back, which became smaller and smaller, it looked like a dark shadow on the vastness of the desert, finally disappeared on the southern horizon. He stood motionless for a long time, then sadly mounted his horse and headed back north. The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 39. Right and Wrong, Good and Evil. Guo Jing rode his horse for several days, leaving the dangerous area, slowly heading south. The day was getting warmer, the grass looked longer, along the way he saw the remnants of war, broken walls and ruined homes, human bones scattered here and there. The sights, the smell, everything brought a dreadful and nauseating feeling in his heart. One day he stopped to take a rest in a pavilion by the roadside. He saw these inscriptions on the pavilion's wall, a poem from a Tang dynasty man, water trickles downward day by day, ultimately overpowering the cry of chicken and dogs. 1,000 villages fell to become food to the wild animals. The people vanished in smoke to give way to the flowers. My central plain's beautiful river and mountain unexpectedly fallen victim to violent battles. People turned into ashes as if the above poem was written for today's situation. Looking at these lines of characters Guo Jing was entranced, sadness came creeping into his heart and he could not refrain from shedding some tears. He had roamed this vast and boundless world, but actually did not know where he should go. Within just one short year his mother, Huang Rong, his 5 masters, the people that were dear to him had all died. Ouyang Feng had killed his masters and Huang Rong, he was going to find him and seek revenge. But as soon as he thought about the words seek revenge, the tragic massacre of the people of Khorasan came into his mind. In order for him to avenge his father's death he had to kill so many innocent civilians, how could he have peace in his heart? It looked like this seeking revenge matter was not necessarily a right thing to do. Thinking about all other things, he came into this thought, all my life I painstakingly trained myself in martial arts that finally I reached my current level, and then what? I can't even protect my own mother and Renjir, then what use is my martial arts skill? I wanted with all my heart to be a good person, but in the end who would be happy because of me? Mother, Renjir, both died because of me. Huajing Meizi has to suffer forever because of me. Truly the number of people who suffered miserably because of me is not a few. Wanyan Honglai and Muhammad were bad people. But what about Genghis Khan? He killed Wanyan Honglai, so I should say he is a good person. But then he ordered me to attack the Great Song. He took care of my mother and me for 20 years, but in the end he had caused my mother's death. Yang Kong and I became sworn brothers, but our hearts were a world apart from the start. Sister Mu Niancy is a good person, but why did her heart set on loving only Yang Kong? Tuole Anda and I love each other, but when he leads the army attacking south and we meet each other on the battlefield, should he and I kill each other? No, no. Everybody has a mother who carries him for 10 months, who painstakingly nurture and raise him up. How could I kill somebody's son and cause his mother to weep bitterly? He doesn't have a heart to kill me, I don't have a heart to kill him. However, shall I ignore the fact that he kills my great song's innocent people? Training martial art is for beating and killing people. It looks like I spent 20 years of my life incorrectly. I studied and learned diligently, painstakingly, in the end all I can do is bringing harm to other people. If I knew it from the start, I wouldn't train to have a better skill in martial art. But if I don't learn martial art, then what should I do? I live in this world, in the end, what is my purpose of life? Decades from now, what will happen to me? Is it better to live longer, or to die sooner? Right now I have already had endless anxiety. If I live longer, why I have more anxiety? But if I die sooner, why would my mother give birth to me? Why would she endure hardship and suffering to raise me up? Tossing and turning with these thoughts, the more he thought, the more confused he became. For several days he could not eat during the day, and could not sleep during the night. He went back and forth in the wilderness pondering all these things. Mother and my benevolent masters all taught me to uphold justice and keep my words. Therefore, although I loved Ranjir dearly, I could not ask the great Khan to cancel our betrothal. But in the end, not only I drove Mother and Ranjir to their injustice death, but did I make the great Khan, Tuale, and Huajing happy. The 7 heroes of Jiangnan, my 7 masters, and benevolent Master Hong, are all heroic people of honor, yet none of them ended up enjoying the fruit of their good deeds. Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren do not uphold justice and righteousness, yet they live free and unrestrained. Is there any justice in this world? Can Lao Tianyi, the heaven, God, really see? One day he arrived at a small town in Jinan Prefecture, Shandong Province. He stopped by a restaurant to drink some wine. He had just drunk 3 cups when suddenly a man rushed in, pointed his finger to Guojing and cursed him, "Barbarian thief, you have destroyed my home and killed my family, I must kill you." While saying that his fist flew toward Guojing's face. Guojing was startled. He turned his left hand around and caught his hand, gently twisted it, and the man fell tumbling down. Apparently that man did not know martial art at all. Guojing did not have any intention to harm him. He felt really bad that he had caused that man to fall down and bleed from his head. Hastily he held out his hand to raise that man up, saying, "Brother, you must have mistaken me for others." That man was bawling and kept cursing him, "Barbarian thief." Dozens more men came from outside and start kicking and hitting Guojing for no reason at all. After pondering about the dire consequences of using martial art, Guojing had made a decision not to harm others using his martial arts skill. Besides, these people were neither known to him nor did they know any martial arts, they were attacking him randomly. Hence he only evaded to the east and dodged to the west, but did not fight back at all. However, there were more and more people coming in from outside. The restaurant was small, so against his will Guojing had to taste some fists and kicks nonetheless. He was about to use his strength to shove his way out of the restaurant when suddenly somebody loudly called from outside, "Jinger. What are you doing here?" Guojing raised his head up and saw the person calling was wearing a Taoist robe, with a long white beard. It was none other than the Changchun Zi, Eternal Spring, Qiu Chuji. Guojing was delighted. "Qiu Daozhang, Taoist priest Qiu," he called, "these people are hitting me for no reason at all." Qiu Chuji pushed his arms out and opened up a way for Guojing to escape. He pulled Guojing out of the restaurant. The people rushed out to attack them, but Qiu and Guo, 2 people faced them while moving backward step by step. Once outside, Guojing whistled to call his red horse, and not too long afterwards 2 people riding on 1 horse sped out of the town and disappeared into the wilderness. Guojing again told about how those town people without any reason pounced on him and beat him. Qiu Chuji smiled, "You are dressed as a Mongolian, they thought you are a barbarian Mongolian." Then he proceeded by telling Guojing how the Mongolians and the Jins had violent battles in the Shandong province. The local people had been under the Jins' oppression for a long time. They raised arms to help the Mongolians. Who would have thought that the Mongolians' officers and soldiers were as oppressive and tyrannical as the Jins were? They destroyed, they killed, they took captive and they plundered. They made the lives of the common people miserable beyond description. When a Mongolian army was passing through, the people did not dare to do anything, but if there was a lone Mongolian officer or soldier left behind, usually he would be killed by the people. "Why did you let them beat you?" Qiu Chuji asked. "Just look at you, bruised and swollen all over." Guojing heaved a deep sigh and then told him how Genghis Khan had issued a secret order to him to attack the south, and how his mother had died because of it. He told priest Chiu everything. Chiu Chuji was shocked. If Genghis Khan is going to attack our great song, then we must go south immediately to inform the government to guard against this invasion, he said. Guo Jing shook his head. What good would that bring? The result would be corpses of officers and soldiers from both sides piling up as high as a mountain, innocent people's families being broken and killed. But if the song perishes under the Mongolia, the common people will suffer even more, Chiu Chuji said, an endless hardship. Qiu Daozhang, Guo Jing said, there are so many things I am not able to think through, I want to ask you to give me directions. Chiu Chuji pulled his hand, led him to a big locust tree and took him sitting underneath it. Speak to me, he said. Guo Jing immediately poured out what had been troubling his heart these past few days, how he felt that his skill in martial art only brought harm to other people. Finally he sighed and said, therefore, disciple has decided not to fight with anybody for the rest of my life. I wish I could forget everything I know about martial arts, only an old habit will always come back. I was careless today, and made someone bleed from his head. Chiu Chuji shook his head. Jinger, your thinking is incorrect, he said. Dozens of years ago, the Wulin World's secret manual, the 9-yin manual, appeared for the first time. I don't know how many warriors of the Jianghu had died from fighting over this book. Afterwards at the sword meet of Huashan, Mount Hua, my master Chongyang Zhenren, sage, lit. True/real man, a respectful term to address a Taoist priest, had defeated everybody and took possession of the manual. Initially he intended to destroy the book, but later on he said, water can carry the boat, but can also capsize it, be it fortune or calamity. In the end it depends on the person who uses it. In the end he decided to preserve the manual. Every talent in the world, whether it is one, literature, or wu, martial art, a strong army or a sophisticated device, not a single one of them does not benefit mankind, but the opposite is also true, every single one of them has the potential to bring calamity to the world. As long as you have a good heart, the stronger your martial art, the better it is for you. Why would you want to forget it? Guo Jing hesitated for a moment before saying, what Daozhang said was not wrong, but among the current Jianghu heroes, the Eastern Heretic, the Western Poison, the Southern Emperor and the Northern Beggar have the strongest martial arts. Disciple has been thinking carefully. To reach the martial art level of these four experts one must undergo difficulties, to the point of almost impossible, hardship and suffering. Yet even if one is able to endure all that, what good would that be for people other than oneself? Chiu Chuji was silent for a moment before answering. Wang Yaoshi is an eccentric man, although outwardly he shows anger to the world and detests mundane affair, but in his heart there is an unspeakable bitterness. He acts as he pleases, he does not have any consideration toward other people. I won't take him as an example. Ouyang Feng does all kinds of evil, we don't need to talk about him. Emperor Duan is compassionate and benevolent, if he stayed on the throne he would be able to benefit the common people. It's a pity that because of personal resentment over a tiny affair he withdrew from society and lives in seclusion. He can't be regarded as great man with great courage. Only Hong Qigong, Hong Bangzhu, clan leader Hong, is left who is a great hero to uphold justice, always helping those in distress. He has my full admiration. The second sword meet of Mount Hua is right around the corner. I think there might be someone who can exceed Hong Bangzhu in term of martial art. But I believe the people will elect him as the number one in the Wulin world. Hearing the four characters sword meet of Mount Hua, Guo Jing's heart was stirred. Is my benevolent master completely healed from his injury? Do you think the senior is going to attend the meeting at Mount Hua? He asked. After returning from the west, I have never seen Hong Bangzhu, Chiu Chuji said, but whether he will take part in the sword meet or not, I think he will go to Mount Hua. Actually, I am passing through this place on my way over there, why don't you come with me to take a look? These past several days Guo Jing was very downhearted, he lost interest in, and loathed all kinds of, fighting. He shook his head and said, disciple is not coming, please forgive me. Where are you going? Chiu Chuji asked. Guojing awkwardly said, "Disciple does not know, I'll go wherever my feet lead me." Qiu Chuji could see that his face had lost its color, he looked so ghastly, like someone who was just recovered from a severe illness. Qiu Chuji was very concerned, but no matter how he persuaded, Guojing simply shook his head and did not say anything. Qiu Chuji thought, he would normally listen to Hong Bangzhu. If he goes to Mount Hua, then master and disciple will see each other, his spirit might be aroused and be back to his old kind self. But how can I convince him to go? All of a sudden a thought came into his mind. "Jinger," he said, "if you really want to forget the martial art you have already learned, I think I might have a way." "Really?" Guojing said. "I know someone who had accidentally learned the 9 Manual's excellent martial arts," Qiu Chuji said, but later on he realized that he had broken his own promise, he had betrayed something entrusted to him. In the end he strived to forget the skills he had learned. "If you really want to follow his example, you must talk to him." Guojing jumped up immediately. "Right!" he exclaimed, "it's Zhou Baodong, Zhou Dage, Big Brother Zhou." But suddenly he remembered that Zhou Baodong was Qiu Chuji's martial uncle. While he casually called him Big Brother, he felt he was usurping Qiu Chuji's seniority by 1 generation. He could not help but feeling really awkward. Qiu Chuji simply smiled slightly. He said, "Zhou Shishu, martial uncle Zhou, has never had any regard of anybody's seniority. You can call him whatever you like, I don't mind a bit." "Where is he?" Guojing asked. "I am sure Zhou Shishu will not miss the meeting at Mount Hua," Qiu Chuji replied. "Very well," Guojing said, "in that case I will come with Daozhong to Mount Hua." 2 men traveled together to the nearest town ahead. Then Guojing took out some silvers and bought a steed for Qiu Chuji to ride. They went riding to the west, and in less than 1 day arrived at the foot of Mount Hua. This Mount Hua was one of the 5 mountains called the Western Mountains. People of the ancient time equate these 5 mountains with 5 scriptures. They said Mount Hua was like Chun Chiu, spring and autumn period 770 to 476 BC, possessed the same lethality as the Wei Kingdom. Among the mountains in the world, the ruggedness of Mount Hua was matchless. 2 men arrived at the Shan Sun Ting, mountain grass pavilion, at the southern entrance of Mount Hua. Next to this pavilion they saw 12 big dragon rattans, so called because their trunks and branches intertwined each other resembled flying dragons. Looking at these ancient 12 rattans with their branches rising up to the sky, suddenly the Fei Long Zai Tian, dragon flies to the sky, came into Guojing's mind. Following the 9 manual principles, these 12 rattans formed different stances of the dragon postures, creating 12 grand stances where the move might be executed. From being lost in thought, suddenly he woke up with a start. "I was hoping I could forget the martial art I already learned, how I could think about creating a new move to defeat and to kill others. I have fallen too deep, truly I am incorrigible." Suddenly Qiu Chuji's voice was heard, "Mount Hua is our Taoist holy mountain." These 12 dragon rattans were supposedly planted by Chen Tuan Lao Zu, ancestor Chen Tuan. Chen Tuan Lao Zu? Guojing asked, was he the deity who slept for many years without waking up? Chen Tuan Lao Zu was born toward the latter part of the Tang dynasty, Qiu Chuji explained, during the 5 dynasties period, Liang, Tang, Jin, Han, Zhou. Every time he heard the kingdom changed ruler, he was always worried and not happy, so he closed his door and refused to come out. Hence the people said he was sleeping for many years. Actually he was just troubled by the world's anxiety, that the common people always suffered hardships, that's why he was not willing to go out. Finally he heard Song Dai Zu, the great ancestor of Song dynasty, rose up to the throne. He laughed heartily and in his happiness he fell from the donkey's back, saying that the world henceforth would be peaceful. Song Dai Zu was kind and had a deep affection toward the common people. His contribution was truly not a few. If Chen Tuan Lao Zu were born today, he would unavoidably close his door and sleep for exhausting years and tiring months, Guojing commented. Qiu Chuji heaved a deep sigh and said, Mongolians rule in the north, deliberately will invade the south. It's a pity the Song dynasty's princes and ministers are muddle-headed idiots. They have eyes but cannot see the problem we are facing. But we are real men, although we realize we are helpless, still we need to fight. Even though Chen Tuan Lao Zu was an honorable person, he hid himself whenever the world was in trouble. That was a bad example of chivalry. Guo Jing silently agreed. Two men had to leave their steeds at the foot of the mountain. They continued on foot, slowly climbing through the Tao Hua Ping, Peach Blossom Plain, crossing the 11E Xia, lit. Rare Barbarian Box, I don't know what it is, climbing Sha Meng Ping, Grassy Dream Plain. The further they went, the more dangerous the terrain became. After reaching 11 Xian Men, Western Mysterious Gate, they had to ascend holding on to an iron chain. Utilizing their lightness kung fu, two men climbed up rapidly. After about 7 lis, they reached the Qin Ping, Green Plain. Beyond this plain they saw a row of rocks that looked like they were truncated. Toward the north of this wall there was a big rock blocking the pathway. This rock is called Hui Xin Shi, lit. Turnaround Heart Stone, Chiu Chuji said, beyond this stone the pathway is getting more rugged and dangerous than ever. Casual travelers are advised to turn back here. In the distance they saw a small stone pavilion. That is the Du Chi Ting, gambling chess pavilion, Chiu Chuji explained. Legend has it that the Song Emperor, Song Dai Zu made a bet playing chess with Mr. Shi Yi, the same 11E as in the paragraph above. The Mount Hua was the stake. The emperor lost, and ever since the Mount Hua territory is exempt from paying tribute. Guo Jing said, Genghis Khan, the Khwarezm king, the great Jin emperor, the great Song emperor, seemed like they are all gambling with this world as the stake. Chiu Chuji nodded. Absolutely, he said, Jinger, looks to me like you have done a lot of thinking lately. I can see the difference, you are no longer your muddle-headed dumb kid previous self. Then he continued, these emperors and generals view the world as their gambling stake. If they lose, not only they will lose the Jiangshan, lit. River and mountain country/homeland, they will also lose their lives, as well as making the world a living hell for common people. Crossing the Qian Chi Xia, 1,000-foot gorge, the Bai Chi Xia, 100-foot gorge, they had to walk sideways. Guo Jing thought, it will be very difficult to ward off if suddenly an enemy attack in this place. He was just having this thought when suddenly someone shouted from ahead of them, Chiu Chuji, we spared your life at the Misty Rain Tavern, Yen Yu Lu, what are you doing climbing Mount Hua? Chiu Chuji hastily rushed ahead several steps until he reached a small cavity on the side of the cliff before he raised his head to see Sha Tong Tian, Ping Lianhu, Lingji Shangren, lit. Upper/above man, a respectful term to address Buddhist monk, and Ho Tong Hai, for people standing at the end of the pathway. When he climbed the mountain, Chiu Chuji had expected at some point to see Ouyang Feng, Chiu Qianren and other archenemies. He thought Zhou Badong, Hong Qigong, Guo Jing and the others would meet their match. But he had never expected that Sha Tong Tian and the others had the guts to climb this mountain. Although he was standing on an open space, the terrain was extremely dangerous. If he was crowded by the enemy, chances are he would fall into the tens of thousands zhangs deep canyon below. In this critical time he did not have time to think. With a schwa sound he pulled his sword and with Bai Hong Jing Tian, bright rainbow across the sky, he ferociously attacked Ho Tong Hai. Among these 4 enemies, Ho Tong Hai was the weakest, but he was also the closest. Chiu Chuji's sword stance was precisely aimed to the weakest point of the enemy. Ho Tong Hai saw the sword was swift and fierce, he had no alternative, he leaned sideways to evade and lifted up his 3-pronged fork to block the sword. Peng Lianhas Judge Pen and Lingji Shangren's copper symbols made a converging attack with the intention of forcing Chiu Chuji to fall into the ravine below. As Chiu Chuji's sword made contact with Ho Tong Hai's 3-pronged fork, he transferred his energy to the tip of the sword and borrowing the strength, his body soared above Ho Tong Hai's head. Sparks flew everywhere as Peng Lianhu and Lingji Shangren's weapon hit a rock. Sha Tong Tian had lost an arm at the Temple of the Iron Spear. By this time his wound was completely healed. Seeing his Shi Di, younger martial brother, failed to block the enemy, he executed the Yi Xing Huan Wei, altering shape changing position, technique right in front of Qiu Chuji to prevent him from running away. Qiu Chuji's sword moved swiftly, Sha Tongtian only saw bright lights flashing around him, aiming his vital points. Sha Tongtian was dazzled and unable to fend off the sword, he was forced to move back several steps, giving Qiu Chuji an opportunity to dash forward. Sha and Peng shouted loudly and pursued him. Qiu Chuji turned his sword around and launched several stances. At that moment Lingji Shangren arrived sweeping his symbols. 3 different types of weapons clashed. Seeing Qiu Chuji's precarious condition, Guo Jing should have gone forward and help, but he felt that people who resort to violence were very bad. He loathed watching both sides fought violently. Turning his head, unwilling to watch, he continued his journey, holding on to a rattan branch. Unexpectedly the path was sloping down. While strolling leisurely, 2 thoughts were waging war inside his mind. Shall I help Qiu Daozhang? Or shall I stick to my commitment of not fighting anybody anymore? The more he thought, the more confused he became. He considered, if Qiu Daozhang is killed by Peng Lianhu and the others, how can I not blame myself? But if I did help and struck Peng Lianhu and the others that they fell into the ravine below, do they really deserve to die? He walked farther and farther away until he could not hear the clashing sound of the weapons anymore. He sat leaning on a rock, deep in thought. After a long time suddenly he heard a noise from behind the pine tree next to him, and a man appeared. Guo Jing turned around to see that man had white hair, but ruddy face. Turned out it was Shenxian Lao Guai, Ginseng immortal old freak, Liang Ziwen. But Guo Jing ignored him, he still sat quietly lost in thought. Liang Ziwen was startled, he knew Guo Jing's martial art had advanced greatly. Early on he was not Guo Jing match anymore. Immediately he shrunk back behind the tree. A moment later he saw Guo Jing did not pursue, he also saw that Guo Jing looked to be absent-minded, his eyebrows creased on a distressed face, he was mumbling indistinctly, like he was possessed by some kind of evil spirit. Liang Ziwen thought, today this kid looks so weird. Let me try provoking him. He did not dare to approach. He picked up a pebble and threw it toward Guo Jing's back. Guo Jing heard the wind, but he simply leaned sideways to evade, and still did not pay any attention to Liang Ziwen. Liang Ziwen became bolder, he came out from behind the tree, came several steps closer, and called out in a soft voice, Guo Jing, what are you doing here? I am thinking, Guo Jing replied, if I use martial art to fight someone, do I have a good reason for it? Liang Ziwen was stupefied and delighted at the same time, he thought, this dumb kid has become crazier. He approached several steps closer and said, hurting people is a very bad thing, of course you don't have any reason to do it. You think so? Guo Jing said, I really hope I can forget all the martial arts I've learned. Liang Ziwen saw Guo Jing's eyes were gazing into the horizon with a blank look on his face, slowly he came from behind Guo Jing's back. I am also in the process of forgetting my own martial art, how about I lend you a helping hand to forget yours? He softly asked. Fine, Guo Jing said, what should I do? I have an idea, Liang Ziwen said. Both of his hands made a sudden movement and expertly grabbed 2 major acupoints, Tian Zhu, Sky Pillar, on Guo Jing's neck and Shentang, Divine Hull, on his back. Guo Jing was shocked. He felt his whole body went numb and he could not move. With a wicked grin on his face Liang Ziwen said, let me suck the blood out of your body, then you will forget using your martial art ever again. Opening his mouth wide he bit into Guo Jing's throat and sucked with all his might. He remembered how this dumb kid had sucked the valuable blood of the viper he laboriously raised, so this dumb kid's martial art had improved tremendously while his own did not make any progress. By sucking Guo Jing's blood he hoped he would gain some benefit while venting off his anger at the same time. Actually, it had been a long time since Guo Jing drank the viper's blood, that the effectiveness of the blood had long gone, but in his deep resentment he ignored that fact completely. This sudden turn of event shocked Guo Jing, he felt a severe pain on his neck that he was seeing stars in his eyes. Hastily he tried to struggle free, but his two major acupoints were sealed by enemy, his whole body unexpectedly did not have the least bit of strength. He saw Liang Ziweng's pair of eyes was red, his face looked so scary, Guo Jing felt his bite was getting harder and harder. It felt like his throat was about to be cut, then his life would left him for sure. In desperation he did not have time to think whether it was appropriate to use martial art to resist the enemy or not. Immediately he used the Yi Jin Duan Gu Pian, changing muscle forging bone, to send out internal energy from his Dan Tian toward the Tian Zhu and Shentang acupoints. Both of Liang Ziweng's hands were holding Guo Jing extremely tight when suddenly he felt a surge of energy bursting out from within his victim's body through the two major acupoints. His hands shook and they could not help but slip. Guo Jing lowered his head and shrank his shoulder, and then using his waist strength he struggled up. As a result Liang Ziweng's body was lifted up and flung away. With a hair-raising shriek he fell into the tens of thousands zhang's deep canyon below. His scream reverberated on the canyon walls, creating a series of terrifying echoes seemingly coming from everywhere. Guo Jing was horrified, the hair behind his back rose up involuntarily. He was in a daze for half a day before he gradually calmed down. Absent-mindedly he caressed his injured neck and only then he remembered that he had accidentally killed a man using his martial art. But he thought, if I did not kill him, he would kill me. If I don't have any reason to kill him, did he have any reason to kill me? He stretched his neck trying to see into the valley below, but the canyon was so deep that he could not even see the bottom, did not know where Shenxian Laoguai's body could be. Guo Jing sat on a rock. Tearing a piece of cloth from his robe he wrapped the wound on his neck. Suddenly he was startled by a bonk, bonk, bonk noise. It sounded like a monster was coming out from behind the cliff. He was frightened, he turned his gaze to look, turned out it was a human. But this man stood with his head on the bottom and his feet on the top, with a stone in each hand. He used those hands in place of his feet, and those bonk, bonk, bonk noise was actually the sound of the stones knocking the mountain's stony pathway. Guo Jing was stunned, he squatted down to take a good look at that man's face, and he was even more surprised. That weird man was actually the Western poison, Ouyang Feng. Guo Jing had just received a surprise attack, seeing Ouyang Feng in this weird position he believed he was up to no good. Guo Jing retreated 2 steps, fully alert to guard against any potential attack. But Ouyang Feng only bent his arms and jumped on top of a big rock, standing upside down using his head as his feet, his arms stretched wide, resembled a stiff corpse. Guo Jing's curiosity was piqued. "Mr. Ouyang, what are you doing?" he called out. Ouyang Feng did not answer, seemed like his mind was someplace else and he did not even hear his question. Guo Jing withdrew several more steps to make more distance between them. He raised his left hand in front of his chest to guard against Ouyang Feng's sudden attack, only then did he pay close attention of what Ouyang Feng was doing. For about the time needed to drink a cup of tea Ouyang Feng stood upside down motionless. Guo Jing was more curious than ever, he wanted to see more clearly, so he stooped down and looked through his legs to see Ouyang Feng's face was sweating profusely, he looked in pain, like he was cultivating some strange internal energy. A moment later he stretched his arm horizontally, his body started spinning like a big top, turning faster and faster until his clothes created a strong gust of wind. He really is practicing martial art, Guo Jing thought, but this kind of martial art that requires upside-down position is so strange. Further he thought that a person who practiced internal energy cultivation was usually vulnerable, probably because while circulating the energy within, the body itself devoid of any defense against outside circumstances. That was the reason usually somebody, be it his master or a friend with high level of martial art skill, would stay alongside to protect that person. Moreover, they would usually find a secluded place to avoid mishap. But strangely Ouyang Feng was practicing alone without anybody to accompany him, seemingly oblivious to outside interference. It was almost time for the second sword meet of Mount Hua, there would be many martial art experts in attendance, with more enemies than friends to Ouyang Feng. How could he be so bold as to practice martial art alone in this place? At this time, not to mention an expert in martial art. If even an ordinary person without any martial arts skill would hit or kick him, he would certainly suffer a severe internal injury. In Guo Jing's eyes, Ouyang Feng was like a sacrificial animal on the table, ready to be butchered. If Guo Jing did not seek revenge now, what was he waiting for? Only he had just killed Liang Ziwen, he had this heavy guilty feeling in his heart. He only moved forward a couple of steps, then stood still, unable to kill Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng practiced for about the time needed to boil tea. He gradually slowed down until his body stopped spinning. Finally he stretched his arms and grabbed the rocks, then bonk, bonk, bonk he went back to where he was coming from. Guo Jing's curiosity was really piqued. He wanted to know where Ouyang Feng was heading, and what kind of marvelous martial art he practiced by standing upside down. Therefore, quietly Guo Jing followed after him. Ouyang Feng walked using his hands. Surprisingly, it was not any slower than walking with his feet. He climbed to a hill peak, going higher and higher. Guo Jing followed not too far behind until they arrived at the jade-green lush, beautiful peak. He saw Ouyang Feng was heading straight into a cave and stopped in front it. Guo Jing hid himself behind a big rock. Suddenly he heard Ouyang Feng sternly said, "Ha huan ing, xing ji jin, si gu Your explanation is not right, I could not practice appropriately." Guo Jing was startled. At first he thought that those 3 lines were the Sanskrit lines from the 9 manual, but it sounded a little bit different. And then he immediately remembered that those were the lines he deliberately altered per his benevolent master Hong's instruction on the boat. But why did Ouyang Feng suddenly recite those lines? Whom did he speak to? He heard a crisp and clear female voice came out from the cave. "Your martial art is not adequate, of course you can't practice appropriately." How could I explain incorrectly? Guo Jing was so surprised that he almost cried out. It was the voice Huang Rong for whom he day and night mourned with grief. Didn't she get killed in the desert? Was he dreaming? Was he in heaven? Or perhaps because of his deep affection he thought it was Huang Rong's voice. "I have practiced according to what you said, no mistake about it, but why did my Yi Ren my appointed arteries, and Yang Wei my positive dimension arteries, unexpectedly flow in reverse?" Ouyang Feng asked. That female voice answered, "You didn't want to wait, your strength is wanting." This voice was clearly Huang Rong's voice. Guo Jing had no doubt whatsoever. He was so surprised and happy at the same time that he became giddy and faltered, almost lost his conscience. Because of this excitement the wound on his neck was broken, blood seeped through the wrapped cloth, but he did not seem to notice it. He heard Ouyang Feng turn angry. "By noon tomorrow the sword meet will start, how can I practice leisurely? Quickly translate the whole manual for me, don't try to mess with me." At last Guo Jing understood why Ouyang Feng practiced internal energy cultivation right there. Turned out he was anxious about the sword meet and wanted to get a quick result. He heard Huang Rong laugh. "You have made an agreement with my Jing Gij. He would spare your life 3 times in exchange of you not compelling me against my wishes. You have to wait until I am happy enough to teach you." Hearing her say the word my Jing Gij, a sweet, happy feeling flooded Guo Jing's heart. He was almost unable to refrain from leaping out and shout his delight. Ouyang Feng coldly said, "This is important, my business today takes precedence over all agreements I made in the past." After he said that, he moved his arms, flexed his body and stood right side up. Then he walked toward the cave in big strides. "You are shameless." Huang Rong called out, "I am not going to teach you." Ouyang Feng grinned wickedly. "I want to see if you are going to teach me or not," he said in low voice. Guo Jing heard Huang Rong cry out, "Io." Then he heard Ouyang Feng's cold laugh, followed by a sound of ripping clothes. At a moment like this Guo Jing did not have any time to think whether it was appropriate to fight anybody using his martial art. He leaped out and shouted, "Renjir! I am here." With the left palm guarding in front of his body he rushed into the cave. Ouyang Feng's left hand was grabbing Huang Rong's bamboo stick, while his right hand was just about to grab her left arm. Huang Rong launched the Bang Tiao Lai Quan, carrying a skin-diseased dog on a stick, by slanting her stick in front of her body and with a jerk pulled the stick from Ouyang Feng's hand. Ouyang Feng shouted and was about to continue his attack when suddenly he heard Guo Jing's voice outside. Ouyang Feng was the Grand Master of his martial arts school, he had never broken his words to anybody. This time it was in his desperation that he used force against Huang Rong, when suddenly Guo Jing arrived. His face turned beet red, he was ashamed of breaking his own agreement. He flicked his sleeve to cover his own face, then fast as lightning he darted through Guo Jing's side, went out of the cave in a hurry, and in a moment not even his shadow was to be seen. Guo Jing rushed forward to grip Huang Rong's hands, he called out, "I almost died thinking about you." He was so agitated that his whole body shivered. Huang Rong pulled her hands out and coldly said, "Who are you? Why are you holding my hands?" Guo Jing was stunned. I am Guo Jing. You are not dead." He stuttered. "I don't know you." Huang Rong cut him off, and then she went out the cave. Guo Jing followed her outside, repeatedly bowing in front of her. Renjie, please listen to me," he begged. Huang Rong snorted, "Do you think you can call Renjie's name just like that? What are you?" Guo Jing opened his mouth wide, but did not know what to say. Huang Rong looked at him, she saw he was rather thin, his face haggard, for an instant she felt sorry for him. But immediately she remembered how he had dumped her over and over, her anger flared. She took a step forward. Guo Jing was really anxious, he pulled her sleeve and said, "Please listen to me." "Speak." Huang Rong said. "I saw your golden hair band and black sable fur coat on the marsh, I thought you," Guo Jing said. But Huang Rong cut him off again, "Very well, you wanted me to listen to you, and I did." She pulled her sleeve and walked away. Guo Jing felt awkward and anxious at the same time. He knew how exceptionally mule-headed Huang Rong could be, he was afraid he might lose her again, but he did not know how to express himself. Seeing her sleeve floating while she was climbing the mountain, he had no choice but silently follow. When she came across Guo Jing earlier, Huang Rong was overwhelmed with mixed feeling. She recalled how she deliberately threw Ouyang Feng from her trail by leaving her golden hair band and her black sable fur coat on the marsh. Then heartbroken she headed back to the east. Her intention was to go back to the Peach Blossom Island to see her father. Unfortunately, when she reached Shandong she fell sick with nobody to care for her. On her sickbed, while her body was either feverishly hot or cold, she lamented the fact that Guo Jing was a fickle lover, she regretted that her parents had given birth to her, that now she had to endure pain and sufferings. When she recovered from her illness she came across Ouyang Feng on the southern Shandong road, and was compelled to follow him to Mount Hua to explain the manual to him. Looking back to the past she hated everything that had happened. She heard Guo Jing was following her closely. When she walked quickly, Guo Jing also walked quickly, when she slowed down, Guo Jing also slowed down. After walking for a while she turned around abruptly and shouted, "Why are you following me? I will forever follow you, I will never leave you as long as I live," Guo Jing said. Huang Rong sneered, "You are the great Khan's son-in-law, what do you want from me, a poor little girl? The great Khan has caused my mother's death, how can I become his son-in-law?" Guo Jing said. Huang Rong was angry, her entire face turned red. "Good. I thought you still have a heart for me. Turned out the great Khan has kicked you out. Now that you are not the master consort anymore you come looking for the poor little girl. Am I that cheap that you can bully me as you wish?" Speaking to this point she could not control her anger any longer and broke in uncontrollable sobs. Seeing her bursting in tears Guo Jing was flabbergasted. He wanted to say some comforting words, but he was tongue-tied, did not know what to say. After stayed silent for half a day he finally opened his mouth, "Renjie, I am here. You want to hit me or kill me, you can do what you want." "Why would I want to hit you or kill you?" Huang Rong asked mournfully, "Let's just say that we have known each other in vain. Please, I am asking you, stop following me. Seeing she was not willing to forgive him, Guo Jing's countenance paled. With a trembling voice he asked, what do I have to do to make you understand what's in my heart? Today you are good to me, but if tomorrow you see Huajing Meizi or Huajing Jiejie, elder sister, you will immediately shove me away from your brain, Huang Rong said, only if you die in front of me will I believe what you said. The blood in Guo Jing's chest boiled, he nodded and turned around, walked in big strides toward the cliff nearby. It was actually Mount Hua's most dangerous place, called the Shishinya, to give one's life cliff. Whoever jumped from this place would certainly meet a cruel death. Knowing his strong-willed temper well, Huang Rong realized Guo Jing was capable of doing what he said he would do. Hastily she dashed forward to grab his clothes. Her hand pulled hard and she jumped over Guo Jing's shoulder that a moment later she was the one standing at the edge of the cliff. She was angry and anxious at the same time, with tears in her eyes she said, fine. I know you don't care about me one bit. I spoke thoughtless words out of anger and you didn't miss that opportunity. I am telling you, you don't need to get angry with me, just don't see me anymore. Huang Rong's body trembled, her face was snow-white, she stood on the edge of the cliff, leaning against ice-covered rock. She looked like a white chahua, camellia, gently swaying in the wind. Because he did not care about his own life, Guo Jing had exerted his strength to jump into the canyon below, but now seeing Huang Rong on the cliff edge he was afraid she might lost her footing. Come over here, he hastily said. Huang Rong could hear the affection in his voice, she was unable to restrain from feeling sad, she cried, who wants to hear your fake words? I was sick in Shandong, nobody cared for me, you didn't even come looking for me. I was captured by that old scoundrel Ouyang Feng and was unable to escape, you didn't come to rescue me. My mother did not want me, she died and left me to fend for myself. My father did not want me, he did not come looking for me. Worst of all, you obviously did not want me either. There is nobody in this world wants me, nobody loves me. While saying that she stomped her feet and cried loudly, sounded like she was releasing all anger, sadness, and frustration pent up for several days. Guo Jing's heart was overwhelmed with love and affection, yet he realized what she said was not wrong, the more he listened to her, the more he hated himself. A cold wind blew, Huang Rong felt cold, her body trembled a little bit. Guo Jing took out his outer coat and was about to drape it across her shoulder when suddenly someone shouted from the side of the cliff, who has such guts, dared to bully my Miss Huang. A man with white beard and long hair appeared, climbing up the cliff. It was none other than the old urchin Zhou Batong. Guo Jing's attention was focused on Huang Rong, he did not care who came toward them. Huang Rong was not in the mood to joke around, she shouted, old urchin, I told you to kill Qiu Qianren. Where is his head? Zhou Batong giggled, he did not know how to answer her, so before she pursued further, he tried to shift the blame, Miss Huang, who made you angry? The old urchin will vent your anger for you. Huang Rong pointed her finger to Guo Jing, who else if not him? She said. Zhou Batong only knew he had to win Huang Rong's heart, so without saying anything his hand moved, once with the back of his hand, then another with his palm, slap. Slap. He whacked Guo Jing's ears twice. Guo Jing's mind was someplace else, he did not guard against any attack, the old urchin's hand was rather heavy, Guo Jing's vision turned black and his cheeks were swollen red. Miss Huang, is that enough? Zhou Batong asked, if not enough I will beat him some more. Seeing Guo Jing's face was swollen with red five-finger print on each cheek, Huang Rong's anger turned into affection, and her affection toward Guo Jing turned into anger toward Zhou Batong. I am angry at him, what does it have to do with you? Who told you to beat him up? She angrily said, I told you to kill Qiu Qianren, why didn't you do what I told you? Zhou Batong stuck out his tongue, could not answer her question, he said in his heart, turned out in wanting to beat a horse fart the old urchin has beaten the horse's hoof instead. In that difficult situation he suddenly heard from behind the cliff some noise of weapons clashing and indistinct voices of people fighting. He thought if he did not slip away right now, he would not get another chance. He called out immediately, most probably that old Qiu Qianren has arrived. I am going to kill him at once. Before he finished speaking, he had disappeared behind the cliff in a flash. Actually, if it was really Qiu Qianren, Zhou Batong would not dare to even come near to him. That day Zhou Batong blindly fought with Qiu Qianren, Ouyang Feng and Guo Jing inside the stone house in the western region. Guo Jing escaped and Ouyang Feng followed not too long afterwards. Then Qiu Qianren finally found an opportunity to run away. Zhou Batong did not give up chasing him until Qiu Qianren was exhausted. Qiu Qianren was furious and desperate. He was the clan leader of a big clan in Wulin world, and he was forced to run away from the enemy. He felt really humiliated. He thought he would be better off killing himself rather than falling into the enemy's hands and suffer further humiliation. He caught a glimpse of several vipers on the sand and stone by the roadside. He knew this kind of viper was very poisonous. Once he got bitten, the whole body would be numb immediately and he would die without too much pain. Therefore, he caught one viper and held it by pinching the snake at 7 inches from the head. He called out, "Zhou Batong the old thief, look here." He was about to let the viper bite his own hand, but who would have thought that Zhou Batong was extremely afraid of snakes that he cried out, turned around and ran away. Qiu Qianren was startled, but after half a day, he realized Zhou Batong was afraid of his snake. Unexpectedly the situation was reversed to his benefit. With his left hand he caught another viper, and shouted loudly. He gave Zhou Batong a chase. Zhou Batong was terrified, he ran like crazy. Qiu Qianren was known as the Taizhang Shui Shang Piao, iron palm floating on the water. His lightness kung fu was superior from Zhou Batong's. If he was not scared of Zhou Batong, he would have caught up with him early on. Two men chasing each other noisily until the day turned dark. Zhou Batong ran with all his might. Qiu Qianren was actually looking for an opportunity to escape. He was secretly amused and pretended to chase Zhou Batong seriously. On the second day Zhou Batong found a horse which he quickly mounted and rode back into the east, afraid that Qiu Qianren might overtake him. Seeing Zhou Batong sneaked out, Huang Rong cast a sidelong glance toward Guo Jing, sighed, and lowered her head without saying anything. "Renjie," Guo Jing called. Huang Rong mumbled softly. Guo Jing wanted to apologize and asked for her forgiveness, but realizing he was clumsy, he was afraid he might say something wrong and actually stirred up her anger. Two people stood side by side in the wind. Suddenly Huang Rong sneezed. Immediately Guo Jing took his coat off and spread it over Huang Rong's body. Huang Rong lowered her head, seemingly oblivious to him. Suddenly they heard Zhou Batong's loud laughter, followed by his shouts, "Wonderful! Wonderful!" Huang Rong held out her hand, touching Guo Jing's hand. "Jing Gij, let's take a look," she said with a low voice. Guo Jing was so happy that tears rolled down his cheeks, he could not say anything. Huang Rong wiped out the tears with her sleeve. She laughed and said, "You have tears on your face, also fingerprints on your cheeks. People will say I beat you until you cry." Her smile was so graceful, signifying the two of them had been reconciled. After this incident, actually the bond between them grew deeper. Hand in hand the two of them walked down the cliff. They saw Zhou Batong was bending over with laughter. He looked so proud of himself. Qiu Chuji stood on the side with a sword in his hand. Sha Tong Tian, Peng Lianhu, Lingji Shangren, and Ho Tong Hai, 4 people were seen with weapons in their hands in various postures. Some were attacking, some were retreating or eluding an attack, but they all looked like motionless wooden statues. Turned out their acupoints had been sealed by Zhou Batong. Zhou Batong said, "The other day I made some pills from the dirt on my body and gave them to you. But you stinky thieves are actually crafty and smart. As soon as you found out they were not poisonous, you did not want to obey your grandfather anymore. How about today?" Even though he managed to overpower these 4 men, but actually he had no idea what to do with them. Hence, as soon as he saw Guo Jing and Huang Rong walked over he said, "Miss Huang, I present these 4 stinky thieves to you." What do I want to do with them? Huang Rong said, you don't want to kill them, you also don't want to release them. You subdued these 4 stinky thieves, yet don't have any idea what to do with them. Call me good elder sister 3 times, I will teach you what to do. Zhou Batong was delighted, immediately he called, good elder sister. 3 times, each time he added a cupping of his fists. Huang Rong pursed her lips and laughed. Pointing her finger to Peng Lianhu she said, search his pocket. Zhou Batong immediately complied. From Peng Liang's body he took out a ring with poisonous needle on it, and 2 bottles of antidotes. He had once used this needle to prick your martial nephew Mayu, now prick him several times with that same needle, Huang Rong said. Peng Lianhu and the others could hear everything clearly, they were so frightened that they felt their souls were leaving their bodies, but their acupoints were sealed, they could not move. They felt severe pain since each of them was pricked several times by Zhou Batong. The antidote is in your hand, whatever you want them to do, I want to see if they will dare to defy, Huang Rong said. Zhou Batong was delighted, he rubbed some dirt from his body and mixed them with the antidote, he made some pills from the mixture and gave the pills to Qiu Chuji. He said, you take these 4 stinky thieves as prisoners, take them to Mount Zhongnan, imprison them at the Chongyang Palace for 20 years. If they behave well along the way, give each of them one of my wonder pill, otherwise let them enjoy the poison. This is called taking consequences for their own actions. Show no mercy. Qiu Chuji bowed and complied. Huang Rong laughed, old urchin, what you said was very reasonable. I haven't seen you for a year and look how far you have progressed. Zhou Batong was very pleased with himself, he unsealed Peng Lianhu and the others' acupoints and said, you go to the Chongyang Palace, stay there meditating your lives for 20 years. If you are really willing to repent, you might still be able to live as good people in the future. But if you don't want to repent, just know that our Chuanjian people are experts in killing people without batting an eye, we can torture without creasing an eyebrow, we can make you 4 stinky thieves into meatballs and everybody can come and eat you. By that time I want to see what other trick you have in your sleeve. Peng Lianhu and the others did not dare to say anything, they only nodded and mumbled their consents. Qiu Chuji stifled his laughter, he bade Zhou Batong farewell, then with a sword in his hand herded 4 people walking down the mountain. Huang Rong laughed, old urchin, when did you learn to teach others? The front part of your speech made a lot of sense, but the latter part was a lot of nonsense. Zhou Batong looked up to the sky and laughed, but suddenly he saw toward his left there was a flashing wild light. Apparently it was a weapon reflecting the sunlight. Well, what is that? He called out. Jing and Rong lifted their heads to see, but the flashing light was gone. Zhou Batong was afraid Huang Rong would raise Qiu Qianren's matter to him, he quickly said, let me take a look. And he flew to the nearby peak. Jing and Rong 2 people had a lot to talk, they looked for a cave and poured out their heart's content to each other. They talked and talked until the sun disappeared behind the western peak, still there were more to talk about. Guojing took some dried food from his backpack and gave some to Huang Rong. Huang Rong ate and smiled, that old scoundrel Ouyang Feng compelled me to explain to him the 9-yin manual, his source was the one you wrote randomly, so I also gave him a random explanation. He accepted it as real, and he trained hard on it for several months. I told him that this type of martial art has to be practiced upside down, he really turned head over heels training diligently. He managed to reverse the whole body passage through which vital energy circulates. It was really not easy, his yin wei, negative dimension, ang wei, positive dimension, yin and yang, for main arteries are flowing in reverse. I don't know how he will look like if his entire system flows in reverse. Having said that she giggled. Guojing was also smiling, no wonder I saw him upside down in the middle of the road, he said, it was really not easy to do. You are coming to Mount Hua. Are you going to join the contest to win the title #1 martial artist of the world? Huang Rong asked. Renjir, why are you teasing me? Guojing said, I am here to ask Zhou Dage on how I can forget the martial arts I have already learned. And then he told Huang Rong everything he had pondered in his heart these past several days. Huang Rong leaned her head slightly and thought for a moment. It's good if we can forget it, she said. The more we train, the stronger our martial art become, but actually our heart is not getting happier. I wish we were just like little children who don't know anything, nothing burdened our minds, no worry, no anxiety. She forgot that as one grew older, the more hardship and anxiety one would have to face. It had nothing to do with whether one's martial arts skill was high or not. Huang Rong continued, I heard Ouyang Feng saying that tomorrow is the sword meet day. I am sure my father will come to this mountain. You said you are not going to join the contest. How about we think of something to help my father win the title? Renjie, Guojing said, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I think in terms of conduct, benevolent Master Hong is superior to your father. Originally Huang Rong was leaning against Guojing's body, but as she heard him saying her father was not good, she pushed him away in anger. Guojing was startled, he was confused. But suddenly Huang Rong laughed, actually benevolent Master Hong's treatment to us was not bad. Let's just not help any of them, what do you think? Both your father and benevolent Master Hong are honorable warriors, they won't like it if we secretly help them, Guojing said. Fine. Now you are saying that I am sly and crafty, that I am a wicked traitor coward. Huang Rong said, pulling up her face. I am sorry, Guojing said, I am a fool, always say wrong things and provoke you to anger. His face looked really terrified. Huang Rong stifled her laughter, I don't know how many more times I am going to be mad at you. Guojing was perplexed, he scratched his head and looked at her with blank expression. If you don't dump me anymore, we will have many days to be together. I really don't care how many more times you are going to say stupid things, Huang Rong said. Guojing was ecstatic, he grabbed her hands tight and earnestly said, how can I dump you? How can I? It was because the princess didn't want you that naturally you have no choice but looking for me, a poor little girl, Huang Rong said. What Huang Rong said had brought back a flood of sad memories into Guojing's mind. He remembered his mother's tragic death in the desert, he looked so dispirited and was silent. It was a new moon, silver light like water shone on them. Huang Rong saw his dejected countenance and realized she had offended him deeply, she quickly tried to change the subject. Jing Gij, let us not talk about past matters. Being together with you like this makes my heart so happy. How about I let you kiss my cheek? Guojing's entire face turned red, indeed he did not dare to kiss her. Huang Rong flashed a captivating smile, she was fully aware that she had embarrassed both Guojing and herself, so she changed the subject again, on the sword meet tomorrow, who do you say will win? She asked. That is really difficult to say, Guojing replied, I wonder if Reverend Yidong is coming. The Reverend has entered emptiness, he would not want to fight over empty reputation, Huang Rong reasoned. Guojing nodded his agreement, I think so too. Your father, benevolent Master Hong, big brother Zhou, Qiu Qianren and Ouyang Feng, 5 people, each one is the Grand Master of their respective school, each one has their own unique skill. I am just wondering if benevolent Master Hong has recovered from his injury. Can his skill level back to where it was? Remembering his master Guojing was saddened. Reasonably speaking, the old urchin's martial art is the strongest, Huang Rong said, however, if he does not use the martial art from the 9 manual, then he is still inferior to the other 4. 2 people talked until Huang Rong felt tired, then she leaned on Guojing's bosom and fell asleep. Guojing was also weary and was dozing off when suddenly he heard footsteps approaching. 2 dark shadows, one in front of the other, were rushing over the cliff. Those 2 people's clothes were fluttering in the wind, they were running very fast. From their footwork, looked like the one in the front was the old urchin Zhou Baotong, and the one pursuing him was surprisingly Qiu Qianren. Guojing did not know that Qiu Qianren had used vipers to scare Zhou Baotong off. He was baffled. In the western region Qiu Qianren was running away for his life because of Zhou Baotong, how come the situation was reversed now? Lightly he nudged Huang Rong and whispered in her ear, "Look." Huang Rong raised her head and saw under the moonlight Zhou Batong elope to the east and escape to the west, did not dare to face the enemy at all. Zhou Batong was heard shouting, "Old thief surnamed Xiu, I have somebody here who is an expert in catching viper, you'd better run away as quick as you can." Xiu Qianren laughed, "Do you think I am a 3-year-old kid?" He said. "Guo Xiongdi, brother Guo, Miss Huang. Come and help me, please." Zhou Batong shouted. Guo Jing was about to leap out, but Huang Rong pushed his chest back, "Don't move," she hissed. Zhou Batong had run around in circles yet did not see Jing and Rong, two people, come out. He started to curse, "Stinky kid, crafty girl, if you don't come out, I am going to curse your ancestors to the 18th generation." Huang Rong stood up and laughed, "I don't want to come out, curse if you can." Zhou Batong saw the vipers in Qiu Qianren's hands lifted their heads high with their tongues stuck out. He was so scared that his knees turned into jelly. "Miss Huang, please come, please come. What about if I curse my own ancestors to the 18th generation?" he begged. Qiu Qianren was shocked to see Jing and Rong, two people, were standing nearby. Quickly he cooked up some ideas to slip away, otherwise if those 3 people ganged up against him, definitely things would not go well for him. Tomorrow would be another story, he would fight each of them on a 1-to-1 battle, he was not afraid of any of them. He started to move his feet, but before running away he flung the vipers toward Zhou Batong's face. Zhou Batong wielded his sleeve in panic, he stepped aside to elude. Suddenly there was a light plopping sound and he felt something cold fell on his neck, straight through his collar into his back. That something wiggled and bounced around inside his clothes, it felt slippery. He was so scared, it felt like his soul was leaving his body. "I am dying, I am dying," he cried. He did not dare to put his hands into his clothes to pull the snakes out, he only jumped around wildly. Suddenly he felt the snake bit him in the chest, he thought he really died this time, his whole body tingled with numbness and he fell down to the ground. Jing and Rong, two people, were shocked, they quickly leaped forward to help. Seeing Zhou Batong suddenly fall down, Qiu Qianren was also surprised, he was about to seek a way to go down the mountain when suddenly a black shadow appeared from among the trees. That shadow coldly said, "Old thief Qiu, today you can't run away anymore." That person's back was facing the moon, so Qiu Qianren could not see that person's face clearly. Qiu Qianren felt a chill creep up his back. "Who are you?" he barked. Zhou Batong was lying on the ground, bedazzled. He felt he would soon be gone to the underworld, but suddenly he felt someone helped him up. "Master Zhou, don't be afraid, that is not a snake," he heard that person said. Zhou Batong was startled, he quickly stood up, but that cold thing on his back started to bounce around again, he jumped around and shouted madly, "It is biting me, it's a snake, it's a snake. It's a Jin Wawa, golden baby doll, see chapter 29, fish, not a snake," that person said. By now Jing and Rong, two people, could see clearly that person's appearance, turned out it was the fisherman from the fisherman, woodcutter, farmer, and scholar, for main disciples of Reverend Yidong. They saw him stretching out his arm and took a Jin Wawa from Zhou Batong's clothes. Turned out that fisherman saw a pair of Jin Wawa in a creek nearby, he caught them and kept them in his bosom. One of them slipped and jumped high into a tree, as luck had it, it fell down inside Zhou Batong's collar. That Jin Wawa did not bite, but Zhou Batong was so scared of snakes that he imagined this cold and slippery thing was actually a viper biting his back. If the fisherman was one step late, Zhou Batong might pass out of fright. Zhou Batong opened his eyes and saw the fisherman, but he was still in shock. He knew he had met this person before, but he could not remember who it was. He turned his head to see Qiu Qianren was walking step by step backward, while the black shadow in front of him walked step by step forward, slowly approaching. Zhou Batong was a little bit relaxed, but then he was startled and frightened out of his wits. he saw clearly that the black shadow was precisely the concubine Lu Yinggu from the Dali country's royal palace. Qiu Qianren was led to believe at the present time only Zhou Batong's martial art was superior to his. If he managed to scare Zhou Batong away with his snakes, then on the sword meet the next day he was certain he would have a great chance to come out the winner. Unexpectedly on the eve of the sword meet Yinggu appeared. That day on the Qin Long Tan, Green Dragon shore, she madly fought him. He thought that if this granny entangled him in another fight while his enemies were standing on the side, his life would be in grave danger. But then he heard she hissed with a throaty voice, "Give me back my son's life." Qiu Qianren's heart turned cold. He thought that night when he entered the royal palace and injured her son in his attempt to force Emperor Duan to waste his strength he had disguised himself carefully. Who would have thought that the emperor did not save the child's life, and now she had somehow learned the truth. He forced a smile and said, "Crazy granny, why are you bothering me? Give me back my son's life." Yinggu called out. "What son?" Qiu Qianren asked. "Your son died, it has nothing to do with me." That night I did not see your face, but I remember your laughter," Yinggu said. "You laugh, now. Laugh. Laugh." Qiu Qianren saw her stretching both hands to pounce on him. He withdrew 2 steps, slightly leaned his body to the side, then his left palm slapped his right, and his right palm swept diagonally to strike Yinggu's abdomen. It was the fiercest one of his 13 stances iron palms, called the Yin Yang Gui Yi, negative and positive converge into one. Yinggu realized the fierceness of this attack. She used the Loach maneuver to evade. Who would have thought that the enemy's strike was so swift that before she could even move her feet, his palm was already less than half a foot from her body. Yinggu felt a stab of pain in her heart, knowing that her hope of seeking revenge was shattered. Disregarding his palm, she jumped forward with the intention of grabbing his body so that both of them would fall down into the canyon below. Suddenly she heard a gust of wind and a fist cut like a knife in front of her. Just before his palm reached its target, Qiu Qianren was forced to retract his arm and parry that incoming fist. He was angry. "Old urchin, it's you again." When Zhou Batong saw the danger threatening Yinggu, he used the skill he learned from the 9-yin manual to its fullest extent to defeat the iron palm stance. Zhou Batong did not dare to look straight to Yinggu. Putting his back to her he said, "Yinggu, you are not this old scoundrel's match. Quickly go. I will go too." He was about to fly down the mountain when suddenly Yinggu called out, "Zhou Batong, why don't you avenge your son?" Zhou Batong was dumbstruck. "What? My son?" "Exactly," Yinggu said, "your son is killed by Qiu Qianren." Zhou Batong still did not know that his affair with Yinggu had resulted in they having a child. His mind was muddled, he was at lost. He turned his head to see that there were several more people standing next to Yinggu. Other than Guojing and Huang Rong, there were Reverend Yideng and his 4 disciples. At that time Qiu Qianren had walked away from the edge of the cliff less than 3 feet. Suddenly he saw in front of him a group of formidable enemies while the terrain they were on was really dangerous. He knew he was facing a grave danger. He clapped his hands and boldly said, "I am climbing the Mount Hua to fight over the #1 martial artist in the world title. All of you gang up to get rid of a powerful opponent. It's truly despicable." Zhou Batong thought what this old thief said was reasonable. He said, "All right, I am going to wait until after the sword meet tomorrow, then I am going to take your dog life." Yinggu angrily called out, "I want to seek revenge, how can I wait until tomorrow?" Huang Rong also said, "Old urchin, toward a person with a good faith we speak with a good faith, toward a deceitful person we speak deceitfully. Let us just get rid of him once and for all, I want to see what he is going to do." Qiu Qianren's face turned deathly pale. He realized his precarious situation, but suddenly he got an idea. "Why do you want to kill me?" he called out. The scholar replied, "You have done all kinds of evil deeds, everybody deserved to punish you." Qiu Qianren lifted his face to the sky and laughed, "Speaking about martial art, you rely on numbers to bully me, certainly I am not your match. But speaking about right and wrong, good and evil, hey, Chiu Qianren is not alone. Whoever among you who has never killed anybody or done anything wrong, you can start punishing me. I will stretch out my neck to die in your hand. If I even creased my eyebrows, don't consider me a real man. Reverend Eden heaved a deep sigh. He was the first to step back. Then he lowered his head and sat cross-legged on the ground. Everybody else was deeply affected by Chiu Qianren's words. Each thought how they have committed countless errors in their lives. The fisherman, woodcutter, farmer, and the scholar were all high-ranking government officials of the Dali country. They had killed people. Although they were acting in enforcing the justice, in the end they had unavoidably made some mistakes. Zhou Batong and Ingu looked at each other. They recalled the love and hate between them, and each felt ashamed. During the expedition to the West, Guojing had killed numerous people, and he still blamed himself for that. Huang Rong remembered how she had made her father suffer, how she was being an unfilial daughter, and how many times she had deceived others. Truly she had committed not a few faults of her own. Chiu Qianren thought that his speech had silenced everybody. Now it was a good time to slip away. Therefore, with big strides he walked past Guojing's left side to leave. He saw Guojing step aside to let him go. He exerted his strength and about to flee when suddenly a bamboo stick appeared from behind the mountain rock, blocking his way. This bamboo stick was so swift, Chiu Qianren's left palm flew up, his wrist made a turn, trying to catch the stick's end, but unexpectedly the stick poked 3 times swiftly, targeting 3 major acupoints on his chest. Chiu Qianren was shocked. He felt that the bamboo stick's incoming force was like a strong wind. He was unable to neither parry nor evade, and had no choice but step backwards and thus return to where he started, by the edge of the cliff. From behind the rock a dark shadow appeared with the stick in his hand, and then stood up in front of him. Shifu! Guojing and Huang Rong cried out. The Jiu Zhishan guy, 9-fingered divine beggar, Hong Qigong had arrived. Stinky beggar, you come to meddle. It's not time for the sword meet yet, Chiu Qianren cursed. I came to get rid of a traitor. Who wants to have a contest with you? Hong Qigong said. Fine. What a great hero and warrior. Actually, here he used the term Deng Xiong de Xia. Sure, I don't know how to differentiating Xiong and Xia. You are, and I am a traitor. You are a good man and have never committed any misconduct, Chiu Qianren said. That's correct, Hong Qigong replied. During my lifetime the old beggar has killed 231 people. All these 231 people were wicked, if not greedy and corrupt officials, then they were local bullies or criminals who oppressed common people. They were all evil people who had no regard of justice and honor. The old beggar is a glutton, but in all my life I have never killed an innocent person. Chiu Qianren, you are the 232nd person. His speech had made Chiu Qianren shiver with fear. He felt like his life had been taken from him. Hong Qigong continued, Chiu Qianren, your Iron Palm clan's past clan leader Shangguan Jian Nan was a true hero. He devoted his entire life to serve the country. He was loyal till the day he died. Didn't your master advise you to be a real man? You succeeded your master as the Iron Palm clan leader, yet you colluded with the Genes, betraying your own country. When you die, do you have any face to meet your master and Shangguan Jian Nan, Shangguan Bangzhu? You climb Mount Hua in a vain attempt to compete against other martial art experts to win the #1 martial artist in the world. Not only your martial art is inferior to everybody else's, but even if your martial art were matchless, which hero of this world would want to submit to a traitor who sells his own country? This speech was like a bucket of cold water drenched over Chiu Qianren. Everything he had ever done in the past dozens of years came into his mind one by one. He remembered his master's instructions. How his master at his deathbed had imparted the Iron Palm clan rules and regulations after he assumed the clan leader position, earnestly warning him to be a patriot, loyal to his country and love its people. Who would have thought that the older he got, the stronger his martial art became, the more he forgot his oath to love his country. He has become a traitor and a criminal, killing people who oppose his personal ambition. He fell deeper and deeper, until the clan members who were loyal and righteous left him, and in their place he took criminals as his disciples. He went as far as changing the upright Iron Palm clan into a gang of bandits, sheltering evil people and support their evil practices, carrying out all kinds of evil things. He lifted up his eyes to see the bright moon in the sky, he lowered his eyes to see Hong Qigong's bright pair of eyes with a penetrating gaze looking at him. Suddenly his conscience was awakened, he felt that among all of his life conducts not one could be called honorable. His body was drenched in cold sweats. He sighed, Hong Bangzhu, you are right. He turned around and jumped into the canyon below. Hong Qigong was holding tight his bamboo stick to guard against Zhou Qianren lest he would launch a sudden attack from shame. This person's martial art is nothing to be trifled with, in his desperation his attack must be really fierce. Not in a million years would he expect him to suddenly attempt to commit suicide. He was stunned, but suddenly a grey shadow flew by his side. Reverend Eating had arrived at the cliff edge. Initially he was sitting cross-legged, and when he moved, he was still cross-legged. His left arm stretched out and grabbed Zhou Qianren's feet, pulled him strongly back to safety. Zhan Zai, Zhan Kai. He said, the sea of bitterness knows no bounds, turn around and you will see the shore. You have already repented of your previous wrongdoings, it's not too late to become a new man. Zhou Qianren wept loudly, he knelt down in front of Eating. He had millions of things he wanted to say, but was unable to utter a single word. Ingu saw his back was in front of her, it was a very good opportunity for her to seek her revenge. She took a dagger from her bosom and fiercely thrust it into Zhou Qianren's back. Wait! Zhou Batong called out, stretching his hand to block Ingu's dagger. Ingu was angry, what are you doing? She asked sternly. Since the first time Zhou Batong saw Ingu, he had been scared. Now that she scolded him, he shouted, "Io!" and turned around, rushing down the mountain. Where are you going? Ingu called out and immediately pursued him. I have tummy ache, I need to defecate. Zhou Batong shouted. Ingu was startled only for a second, then she ignored him and did not stop pursuing Zhou Batong. Zhou Batong was stunned, "Io! Not good. I have shits all over my pants, it stinks to high heaven. Don't come over here." He anxiously shouted. Ingu had been searching for him for over 20 years, she believed that if she missed him again this time, she would not see him anymore. Hence she did not care whether Zhou Batong was really defecating or just pretending, she kept pursuing him. Zhou Batong heard the sound of footsteps approaching, he was scared out of his wits. Initially he said he was defecating to scare Ingu out from coming near him, he was hoping that he would find an opportunity to slip away. Who would have thought that Ingu ignored his words? He was so frightened that he cried out, and from pretending, Zhou Batong actually did start urinating and defecating. Guojing and Huang Rong were amused to watch this couple who quickly disappeared beyond the cliff in the distance, and then they turned their heads to see Reverend Eating was speaking in low voice on Zhou Qianren's ears. Zhou Qianren did not say anything, he simply nodded his head repeatedly. Eating spoke for a long while, then finally he stood up and said, "Let's go." Jing and Rong, two people, hurriedly went forward to pay their respects, they also bowed to the fisherman, the woodcutter, the farmer and the scholar. Eating held out his hand to stroke their heads, he looked at them tenderly with a gentle smile on his face. Qi Xiong, he turned to Hong Qigong, you are in good shape, your bravery is as great as I remember it, you also received these two fine disciples. I must congratulate you. Hong Qigong bowed and said, Reverend is also well. Eating smiled, the mountain is tall and the river is long, till we meet again, he said. Putting his palms together he turned around and left. Tomorrow is the sword meet, why are you leaving? Hong Qigong called out. Eating turned his head and smiled, the old monk is an outsider, how could I dare to compete with world-class heroes over a title? The old monk is here today to take care of 20 years' worth of gratitude and grudges, and I am happy my intention has been achieved. Qi Xiong, who is the present age hero but you? Why are you being modest? Again he put his palms together, took Chiu Qianren's hand, and walked down the mountain. The four main disciples of Dali bowed toward Hong Qigong, then followed behind their master. The scholar walked by Huang Rong's side. Seeing her cheeks were glowing, he raised his eyebrows and smiled while reciting a line. On the marshy land there was a changchu tree, its branches are soft and willowy. Hearing him tease her, Huang Rong replied with another line, the chicken perched on their roost, the evening has arrived. The scholar laughed a big laughter, he cupped his fists and left. Guojing was bewildered. Renjir, he asked, was that another Sanskrit line? No, Huang Rong smiled, it was from the book of poems, she explained. Hearing they were exchanging poetry, Guojing did not ask further. Looking at him, Huang Rong smiled. She thought, this Shuang Yuan, honorable title conferred to the person who scored highest in the imperial examination, is really smart. He had guessed correctly what's in my heart. The next lines of what he recited from the book of poems are: pleasure does not need knowledge, pleasure does not need a family, pleasure does not need a room. It was about a maiden adoring a bachelor's love song. It is very appropriate to Jing Gija's situation. He was saying that this scattered brain dumb kid has finally found a wife. I am very happy. Having thought this, suddenly she uttered a soft cry, "Io." What is it? Guojing hastily asked. Huang Rong smiled and said, the next lines of what I recited are: the sheep and the cows coming down, the sheep and the cows went into the pen. The poem says that it was getting late, the sheep and the cows from the hillside returned to the fold and the gate was closed. In short, I called that Zhuang Yuan an animal. But it can be considered that I called Reverend Eating an animal too. Guojing did not pay too much attention to this poetry exchange. He was pondering on what Hong Qigong had said to Chiu Qianren earlier. His heart was heavy with doubts and anxiety for these past several days. All his questions were answered in just a few words. His mind became open and he understood. Shifu said he has killed 231 people, but these 231 people were all wicked. As long as he did not kill an innocent person, then his conscience is clear. Look how Shifu reprimanded Chiu Qianren, physical prowess is useless. This Chiu Qianren's martial art is not necessary below that of Shifu's, but because his heart was not upright, he cowered in Shifu's presence. As long as I use my martial art to uphold justice, why would I want to put my martial art behind? It was actually a clear-cut truth. Even Chiu Chuji had spoken to him about the same truth. It was not that he did not believe Chiu Chuji, it was just that he recently joined Genghis Khan's expedition to the west. He saw with his own eyes the terrible massacre, the cruelty on the battlefield, the suffering of the people, the tragic death of his mother under his own dagger. He loathed all kinds of war and violence and his mind was overwhelmed with this bitter thought. But after going through this deep thinking in his mind, finally his determination to do good deeds was getting stronger. Jing and Rong, two people, went forward and kowtowed in front of their master, then they talked about things that happened after they parted. Turned out Hong Qigong followed Huang Yaoshe back to the Peach Blossom Island to tend to his injury. Using the method from the 9-yin manual, he was able to revive his internal strength and open up the passages through which the vital energy circulate. It took him about half a year to heal his internal injury, then another half a year to recover his internal strength. Huang Yaoshe was worried about his daughter, therefore, as soon as Hong Qigong's injury was healed, he went to the north looking for her. Hong Qigong left the island much later than Huang Yaoshe did, and only a few days ago he came across Lu Youjiao, thus for the most part he had learned what happened to his disciples Jing and Rong. Three people talked for a while. Finally Guojing said, Shifu, please take some rest. Come daybreak you will compete in the sword meet, you will need a lot of energy. Hong Qigong laughed, the older I get, my desire to outdo others is actually getting stronger, but thinking that very soon I am going to fight the Eastern heretic and Western poison, my heart is anxious. It is ridiculous. Renjir, in the recent years your father's martial art has improved tremendously. Tell me, in the upcoming contest between your father and your Shifu, who is strong and who is weak? Huang Rong replied, the martial art of yours, senior, and that of my father's are always difficult to compare, but now you have mastered the Jiu Yin Shen Gong, 9 Yin divine energy, how can my father be your match? Later when I see my father I am going to advise him not to compete with you, had better go back home to the Peach Blossom Island early on. Listening to her manner of speaking, Hong Qigong felt something was strange. After pondering it for a while he understood her intention. He laughed loudly and said, "You don't need to talk in circle to me, I got the Jiu Yin Shen Gong from you too. You don't have to goad me, the old beggar's face is not thick enough to use that skill. When I compete with the old heretic Huang later, I am going to use only my own original skills." Huang Rong was expecting him to say these exact words, so she smiled and said, "Shifu, if you lose under my father's hand, I am going to prepare 100 types of food for you to eat. So winning you will no doubt be delighted, losing you will also be happy." Hong Qigong swallowed his saliva. This girl's heart is not good. You provoke me then you bribe me. You are wickedly shrewd, you hope wholeheartedly your own father will win. Huang Rong smiled, but before she could answer Hong Qigong suddenly stood up. He pointed his finger toward Huang Rong's back and called out, "Old poison, you arrived very early." Guo Jing and Huang Rong were startled, quickly they sprang up and stood next to Hong Qigong. They turned their heads and saw Ouyang Feng with his tall stature standing nearby. He arrived so quietly that these two people were not aware of his presence, they were greatly astonished. The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 40. Sword Duels on Mount Hua. Ouyang Feng coldly said, "Arrive early compete early, arrive late compete late. Old beggar, tell me, our contest today, is it just to decide victory or defeat, or is it for our lives?" "To achieve victory sometimes means risking our lives," Hong Qigong said, "when we start, you don't need to be lenient." "Good," Ouyang Feng said. His left hand was behind his back, but suddenly he moved it forward, showing a snake staff. Tapping the staff's end to a rock he asked, "Here, or do you need a more open space?" Hong Qigong has not opened his mouth when Huang Rong interrupted, "Mount Hua is not a good place to compete, we'd better go to find a boat." Hong Qigong was puzzled, what? To give Mr. Ouyang another good opportunity to reply kindness with evil, to make a sneak attack from behind again, Huang Rong explained. Hong Qigong burst out in laughter, "Fall into a trap once, learn to be smart once, don't expect the old beggar to show mercy anymore." Listening to Huang Rong's insult, Ouyang Feng's face did not show any emotion. He bent his knees a little bit, moved his staff to his right hand, and launched the toad stance with his left hand. Huang Rong gave the dog-beating stick in her hand to Hong Qigong, "Shifu, use the dog-beating stick technique and the 9 Yin manual's martial arts. We don't talk about honor and honesty with an old traitor like him." Hong Qigong thought, "It really is not easy to win relying on my own martial arts alone. If I spend too much energy fighting the old poison, I won't be able to fight the old heretic Huang later on." So he nodded his head and took the dog-beating stick. Immediately his left hand launched the Chao Jing Shi, beating the grass scaring the snake, while his right hand launched Bo Chao Sun Shi, brushing the grass aside looking for snakes, attacking from both sides. Ouyang Feng had fought him several times yet he had never seen Hong Qigong use the dog-beating stick technique. Even in a critical situation when they were fighting on the burning boat Hong Qigong did not use this technique. Ouyang Feng had seen Huang Rong use this technique before and he did not dare to look down on the technique. Now that the stick was in Hong Qigong's hand it moved fast, carrying gusts of wind, truly not something to be trifled with. The snake staff in his hand shook, parried the left and evaded the right, he struck toward the middle. He had lost his snake staff twice, the one currently in his hand was a new one. The staff had the same scary head carved on it, but the two venomous snakes wrapped around it were new, even though their poison was as lethal as the previous ones, but they haven't been used too long, thus their effectiveness was inferior to the previous ones. In the past Hong Qigong had been bitten by this kind of venomous snake, he had also suffered under Ouyang Feng's vicious palms to the point of almost losing his life, which took him nearly 2 years to recover and get his martial arts skill back. That was his greatest defeat and greatest danger he had to face his entire life. How could he not avenge this enmity? Thus he moved his stick with all his might, attacking furiously. The first time those two fought was over the Nine Manual during the sword meet of Mount Hua. The second time was on the Peach Blossom Island, fighting over Guojing and Ouyang Ke's marriage proposal. This fight was to decide victory and defeat only, not a life-and-death situation. The third time was on the small boat in the middle of the sea, where life and death were separated only by a thin line, but Hong Qigong still held his uprightness. This fight was the fourth time they battled each other fiercely, each one threw everything they had, no more mercy. They both knew that the opponent had trained hard and improved their martial arts skill throughout all these years. Their martial arts were very fierce, so if they were careless and yield even for half a stance, it would be difficult not to lose their own lives. Two people turning around and hitting each other for about 200 moves when suddenly the moon disappeared, the darkness came blanketing everything. It was the darkest hour of the night before dawn. Both were afraid the opponent would launch a sneak attack, so they were focusing their attention on defense and did not care much on offense. Guojing and Huang Rong were anxious about their master's safety, each moved forward several steps, ready to help if Hong Qigong's life were threatened. While watching intently on the fierce battle in front of his eyes, Guojing had a disquieting thought: these two people are the top skilled martial artists, but one is heroically upholding justice, while the other one is deceitfully wicked. Obviously martial art in itself does not differentiate good from evil, it all comes back to the person using it. If used to do good deeds, then the higher the skill the better, but if it used to do evil deeds, then the higher the skill the more wicked the martial art becomes. The darkness made the battle difficult to watch, but the weapons made loud clashing sound and strong gusts of wind. Guojing's heart was beating faster. Shifu has wasted 2 years' worth of training because of his injury. Originally they were in par with each other, this time the outcome will be decided by a step forward or backward. I am afraid Ouyang Feng will gain a half-step advantage because of that. If I knew this would happen I wouldn't have shown mercy to him 3 times, he silently mused. Guojing remembered Qiu Chuji once explained the XINE, trust and honor, that big trust and big honor should be differentiated from small trust and small honor. If a person's entire being lacking trust and honor, it was the same as if that person did not have any trust and honor at all. Thinking about this, he felt his blood rushing through his system. He thought, although Shifu and Ouyang Feng clearly said that the battle will be a 1-to-1 combat, but what if Ouyang Feng harmed Shifu? What if from this time on, he would run amok in the world? I don't know how many good people will be hurt in his hands. I wasn't clear about truth and righteousness before, hence I committed not a few foolishnesses. Because of this thought he lifted up his palms, ready to move forward to help his master. But suddenly he heard Huang Rong called out, Ouyang Feng, you and my Jing Gij had made an agreement which resulted in you being spared from death 3 times, who would have thought that you still relying on your strength bullying me? You proved yourself untrustworthy, much like a nameless pawn of the Wulin, yet you are still dreaming of becoming the #1 martial artist of the world. Ouyang Feng had committed countless ruthless acts in his life, but he was a proud man, he would call 1 as 1, and 2 as 2, never backed off on his own words. If it was not because of his desire to learn the Nine Manual he wouldn't break his promise to Guojing. This time he was fighting a fierce battle with Hong Qigong and suddenly Huang Rong brought it up, his ears turned red and his mind was muddled, he lost his concentration and the dog-beating stick almost hit him. You are known as the Western Poison, Huang Rong continued, so all kinds of evil are not stranger to you, but to have a junior sparing your life 3 times. You have lost your face. Where is your honor? How could you swallow your own words toward a junior? You have become the laughingstock of all the valiant people of the Jianghu till their mouths crooked. Ouyang Feng. Oh, Ouyang Feng. There is one title you deserve to have, you are the #1 shameless man of the world. Ouyang Feng was angry, but he realized it was Huang Rong's clever trick to break his concentration, to make him feel ashamed. And as long as his internal strength was affected he would fall under Hong Qigong's hands, hence he turned a deaf ear toward Huang Rong. Who would have thought that Huang Rong kept accusing him with more and more evil and wicked deeds, sounded like every crime ever committed in the martial art world was his doing. If it was just ruthless deeds, Ouyang Feng did not care, but Huang Rong's tongue was getting more and more vicious. She mentioned all kinds of lowly and cowardice acts that even a bandit in the Jianhu would not do. Furthermore, she said Ouyang Feng kissed Lingji Shangren's rear end, that he respectfully called Sha Tongtian his beloved uncle, that he regarded Peng Lianhu as his honorable father and begging for the secret ingredient of the poison Peng was using, that he repeatedly asked Wanyan Honglai for the captain of the guard's position, so that he could live at the Zhao Palace and be their night watch. She went as far as how Guojing in the west had spared his life 3 times, how Guojing rescued him from the sand, but Huang Rong added some spices to her story, made Ouyang Feng appear completely helpless and the rescue 10 times more dramatic. At first Ouyang Feng was still able to control his emotion, but as the story progressed to extreme nonsense he could not restrain from refuting Huang Rong several times. It was exactly what Huang Rong wanted, to engage him in useless debate and deliberately losing his fighting concentration. Thus Ouyang Feng had to fight in 2 fronts. With his hands and feet he fiercely battled Hong Qigong, with his mouth he argued with Huang Rong. Unfortunately for him, Huang Rong's mouth was a lot sharper than Hong Qigong's hands and feet. After fighting for half a day Ouyang Feng began to feel the pressure. He thought, it would be difficult to win if I don't use the martial art from the 9E manual. Although he had not mastered Huang Rong's explanation on reversing the blood flow through vital energy passages, he had been able to train for half a year. Due to his own intelligent and profound martial art, he managed to somewhat improve his internal strength. Therefore, his snake staff suddenly made strange movements. Hong Qigong was startled, he had to increase his attention. Huang Rong called out, Yuan Si Inger, Ba 11 Luo Zhao, Shui Lu Wen Bing. Ouyang Feng was startled. What is the meaning of that? He asked himself. How would he know that Huang Rong was letting her tongue loose and talk whatever came into her mind? That it did not carry any meaning at all. Huang Rong repeatedly talked gibberish, changing the tone of her voice, sometimes sounded like she was scolding him, other time encouraging, but suddenly turned to a sigh, then the sigh turned into cheers. Some sentences sounded like they were questions, or urgently asking for advice. Ouyang Feng had determined to ignore her, but in the end his curiosity won. What are you talking about? Huang Rong answered him using Sanskrit sentences she learned. Ouyang Feng was confused, he tried hard to remember the altered manual Guojing wrote for him. Suddenly a flood of chaotic sounds, images, strategic moves and martial arts theories came streaming into his mind. He felt dizzy and suffer a momentary memory loss. Hong Qigong saw an opening in Ouyang Feng's staff movement. Got you. He cried, and swung his stick toward the top of Ouyang Feng's head. This hit did not carry tremendous strength. Ouyang Feng was already confused, but after his head was hit he became more confused. He was in a daze, screamed and dragging along his snake staff he ran away. Where are you running to? Guojing called out. He jumped to catch up. Ouyang Feng leaped high, made 3 somersaults in the air, then rolling and crawling, climbing a hill nearby, he disappeared without a trace. Hong Qigong, Guojing and Huang Rong looked at each other, perplexed, then they smiled out of surprise. Hong Qigong sighed, Renjir, your part in my victory over the old poison today is actually big. But with us, master and disciple, against one opponent, it was a rather shallow victory. Huang Rong smiled, Shifu, it was you who taught me this skill. Hong Qigong laughed, it was your natural ability, he said, only a crafty old fellow as your father can have a crafty daughter like you. Suddenly someone called out from behind the mountain, good. You talk about other people behind their backs. Old beggar, aren't you ashamed? Father. Huang Rong called and leaped to him. It was dawn, the morning light shone on a man wearing a green robe, walking leisurely. It was none other than the master of the Peach Blossom Island, Huang Yaoshi. Huang Rong threw herself into her father's bosom, father and daughter hugged each other. Huang Yaoshi could see the childish expression had gone from his daughter's face. She had grown into a beautiful young woman. She looked much like his late wife, that his heart was both happy and sad at the same time. Old heretic Huang, Hong Qigong said, "Didn't I tell you on the Peach Blossom Island that your virgin daughter is so smart? She is so crafty, others won't bully her that easily, so there is nothing for you to worry. Now tell me, was the old beggar wrong?" Huang Yaoshi smiled faintly. Holding his daughter's hand he went near and said, "Congratulations. You made the old poison ran away. His defeat means you and I have one less problem to face. You and I are the current experts of the world," Hong Qigong said. "As soon as I saw your daughter the worms in my tummy started to dance around, my mouth watered. Let us just compete and get it over with. You become the number one is fine with me, I become the number one is also good. I only want to eat Rangier's cooked meals." "Not so fast," Huang Rong laughed, "only if you lose I will cook something for you to eat." "Bah!" Hong Qigong spat, "You are shameless. You are extorting me, aren't you?" "Old beggar," Huang Yaoshi said, "you have wasted 2 full years to recover from your injuries. I am afraid you are not my match. Rangier, no matter who wins and who loses, you will cook some food for your Shifu to eat." "Right!" Hong Qigong exclaimed, "Now that is a speech befitting a great master of a martial arts school. How can the master of the Peach Blossom Island have the same petty thought as a little girl? We don't have to wait until noon to start our competition. Come." He swung his bamboo stick and moved forward to begin. Huang Yaoshi shook his head, "You have just fought the old poison for quite a while. Although your energy is not completely depleted, you are tired nonetheless. How can old Huang gain a slight advantage over you? We will wait till noon to compete, you need to restore your strength." Even though Hong Qigong knew what he said was right, but he was too impatient to wait, so he insisted on starting right away. Huang Yaoshi simply sat on a big rock, totally ignoring him. Seeing these two could not reach any agreement, Huang Rong said, "Father, Shifu, I have an idea. The two of you can compete immediately without father taking any advantage over Shifu." "Good. What is it?" Hong Qigong and Huang Yaoshi asked. "The two of you have been friends for many years, no matter who wins or loses, your friendship will be damaged. But today is the sword meet of Mount Hua, so no matter what, victory and defeat must be decided, does it not?" Hong and Huang, two people's interests were piqued. They were aware that she was right, and if she indeed had an excellent idea, then they would kill 3 birds with 1 stone. 1, they could compete immediately. 2, Huang Yaoshi would not take any advantage over Hong Qigong. 3, their friendship would not be damaged. So they enthusiastically asked, "Tell us your great idea." "My idea is this," Huang Rong explained. "First, father compete with Jing Gij. We will see how many stances father will need to defeat him. Then Shifu will also compete with Jing Gij. If father uses 99 moves to score victory but Shifu needs 100 moves, then father wins. But if Shifu only need 98 moves, then Shifu wins." "Wonderful! Wonderful!" Hong Qigong exclaimed. Huang Rong continued, "Jing Gij will compete with father first, both are still fresh. Then when he competes with Shifu, both parties have each fought 1 time. Don't you say it is a fair deal?" Chapter 40 Part 3 Huang Yaoshi nodded his head, "This is a good idea. Jing'er, come. Are you going to use weapon or not?" "I am not going to," Wu Jing said. He was about to step forward when Huang Rong said again, "Hold on a second. There is one more thing I want to say. What if you two seniors cannot defeat Jing Gij in 300 moves?" Hong Qigong burst out in laughter. "Old heretic Huang, originally I envy you of having a smart daughter, who is always looking after her father's well-being. Who would have thought that a girl is always a girl, born to leave home? Actually she wanted this dumb kid to hold the title #1 martial artist in the world." Huang Yaoshi might be eccentric, but he loved his daughter with all his heart. He secretly thought, let me help her achieve her wish. So he said, what Renjir had said is true. If we two old men cannot defeat Jinger in 300 moves, would we have any face to become the number one? But suddenly he had another thought, I intended to hold back and let him to fight me for 300 stances, but what if the old beggar does not hold back and score victory in less than 300 moves? Then I won't be holding back for Jinger's sake, but for the old beggar's. He hesitated on what to do. Hong Qigong shoved Guojing forward, go, fight. What are you waiting for? He said. Guojing staggered and stepped forward to face Huang Yaoshi. All right, Huang Yaoshi thought, let me try his skill first, then he'll decide what to do later. Raising his left palm he hacked diagonally toward Guojing's neck. First move. He called out. While Huang Yaoshi was not sure what to do, Guojing also had some doubt of his own, there is no way I can win the world's #1 title, but shall I let Dao Zhu, Island Master, win, or shall I let Shifu win? He was still thinking when Huang Yaoshi had made his move. Guojing lifted up his right hand to parry. His body shook and he almost fell down. Stupid. He scolded himself, why would I worry about whom I should let to win? Even if I fight with all my might I may not be able to keep up for 300 stances. In the meantime Huang Yaoshi had launched the second move, so he was forced to focus his attention. He made a decision right then and there, to compete with those two people with all his might. Who is swift and who is slow, let them use their skill to defeat him. He would not be one-sided. Several stances later Huang Yaoshi was astonished. How did this dumb kid reach this level? If I held back, not only I might not be able to defeat him in 300 stances, I might even lose in his hands. In a battle between martial art experts one cannot let back even half a step. Because initially Huang Yaoshi was only using 70% of his strength, he fell under Guojing's control. He started to feel alarmed, and busily launched the Luo Yingshan Jian Zhang, falling flower divine sword palm technique, his body floating around at full strength. But Guojing now was not the same as Guojing then. Huang Yaoshi had used dozens different palm techniques, yet it was still difficult for him to gain an upper hand. After about 100 moves Huang Yaoshi suddenly launched a trick move. Guojing did not expect him to make such move, he was almost kicked down by Huang Yaoshi's left leg. Frantically Guojing retreated 2 steps and steadied himself. Because of this Huang Yaoshi managed to even up the battle situation. Huang Yaoshi took that opportunity to take a deep breath. Amazing! He secretly praised. Huang Yaoshi worked very hard to gain an upper hand, but unexpectedly Guojing's position was very firm. Guojing had decided all along to put up a very tight defense line, he knew it was impossible for him to win, so he only hoped he would not lose. Listening to his daughter on the side counting, 203, 204, Huang Yaoshi became impatient. Old beggar may use a heavy hand, if he defeats Jinger in 100 moves, where would I put my face at? He silently thought. He changed his attacks, now his palms floating around like a shadow, his hands were very swift. Guojing started to feel the pressure, his chest tightened, like it was pressed under a huge mountain. He started to get disoriented, but he bravely stood his ground. Huang Yaoshi's hands moved faster and faster, his offensive power increased. In the meantime Huang Rong's mouth was also counting faster and faster. Guojing started to feel his lips and tongue dry up, his movements became sluggish, getting more and more difficult. The only thing kept him going was his strong will. In this critical moment suddenly he heard Huang Rong call out, 300. Huang Yaoshi's countenance changed, he leaped back. Guojing, on the other hand, still felt dizzy. His body did not stop spinning, he turned around more than a dozen times. He knew he was going to fall, hence he focused his energy to his left leg with Qian Jin Zhui, Thousand Catty Plummet, trying to anchor his body down. But Huang Yaoshi's power was incredible, even after he pulled back his hands, the force did not vanish away. Guojing lost his balance and fell down, but he used his right hand to push himself back up again. Immediately he launched dozens of stances from the 18 dragon subduing palms and thus cleared his mind up. He stayed silent for a moment, then turned his head toward Huang Yaoshe and said, "Huang Daozhu, several moves more and I will fall down to the ground." Seeing Guo Jing was unexpectedly able to withstand his more than 10 years' worth of Qi Men Wu Zhuan, wonderful gate 5 revolutions, cultivation, Huang Yaoshe was not angry, on the contrary, he was happy. "Old beggar," he said, "I am useless, the title number 1 in the world is yours." He cupped his fists and turned around to leave. "Not too fast. Not too fast." Hong Qigong said, "I won't necessarily win. Could you lend your iron flute to Jinger, please?" Huang Yaoshi's jade flute was already broken, so he wielded an iron flute on his waist instead. He pulled the flute and gave it to Guo Jing. Hong Qigong turned to Guo Jing and said, "You use a weapon. I will fight you bare-handed." Guo Jing was dumbstruck. This Hong Qigong said, "Your bare hand techniques came from me. If you use your hands and feet, how can we call it competition? Come." His left hand's fingers forming a hook, showing off his grabbing skill, trying to snatch the iron flute in Guo Jing's hand. Guo Jing did not understand his intention, he let the flute go without any resistance. "Dumb kid." Hong Qigong scolded, "We are competing martial arts skill." With his left hand he gave the flute back to Guo Jing, while with his right hand he tried to snatch it one more time. This time Guo Jing moved his flute to evade the attack. Huang Rong started counting, first move. In the battle between experts, using weapon or being bare-handed did not make too much difference. Hong Qigong used his 18 dragon subduing palms attacking ferociously, the gust of wind could be felt a zhang, 10 feet/3 meters, away. Even with the iron flute in his hand, how could Guo Jing get close to him? Moreover, Guo Jing was not used to use weapon until in the western region he was forced to battle Ouyang Feng on the stone cliff. It was then that he started improving his sword technique. Even then he did not put too much emphasis on the offense, his swordsmanship was 80% for defense, and only 20% for offense. The weapon techniques he learned from the 6 freaks of Jiangnan were inadequate to battle an expert. It was after he learned the 9-in manual that his weapon technique improved greatly. Actually it was inside that stone building in the west he started learning many defensive techniques in using a sword to defend against Ouyang Feng's snake staff. This time he was using an iron flute as a sword to ward off Hong Qigong's fierce palm attacks, and he was able to defend himself quite well. Hong Qigong could see his strong defense line and was delighted. He thought, "This kid made a tremendous advancement, I did not teach him in vain. But it won't look good for the old heretic Huang if I defeat him in under 200 moves. I'd better wait until after 200 moves, then I am going to increase my power." And so Hong Qigong kept using his 18 dragon subduing palms, from the first variation to the 9th, with gusts of wind so strong surrounded Guo Jing completely. This was where Hong Qigong made a mistake. Guo Jing's weapon skill had not reached perfection yet. If he kept pressing Guo Jing with a heavy hand, Guo Jing would not be able to withstand, but he wanted to wait until after the 200th move. Initially Guo Jing's strength was already profound. After completed the Yi Jin Duan Gu Pian, changing muscle forging bone chapter, his internal strength increased by leaps and bounds. On the other hand, Hong Qigong had advanced in age, plus he had suffered a heavy injury under Ouyang Feng's snake staff. It was true that he had completely recovered, but his stamina could not compete with Guo Jing's in an endurance race. To make matter worse for him, the 18 dragon subduing palms required a lot of energy, so after 9 rounds, or 162 stances, even if his attacks were still strong and fierce, but his stamina was gradually decreasing. After about 200 moves, not only the iron flute in Guo Jing's right hand increased in offensive power, but he was actually getting better in coordinating the right sword technique with his left hand palm technique. Hong Qigong was secretly groaning, realizing that he would not win relying on his brute force. He had to use strategy to defeat this dumb kid, so immediately he changed the way he fought. He opened his hands wide. Guojing was startled. Shifu has not taught me this stance yet, he thought. If it was a fight against an enemy, he would attack toward the chest since it was wide open, but the opponent he faced was his own benevolent master. How could he use a killer strike? While he hesitated, Hong Qigong smiled and said, "You are tricked." His left foot swiftly moved upward to knock the iron flute in Guojing's hand down, while his right palm slanting downward, attacking Guojing's shoulder. He only used 80% of his strength on this attack since he did not have any intention to hurt Guojing. He only wanted to knock Guojing down, and thus achieved victory. Who would have thought that these past several years Guojing had endured wind and frost, his body became resilient. This heavy blow made him stagger and caused him to suffer a severe pain, but he did not fall down. Hong Qigong was surprised Guojing was able to withstand his palm. He busily said, "Quickly spit 3 times and breathe in, breathe out, see if you suffer an internal injury." Guojing followed his advice, and his chest was not constricted anymore, so he said, "Disciple has lost." "No," Hong Qigong said, "we have to keep fighting. If you admit defeat, the old heretic Huang won't accept it. Come." Immediately he sent his palm to attack. Guojing did not have any weapon in his hand anymore, while the incoming attack was fierce, so he used Zhou Batong's vacant fist to parry the attack. The vacant fist technique was the softest fist technique in the world. It was created by Zhou Batong based on the Taoist principles found in the Tao Te Ching, moral/virtue scripture, Taoists' holy scripture. The Tao Te Ching said, "A strong army can be decimated, a strong tree can be broken. Strength will fail, suppleness will prevail." Also, the most flexible substance under the sky is water, but it is not easy to withstand its strong attack. Suppleness victory is powerful, softness victory is strong. No one in the world is unaware, no one can stand. On the other hand, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms technique was the strongest/hardest martial art. There was a saying, softness can overcome hardness. However, if it was Hong Qigong's level of hardness, then it would not be easy for Zhou Batong's softness to overcome. Fortunately, Guojing had mastered the mutual hands combat technique, so with his right hand he launched the soft vacant fist, while with his left he employed the dragon subduing palm. Hard and soft worked together, yin and yang complemented each other. No matter how fierce Hong Qigong's attack was, he could not penetrate Guojing's defense. On the side Huang Rong kept counting, it was almost 300 stances, and Guojing did not show any sign that he would be defeated soon. One move after another Hong Qigong heard her calling out the number 299, he became edgy, wanted to win the contest, so for the last move he launched the proud dragon Repent's full strength, with earth-shattering power to back it up. But once it was launched, he began to feel regret, afraid that Guojing would not be able to withstand and suffer a heavy injury, so he shouted, "Watch out." Guojing understood his warning, but the gust of wind had already reached his face. He knew it was very strong. He also knew that his vacant fist wouldn't be able to parry this attack, so in this critical moment his right hand made a circle and with a loud shout launched the very same proud dragon Repents. Two palms collided with a deafening sound, both men felt their bodies shook violently. Huang Yaoshi and Huang Rong both cried out in shock, simultaneously they jumped toward the men, only to see both men stood still with their palms stuck together like they were glued to each other. Guojing had a mind to yield, but knew very well that his master's overbearing power was still pushing his palm. If he let go and his master did not take his strength away, he might end up getting seriously injured. Hence he was forced to wait for his master to take the pressure away, then he would admit defeat. Seeing Guojing was able to block this palm, which he sent with his lifetime cultivation of energy, Hong Qigong could not help but feel pleasantly surprised. He regretted his proud thinking of wanting to be the number one. Now he wanted his disciple to win this contest and build up a name for himself. Therefore, gradually he decreased his power to nothing. Right when these two men were still in a stalemate position, where nobody wins or loses, suddenly someone was heard shouting 3 times from behind the cliff, then someone leaped and made 3 somersaults in the air before landing on the ground close to them. It was the Western poison Ouyang Feng. Hong Qigong and Guo Jing simultaneously retracted their palms and leaped backward. Ouyang Feng's clothes were tattered, his face full of blood. He shouted, "I have mastered the 9E manual. My martial art is #1 in the world." Lifting up his snake staff he swept away all 4 people. Hong Qigong picked up his dog-beating stick and parried the snake staff. After a while all 4 people were astonished. Ouyang Feng's stances had always been unusual, but this time they were weirder than ever. He would suddenly claw his own face or kick his own buttock. While launching an attack he would suddenly change direction midway in an unpredictable way. Hong Qigong was extremely amazed. He put a strong defense with his dog-beating technique and did not dare to act carelessly. While fighting ferociously, slap, slap, slap. Suddenly Ouyang Feng slapped his own face red, then he shouted loudly, put down his hands and crawled around like an animal. Hong Qigong was surprised, but also amused. He thought, my stick technique is the best at beating dogs. You act like a dog, aren't you just coming straight for the trap? Lifting up his bamboo stick he aimed for Ouyang Feng's waist. Unexpectedly Ouyang Feng rolled his body around and pinched the stick to the ground, then he rolled alongside the stick upward. Hong Qigong was so startled that his grab loosened and the bamboo stick fell down. Ouyang Feng suddenly leaped up and kicked both feet toward Hong Qigong's head. Hong Qigong was taken by surprise and forced to step back in anxiety. By this time Huang Rong had already bent down and picked the iron flute up, giving it to her father. Huang Yaoshi used that flute as a sword piercing toward Ouyang Feng. Emperor Duan. I am not afraid of your solitary young finger. Ouyang Feng called out. He jumped and threw himself up. Seeing his behavior like that, Huang Yaoshi knew that his mind was confused, but to Huang Yaoshi's amazement his attack was fiercer than before. Even though he was smart, Huang Yaoshi did not have any idea what had happened. He did not know that Ouyang Feng had diligently trained himself according to the altered manual Guo Jing wrote for him, and then Huang Rong led him along the wrong path by giving him random interpretation. Driven by his desire to win the competition he followed her instruction blindly and trained hard. Only his martial art was profound, so even though following the wrong path with lots of mistakes, he somehow managed to achieve some improvement and gave Hong and Huang, 2 men of great learning and integrity, a hard time. Dozens of stances later Huang Yaoshi was forced to admit defeat. Guo Jing stepped forward to face the enemy. Ouyang Feng suddenly stopped and wept, my son, you died a tragic death. Throwing his snake staff aside he opened up his arms wide to hug Guo Jing. Guo Jing knew he was remembering his nephew, Ouyang Ku. Ouyang Feng's voice sounded so miserable that Guo Jing felt sorry for him, but he was also scared, so he held out his hand to shove Ouyang Feng's arms away. But Ouyang Feng turned his left wrist over and grabbed Guo Jing's arm, while his right arm tightly hugged Guo Jing's body. Guo Jing frantically struggled to free himself but Ouyang Feng was too strong for him, he could not get away from Ouyang Feng's embrace. Hong Qigong and Huang Yaoshi, father and daughter, were shocked, they moved together to rescue Guo Jing. Hong Qigong stretched out his finger to attack the Feng Wei, phoenix tail, acupoint on Ouyang Feng's shoulder, to force him loosen up his grip. Unexpectedly by that time Ouyang Feng's energy passages had been reversed, his acupoints were entirely dislodged, that although Hong Qigong's finger was right on target seemed like he did not even aware of the attack. Huang Rong picked up a rock and smashed the top of Ouyang Feng's head. Ouyang Feng casually swung his right fist upward, Huang Rong was not able to hold the rock, it flew toward the valley below. But because of this interference Guo Jing was free from Ouyang Feng's right arm, he struggled hard and leaped backward. After calming down a moment he saw Ouyang Feng and Huang Yaoshi were engaged in a fierce battle. Huang Yaoshi had inserted his flute back to his waist and fought barehanded. This time Ouyang Feng's movement was really bizarre, weird beyond imagination. Sometimes he stood upright, some other time he would lean to the side with body as straight as a stick, yet some other time his body was horizontally off the ground, supported with one hand while the other hand launched strange attacks. Huang Yaoshi had to put all his concentration to face this kind of opponent, since Ouyang Feng's movement was totally unpredictable. Hong Qigong, Guo Jing and Huang Rong, three people were watching intently with their hearts beating fast. Seeing her father's precarious condition, Huang Rong called out, "Shifu, toward this lunatic we don't have to follow Wulan's rules, let us fight together." Hong Qigong shook his head, "If it were some other day, we can cooperate to capture him, but today is the sword meet of Mount Hua, the men of valor under the heaven must fight one-on-one. If we relied on numbers we will be disgraced by the heroes of Jianghu." But he also could see that Ouyang Feng's mental condition was so severe, his mouth foaming, spitting his saliva everywhere. Huang Yaoshi had a difficult time avoiding this attack and was forced to step back. A moment later Ouyang Feng stooped down, seemingly in pain, his back was completely undefended. Huang Yaoshi was delighted, he thought, his madness is spreading after all. With the divine flicking finger he attacked the Ying Xiang, welcoming fragrance, acupoint on the side of Ouyang Feng's nose. This finger attack was executed swiftly but unexpectedly. As soon as it touched his face, Ouyang Feng slightly turned his head and bit Huang Yaoshi's index finger. Huang Yaoshi was so startled and quickly hit the Tai Yang, Sun, acupoint with his left hand, forcing the mouth to loosen up. Ouyang Feng thrust his right hand up while his mouth bit even harder. Guo Jing and Huang Rong simultaneously attacked from both sides. Ouyang Feng was forced to loosen up his bit on Huang Yaoshi's finger, but his 10 fingers forming 2 claws tried to grab Huang Rong's face. Under the bright sunlight his face looked so nauseatingly fierce and full of blood. Huang Rong was so scared that she ran away screaming. Guo Jing hurriedly came to her rescue. Ouyang Feng was forced to parry this palm attack toward his back, giving Huang Rong an opportunity to escape. Only about a dozen or so stances later Guo Jing's shoulder and leg were hit one after another. "Jinger, back off. Let me try," Hong Qigong shouted, rushed ahead barehanded. Two people were engaged in a fierce battle for the second time in one day, this time more ferocious than the last. Hong Qigong had been paying close attention when Ouyang Feng battled Huang Yaoshi and Guo Jing. He found out that even though Ouyang Feng's movements were strange, he could see a pattern on them. They were actually based on the toad stance launched backward, like upward movement became downward, left became right. Although his comprehension was incomplete, but Hong Qigong thought that with 70–80% certainty he had a general idea on how to battle him. He proceeded with utmost caution, and was able to launch a counterattack for roughly every 3 attacks he received. Huang Rong took out her handkerchief and wrapped her father's wound. Huang Yaoshi turned his attention to the ongoing battle, and after watching a moment he started to shout one after another, "Qi Xiong, kick him upside down. Strike his Ju Ke, gigantic capital. Hack his Tianzhu, pillar of heaven, with the back of your hand." As a spectator Huang Yaoshi could see clearly, Hong Qigong followed his instructions and a short while later was able to gain a slight advantage over his opponent. But actually these two people were ashamed of what they were doing, they thought, this time the Eastern heretic and the Northern beggar, two people join forces to battle the Western poison, one person. Seeing his defeat is imminent, suddenly Ouyang Feng opened up his mouth and spat his saliva toward Hong Qigong's face. Hong Qigong quickly leaned sideways to evade, but unexpectedly Ouyang Feng had already anticipated his move. Ouyang Feng's palm flew and slapped the side of Hong Qigong's head, while simultaneously spat saliva toward his face. Hong Qigong was in an awkward position, he did not have any chance to evade. If he let the spittle hit his eyeball he knew he would suffer an injury, or at least very hurt, and if the opponent used that opportunity to attack it would be very difficult for him to parry. He did not have any choice but extending his right hand and took the spittle with his palm, while his left hand counterattacked. Several stances later Ouyang Feng again spat his saliva, looked like he was using his spittle as secret projectile to confuse enemies' defense. Hong Qigong felt icky and angry at the same time. He still had the spittle on his right palm, he was not able to shake it loose or wipe it on his clothes since he had to focus his entire concentration to fight the enemy. With a sudden movement he stretched his right palm and shouted, "Got you." He smeared his right palm on Ouyang Feng's face. Looked like he was casually smearing the spittle on Ouyang Feng's face, but in actuality his palm carried a murderous intention. Even though Ouyang Feng's mind was confused, his senses were as keen as before. Seeing Hong Qigong's palm was about to wipe his face, he leaned sideways slightly, evading the attack. Hong Qigong flipped his palm and moved vertically up. Ouyang Feng turned his head slightly and opened his mouth to bite. It was exactly the same bite that defeated Huang Yaoshi's unique skill. It looked ridiculous, but since his movement was so quick that even somebody who had reached martial art perfection like Huang Yaoshi was not able to evade. Huang Yaoshi, Huang Rong and Guo Jing could see clearly Hong Qigong's palm went straight into Ouyang Feng's mouth, and within an inch from the target suddenly the mouth opened, showing 2 rows of white teeth gleaming under the bright sunlight, ready to bite Hong Qigong's finger. They could not refrain from shouting in alarm, "Watch out!" What these 3 people, along with Ouyang Feng, forgot was that Hong Qigong was widely known as the Jiu Ji Shen Gai, 9-fingered divine beggar. One time, because of his gluttonous character, he was late in saving the life of a Jiangis man of valor. In his regret and anger toward himself, he chopped off his right index finger. Ouyang Feng's bite was swift and accurate. If it were other people he would certainly succeed in biting others' finger, but because Hong Qigong did not have an index finger clack, his teeth were biting air. Actually Ouyang Feng, and everybody else for that matter, knew that Hong Qigong only had 9 fingers, but in a ferocious battle situation like this, who would have time to remember little detail like that? The battle between experts, where both contenders' martial arts have been refined through fire, more often than not the end result would be decided by slight oversight like this. When Ouyang Feng bit an empty space, how could Hong Qigong let this opportunity pass? With the Shao Koyiya, the laughter of a mute, immediately his middle finger struck the Di Tsang, earthen storehouse, acupoint on the side of Ouyang Feng's mouth. Seeing Hong Qigong's attack went well, the 3 spectators were ready to applaud, but their mouths were just saying the word good when suddenly Hong Qigong somersaulted several times backward, while Ouyang Feng staggered backward like a drunk before finally came to a stop and let out a big laugh. Turned out the energy passages in his body were reversed, so that when Hong Qigong hit his major acupoint of Zhu Yang Ming Wei Jing, lit. Positive foot, bright stomach passage, he only experienced a slight numbness, then immediately back to normal. Taking that opportunity his palm hit Hong Qigong's shoulder. Lucky for him, because his finger was stretched out, he did not get hit too severely. Hong Qigong further neutralized the hit by somersaulting backward while launching the Jian Long Zai Tian, seeing dragon on the field, which made Ouyang Feng stagger back. Hong Qigong avoided serious injury by moving fast, yet his body was sore, temporarily unable to move. Hong Qigong was the grand master of his respective martial arts school, even if he did not want to admit defeat to a confused man, yet he had to admit that the opponent's martial art was admirable. He cupped his fists and said, "Ouyang Xiong, the old beggar admits defeat, you are the #1 martial artist in the world." Ouyang Feng looked up to the sky and let out a long laugh, his arms waving chaotically in the air. He turned toward Huang Yaoshi and asked, "Emperor Duan, do you or do you not admit defeat?" Huang Yaoshi was not happy, he thought, the #1 martial artist in the world title fell to a lunatic, want the old beggar nigh become the laughingstock of the heroes of the world. But he realized that even if he'd fight again, it would be difficult for him to score victory anyway, so he did not have any choice but nod his agreement. Ouyang Feng turned to Guo Jing and said, "Son, your father's martial art is matchless, unrivaled in the world, aren't you happy?" Ouyang Ku was officially his nephew, but actually he was his son. They were known as uncle and nephew, but actually they were father and son. In his confused mind he saw Guo Jing as Ouyang Ku, and thus revealing the secret he had kept for decades. Guo Jing thought no one present was able to defeat him, so he was worthy of the title #1 martial artist in the world. "We can't defeat you," he said. Ouyang Feng giggled foolishly. He turned toward Huang Rong and said, "Good daughter-in-law, aren't you happy?" Huang Rong saw her father, her master and Guo Jing were defeated one after another. She had been thinking of a way to cope with this lunatic early on, but could not think of anything good. Now Ouyang Feng was asking her, she saw he was dancing joyfully with a strange facial expression. Under the bright sunlight his shadow was also dancing back and forth in confusion. Suddenly an idea came into her mind. Who said you are number one in the world? She asked. There is one person you can't defeat for sure. Ouyang Feng was very angry, he beat his chest and roared, Who? Who? Let him come here and fight me. This man's martial art is so high, you are not his match, Huang Rong said. Who? Who? Let him come here and fight me. Ouyang Feng said. He is called Ouyang Feng, Huang Rong said. Ouyang Feng scratched his head, musing, Ouyang Feng. Huang Rong continued, right. Your martial art may be high, but you won't stand against Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng's mind was totally confused. He knew the name Ouyang Feng to have a very close relationship with himself, but who could that be? Who am I? He asked nobody in particular. You are you, Huang Rong sneered, you don't know who you are, why do you ask me? Ouyang Feng's heart turned cold, he leaned his head sideways, trying to think hard, but his brain did not want to cooperate, he could not figure out who he was, he could not understand anything. He was an intelligent man, oftentimes when he was alone he liked to ponder the old-age philosophical questions like, who am I? What am I during my lifetime? What will I become after I die? Ouyang Feng was a smart person, his comprehension ability was outstanding, these questions sometimes came flashing in his mind. That particular day he had defeated 3 great martial artists but his energy passages were reversed, he would be happy but suddenly turn angry. Listening to Huang Rong he looked around in confusion and muttered, who am I? Where am I? What happened to me? Ouyang Feng wanted to fight you, he wanted to snatch the 9 manual away from you. Huang Rong said. Where is he? Ouyang Feng asked. Huang Rong pointed toward his own shadow and said, look. He is behind you. Ouyang Feng quickly turned around and saw his own shadow. He was shocked. He is going to beat you. Huang Rong said. Ouyang Feng squatted and hacked the shadow. The shadow also squatted and hacked him. Ouyang Feng was scared, he hacked and he chopped left and right, but the shadow also moving incessantly. Ouyang Feng felt his opponent was so fierce, he turned around to evade. Facing the sunlight he did not see his shadow anymore. Where did you run? He shouted, and ran toward the left. Their left side was actually a barren rock wall. The sun was behind him, casting a shadow on the wall. It looked like the enemy was standing straight in front of him. Ouyang Feng sent out his right palm, striking the wall with all his might. He felt a shot of pain straight to his bone. Very fierce. He shouted. Immediately he sent a left kick toward the wall, and the shadow also sent him a kick. His foot hit the wall, hard. The pain was unbearable. Ouyang Feng did not dare to fight again, he turned around and ran away. This time he was running toward the sun, the enemy disappeared. Several zhongs later he turned around to look, and to his surprise the enemy was right behind him. He was frightened and shouted loudly, you can be the world's number one, I admit defeat. But the shadow was motionless. Ouyang Feng turned around and ran again, but as soon as he turned his head he saw the shadow was closely following him. He could not run, he could not fight, his heart was stricken with terror, screaming and cursing he ran toward the valley below. A moment later his voice could still be heard from the other side of the hill, don't chase me, don't chase me. Seeing a great grand master of martial art of their generation ended up this way, Huang Yaoshi and Hong Qigong looked at each other and heaved a deep sigh. By that time Ouyang Feng's cry was intermittent, it sounded like he was already several leagues away. The mountains and valleys echoed his cry, which sounded like a wolf's howl or a ghost's cry. The 4 of them were standing under the bright sunlight, yet they felt coldness creep into their hearts. Hong Qigong sighed, this man won't live much longer. All of a sudden Guojing mumbled, Who am I? Huang Rong knew him to be honest and upright. She was afraid he might think over this matter too much and as a result being possessed by an evil spirit. Quickly she said, You are Guojing, Jing Gich. Quickly think about yourself, don't think too much about other matters. Guojing shivered in cold, startled, and came to his senses, right. Shifu, Huang Daozhu, let us go down the mountain. Dumb kid. Hong Qigong scolded him, you are still calling him Huang Daozhu. I'm going to give you several slaps on your face. Guojing was startled, he saw Huang Rong was blushing, looked like she was smiling, yet she was not. He knew what to do, bashfully he called, father-in-law. His face was red. Huang Yaoshi laughed a big laugh, he pulled his daughter's hand with one hand, then pulled Guojing's hand with the other, said to Hong Qigong, Qi Xiong, martial art study is inexhaustible. Today we've seen the old poison's martial art, which made others frightened and ashamed at the same time. Ever since Chongyang Zhenren died, there is no more the #1 martial artist in the world. Renjier's culinary skill is #1 in the world, this I can guarantee, Hong Qigong said. Huang Rong pursed up her lips and laughed, no need to praise me, let us go down the mountain, I am going to prepare some good food for you to enjoy. Hong Qigong, Huang Yaoshi, Guojing and Huang Rong 4 people went down Mount Hua. Huang Rong demonstrated her superb culinary skill by hand-picked the ingredients and cooked some out-of-this-world quality dishes. Hong Qigong ate to his heart's content. That very evening 4 people slept in an inn, Huang Yaoshi father and daughter shared a room, while Guojing and Hong Qigong shared another. Early the next morning Guojing awoke only to find the other bed empty, Hong Qigong was nowhere to be seen. On the tabletop he saw 3 letters written with grease, I am gone, it was unclear whether the letters were written with a chicken leg's bone or a pork hoof. Guojing quickly went to the other room to alert Huang Yaoshi father and daughter. Huang Yaoshi simply sighed and said, Qi Xiong leads a busy life, he is like a divine dragon, we can see its head but not its tail. He turned his gaze to Jing and Rong couple and said, Jinger, your parents have passed away, the closest relative to you would be your Shifu Kuzhina. Why don't you come along with us to the Peach Blossom Island and ask your Shifu to act in your parents' behalf to preside at your wedding with Renjier? Guojing was both grieved and joyful, he could not say anything but nodded his head repeatedly. Huang Rong pursed her lips and smiled, she wanted to scold him dumb but looking at her father she refrained from saying so. 3 people traveled together crossing mountains and rivers, heading southeast. In less than a day, they arrived in between the 2 parts of Zhejiang, the Peach Blossom Island was not too far ahead. Suddenly they heard an eagle's cry high up in the air, 2 white eagles were seen flying from the north. Guojing was delighted, he whistled and the pair of eagles dived down and perched on his shoulders. When he left Mongolia Guojing was such in a hurry that he did not take his eagles along, but now that they met his joy was unspeakable. He held out his hands to stroke the eagle's back and then he saw a piece of leather rolled into a small cylinder tied on the male eagle's foot. Quickly he used his dagger to take the leather and found a letter carved on it. It was written in Mongolian characters and read, We are going south to attack Xiangyang, knowing my lord's loyalty to his country I brave death to inform you. I have caused my lord's mother tragic death, am so ashamed I don't have the face to see you. I want to say goodbye, am going to the west to live with my eldest brother, won't come back to my homeland forever. I wish my lord's good fortune, long life and happiness. The letter did not bear any signature, but as soon as he saw it Guojing recognized Princess Wazhang's handwriting. He translated the letter for Huang Yaoshi father and daughter, and asked, Father-in-law, what do you think? Huang Yaoshi answered, This place is close to Linen, but if we inform the royal government they won't necessarily believe us, even if they did, it will take a long time for them to react. This is an urgent matter, your little red horse is swift. Leave for Xiangyang today. If the garrison commander is willing to cooperate, help him defend the city. If not, Kill him and lead the troops and the people to fight the Mongolians. Renjir and I will wait for you on the Peach Blossom Island. Guo Jing asserted his agreement, but Huang Rong's countenance changed. There was nobody who knows her heart better than her father, so Huang Yaoshi smiled and said, "Very well, Renjir, you can go too. Come home as soon as you are done. If the government wants to reward you, don't take it." Huang Rong was ecstatic, "That's for sure," she said. The young couple took their leave from their father, riding the little red horse heading west. Guo Jing was afraid they would be late. If the Mongolians had already attacked the city, he knew the massacre would be unimaginable, therefore, they continued their journey almost non-stop. One night they stopped by an inn to spend the night. They were already nearing the two southern roads which linked towards Jiangxi. Guo Jing's mind was occupied with Huazheng's letter. He recalled their childhood together, how he, Huazheng and Tule played together in the desert. And then his mind wandered to things that happened since until today. His heart was depressed. Huang Rong saw he was staring blankly, lost in thought. She sat by the lamp sewing her clothes. "Renjir," suddenly Guo Jing broke the silence. "She said she had caused my mother's tragic death, that she is ashamed to see me ever again. What did she mean by that?" "Her father had forced your mother to her death, naturally she felt sorry for that," Huang Rong reasoned. Guo Jing mumbled. Lowering his head he tried to recall the scene surrounding his mother's death. Suddenly he leaped up and slapped the table. "I know. So that's how it is." Huang Rong was startled that the needle punctured the tip of her finger and a drop of blood came out. She smiled and asked, "What is it?" "You made a fuss about nothing, what did you know?" Guo Jing said, "When my mother and I opened the Khan's secret order and decided to go back south there was nobody around, yet Khan immediately found out and captured us, mother and son. In the end my mother committed suicide and died." "Who reported on us?" "I have been thinking hard about it. Turned out it was she." Huang Rong shook her head. "Princess Huazheng loved you very much, it is impossible for her to betray you." "She did not mean to," Guo Jing explained. "She was outside, accidentally heard everything my mother and I said. She told her father so that Khan would prohibit us from going back home. Who would have thought that it ended up in a great tragedy?" Saying thus he sighed and sighed again. "Because she did that unwittingly, you must go to the west to find her," Huang Rong said. Guo Jing disagreed. "I love her as my sister. She is now with her brother in the west, she has all the honor and riches she deserves, why would I go and seek her?" Huang Rong smiled. Secretly she was very happy. Another day they arrived at the southern Jiangxi town of Shangrao. The horse trotted along the mountain road where the grass was tall. It was a desolate place. Ahead of them was a dark forest thick with trees. High above them the pair of eagles let out a loud angry cry, and then they dived down and in a blink of an eye disappeared into the forest. Jing and Rong knew something was not right. Quickly they urged their horse to run ahead. Winding through the forest path they saw their eagles were spiraling down above a man who was trying to fight them frantically. They came closer and found out that the man was Peng Zhonglao, Elder Peng, from the beggar clan. Peng Zhonglao was brandishing a steel saber trying to protect himself. The saber moved swiftly. Although the eagles were brave it would be difficult for them to score victory. The female eagle made a sudden attack from behind and managed to snatch Elder Peng's head covering, showing a patch of baldness on his head. Peng Zhonglao's saber swept up, cutting down some of its feathers. As soon as Huang Rong saw the baldness on Elder Peng's head she remembered something. That day the eagle's breast was injured by a short arrow. Turned out it was this evil beggar who did it. Afterwards the pair of eagle fought the criminal again by the Qin Long Tan, Green Dragon shore, where they managed to snatch a piece of scalp, so it was this evil beggar. Surnamed Peng. Huang Rong loudly called out, "Look who is here." Peng Zhonglao lifted up his eye to see two people. He was scared out of his wits. He turned around and ran away. The male eagle dived down and struck the top of his head. Peng Zhonglao swung his saber to protect his head. The female eagle swooped from the side and pecked his left eye. Peng Zhonglao screamed. Throwing his saber away, he ran without looking where he was going and entered thick thorn bushes nearby. Peng Zhonglao valued his life more than a few stabbing pain from the thorns, so he went even deeper into the bush. The pair of eagles still did not want to let him go. They circled above the thorn bushes. "He has lost one eye, just let him go," Guo Jing called his pair of eagles. Suddenly he heard a baby's noise among the thick patch of grass nearby. "Ah!" Guo Jing cried. Quickly he dismounted his horse and parted the grass only to see a baby sat on the ground. Next to that baby he saw a pair of a woman's feet. He parted the grass further and saw a woman wearing dark green clothing was fainted on the ground. It was none other than Mu Nianxi. Huang Rong was pleasantly surprised. "Mu Jiejie, elder sister." She cried, then she stooped down to help her up. Guo Jing carried the baby in his arms. The baby's bright eyes were staring at him intently, they did not show any sign of fear at all. Huang Rong massaged several acupoints on Mu Nianxi's upper body, then she also pinched the acupoint next to her nose. Mu Nianxi slowly regained her consciousness. She opened her eyes and saw these couple. She thought she was dreaming. "You are Guo Dage, eldest brother Guo, Huang Jia Meizi, younger sister from the Huang family. Sister Mu, why are you here? Are you injured?" Guo Jing asked. Mu Nianxi struggled to stand up, but she fell down again. Turned out her hands and feet were bound by pieces of ropes. Huang Rong quickly took her dagger out and cut the ropes. Mu Nianxi quickly took the baby from Guo Jing's arms. After calming down herself for half a day, bashfully she started to recount what had happened to her. Turned out Mu Nianxi lost her chastity to Yang Kong at the Iron Palm Peak, and she was pregnant. She had hoped to return to her hometown at Linan, but when she reached Zhangrao she was too weak to continue, so she found an empty hut in the forest and took a rest. Not too long afterward she gave birth to a baby boy. Since she had no desire to see other people, she stayed in the forest, hunting and picking up wild fruits to survive. Luckily the baby boy was so smart, so she was comforted amidst her suffering and loneliness. That particular day she took the baby out to gather some firewoods. Unfortunately they met with Peng Zhonglao. Seeing her beauty, Peng Zhonglao wanted to rape her. Mu Nianxi's martial art was not weak, but Peng Zhonglao was one of the 4 elders of the beggar clan. He was the peer of Lu Youjiao Zhonglao, second only to the Bangzhu clan leader, Hong Qigong. Naturally Mu Nianxi was not his match. She was subdued easily and her hands and feet bound. In her anger and desperation she passed out. If Jing and Rong, 2 people, did not arrive at this exact moment, and with their sharp eyes their pair of eagles spotted their common enemy, Mu Nianxi would suffer a terrible fate, molested and disgraced by this evil man. That evening Jing and Rong spent the night at Mu Nianxi's hut. When Huang Rong told her that Yang Kong had died at the Temple of the Iron Spear in Jiaxing, Mu Nianxi's tears came down like rain. Huang Rong understood the depth of her love to him, so Huang Rong did not dare to tell her the details surrounding his death. She only said that Yang Kong was poisoned by Ouyang Feng. "I did not lie, didn't he die because of Ouyang Feng's snake venom?" she said in her heart. Guo Jing saw the boy was handsome. He recalled how he became sworn brothers with Yang Kong, could not refrain from heaving a deep sigh. Amidst her tears Mu Nianxi said, "Guo Dage, would you give this child a name, please?" Guo Jing thought for a moment, then said, "His father and I were sworn brothers, it's a pity he did not finish well. I regretted the fact that I was not able to fulfill my responsibility to steer him from his wrong way of life. I hope when he grows up this child will cross over/change, Guo, the mistakes and correct, them. He will uphold justice and righteousness with all his might. I am giving him the name Yangguo, alias Gaiji, is it all right with you?" Mu Nianxi thanked him and said, "I hope it would be like just what Guo Dage said." Early the next morning Guo Jing and Huang Rong presented Mu Nianxi not a few silver liangs to help them, mother and son, to pass the days. Guo Jing urged her to return to Linan, but Mu Nianxi shook her head. A moment later she softly said, "We, mother and son, are going to the Temple of the Iron Spear in Jiaxing so he can see his father's grave. 3 people bid farewell to each other and Guojing and Huang Rong left with heavy hearts. 2 people headed west and arrived at the Hunan-Hubei border, then they turned north and in less than a day they arrived at Xianyang. They saw the people were calm, the city was prosperous, there was no sign of any military activity, they knew the great Mongolian army had not arrived, they were relieved. Xianyang was an important city located on the northern border of the southern Song dynasty. It was under the authority of a garrison commander in charge of the troop to defend the border. Guojing thought the situation is critical, so without trying to find any inn they went directly to the commander Lu Wendy's official residence. This commander was in charge of the whole garrison, he was a high-ranking officer. Even though Guojing was a marshal in the Mongolian army, but in the southern Song dynasty he was a nobody. How could he seek audience with a high-ranking officer just like that? Huang Rong knew that money solved everything, so she gave a liang of gold to the receptionist. Immediately the receptionist treated them nicely, he looked happy, but still could not guarantee audience that very same day. He said that the earliest opportunity would be half a month away, even then he could not guarantee the commander would be willing to receive Guojing. Guojing's temper flared, this is an urgent military situation, how can I wait? He shouted. Huang Rong quickly cast a meaningful glance toward him, pulled him to the side and whispered, well, come back tonight. They found a temporary lodging, waited until the second hour that night and using their lightness kung fu they went to the commander's mansion. Commander Lu Wendy was having a private party, he hired some professional female entertainer and was having fun with his concubines. Gua and Huang, 2 people jumped down from the roof. Guojing cupped his fists, Xiaoren, little/lowly people, has an urgent military matter to report, he said. Lu Wendy was startled, assassin. He shouted, shoving the female entertainers away he went hiding underneath the table. Guojing stepped forward in big strides and said, Commander, please calm down. Xiaoren does not have any ill intention toward you. He pulled the commander back to his seat. Lu Wendy's face was pale, he kept trembling. Then he saw a dozen or so soldiers with their swords and spears ready to rescue him. Huang Rong immediately took out her dagger and pointed it toward Lu Wendy's chest. The soldiers yelling and shouting loudly, but nobody dared to go forward. Tell them to shut up, we have something to say to you, Huang Rong said. Lu Wendy was still trembling all over, he signaled the soldiers to be quiet. Guojing silently sighed seeing the man who held authority over the troop with a heavy responsibility to guard against the enemy was such a useless fool. He reported that the Mongolian army was going to attack Xianyang and asked the commander to deploy troops immediately and arranged the necessary defense. In his heart Lu Wendy did not believe him at all, but his mouth repeatedly said yes. Huang Rong saw he kept trembling, did you hear what he said? She asked. I heard, Lu Wendy answered. What did you hear? Huang Rong pressed. That the Jin army are planning a sneak attack, must arrange defense, Lu Wendy mumbled. Huang Rong was angry, it's the Mongolian army, not the Jins. She said. Lu Wendy was scared out of his wits, Mongolian army? That's impossible, The Mongolians have signed an agreement with our minister to fight the Jins together, they won't breach that agreement. Huang Rong was really angry, I said the Mongolian army. It is the Mongolian army. Lu Wendy repeatedly nodded his head, if Miss says it is the Mongolian army, then it is Mongolian army. The whole country and the people's lives are in the hand of the Ren, lit. Big person common term for government official. Xianyang is the southern Song's first defense, the Ren must really care about it, Guojing said. Right, Lu Wendy said, what Lao Xiong, old chap, said was absolutely right. Jing and Rong, 2 people sighed. They leaped over the wall and went out, amidst the chaotic shouting, catch the assassins. Catch the assassins. 2 people waited for 2 more days, but did not see any increased activity on the city wall at all. This commander is to be cursed. Guo Jing said, father-in-law was right, I'd better kill him and think about something later. The enemy will arrive within the next few days, Huang Rong said, killing this dog government official is not enough. The city will certainly be chaotic, the troops will not have anybody to lead them, it will be difficult to fight the enemy. Guo Jing creased his brows, then, what do we do? Huang Rong hesitated. The Zhua Zhuan, lit. Left biography, has a story called Xian Gao Cao Shi, Xian Gao presenting a gift to an army. We might be able to follow this example. Guo Jing was delighted. Renjir, reading books truly brings endless wonders. What story was that? Quickly narrate it for me. Can we do it? Huang Rong said, we can do it, but it all depends on your body. Guo Jing was puzzled, what? Huang Rong did not answer, but she softly laughed. A moment later she continued, very well, I'll narrate the story for you to hear. During the Chun Qiu period, spring and autumn, ca 770 to 476 BC, in the Jing country there was a merchant whose name was Xian Gao. While doing business out of town he came across the Qin army who was going to attack the Jing country. That time the Zhengs were not prepared, therefore, if the Qins attacked they would surely perish. Even though Xian Gao was a businessman he was also a patriot. He cooked up a plan. He dispatched a courier traveling at night to alert his country, while he himself prepared 12 oxen and requested an audience with the enemy's general. He said he represented the Jing government to present a gift for the Qin army. The Qin's army general thought that the Zheng had already prepared to battle, he did not dare to proceed and pulled the army back to their own country. Guo Jing was delighted, that was a wonderful story, but what does it have to do with my body? He asked. Huang Rong laughed, didn't he use 12 oxen? Your zodiac is the ox, isn't it? Guo Jing threw his hands in desperation, good. You used a story to indirectly curse me. He stretched his fingers to tickle Huang Rong. Huang Rong laughed and ran away. After having a good laugh, Huang Rong said, tonight we'll plunder the commander's residence for gold and precious jewels. Tomorrow I will disguise myself as a male government officer and welcome the great army of Mongolia. We'll see whether we can deceive them to withdraw their troops. Guo Jing applauded. That very evening 2 people plundered the commander's mansion. They found Lu Wendi had amassed riches as high as a mountain. They took away a large amount of gold and jewels plus a set of government officials' costume, while the people inside the mansion slumbered. Huang Rong dressed herself in the costume and she was transformed into a handsome high-ranking officer. Taking the gold and jewelry she rode the little red horse headed north. Guo Jing was waiting for the news from Huang Rong outside the north gate about midday on the second day when he saw the little red horse came galloping fast, dust flying behind. Huang Rong pulled the rein, her face was ashen. With a trembling voice she said, the Mongolian army is more than 100,000 strong, how can we fight them? Guo Jing was shocked. That many? He muttered. Look like Genghis Khan has determined to crush the southern Song in one swoop, Huang Rong said, I presented the gift to the commander of their vanguard regiment. He did not know that we are already aware of their real intention, he said they were going to attack the Jins and not the Songs. When I told him point blankly he was startled and immediately held their movement and sent words to their general. It certainly is best if they decided to withdraw, but I am afraid, Guo Jing said. Huang Rong raised her beautiful eyebrows. Judging from their preparation, they won't withdraw that easily. Can you think of another wonderful idea? Guo Jing asked. Huang Rong shook her head. I have racked my brain for a whole day and a whole night. Brother Jing, if we fight one-on-one, there are probably only 2 or 3 people in the world that can defeat you, even if the enemy is 10 or 100 men strong, we won't be deterred by them. But the enemy is thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands strong, what can we do? Guo Jing heaved a deep sigh. Our great Song people are actually dozens times more than the Mongolians. If all the millions people are all of one mind, why would we fear the Mongolian army? It's a pity our government officials are cowards and fools, that the people have to suffer. The Mongolians are not here yet, even if they were, we can always kill some of them. If the situation becomes really critical we can still depend on the little red horse to escape. The anxiety of this world is enough to burden us down, Huang Rong said. Guo Jing's expression changed. Rinjie, please don't say such a thing. Both of us have already learned the art of war from the book Wu Mu, General Yu Fei, left behind. How can we forget Yu Wu Mu's teachings, Jin Zhong Baoguo, with utmost loyalty serving the country. Even though the two of us won't make significant contribution, but we must dedicate our lives to defend the country with all of our might. Even if we have to lay down our lives here, we won't let our parents' and masters' upbringing in vain. Huang Rong sighed. I knew early on that it would be difficult to avoid a day like this. All right. You live I live, you die I will also die. Once these two made a decision, their hearts were peaceful. They returned to their lodging immediately, drinking and chatting. They knew the enemy was threatening the border, they knew they might part forever, so they felt closer than in the previous days. They were drinking until about the second hour that evening, when suddenly a commotion outside the city wall was heard. It was so loud and sounded really bad. They are here. Huang Rong called out. Two people jumped and rushed to the top of the city wall to see outside the city. Thousands of refugees had arrived, young and old, endless streams of people rushing to the city. Who would have expected that the captain of the guards had ordered the soldiers to shut the gate tightly, not allowing the refugees to enter the city? Not too long afterwards Lu Wendi sent reinforcement with bows and arrows. They started shooting toward the refugees, forcing them to withdraw from the city wall. The Mongolian soldiers come and kill us. The refugees loudly shout. But the captain did not open the gate. The refugees under the city wall cried and screamed, their voices shook the sky. Jing and Rong, two people, stood atop the city wall. They looked as far as their eyes could see, and saw in the distance a column of torches flickering in the wind coming near. The vanguard regiment of the Mongolian army had arrived. Guo Jing had served under the Genghis Khan for quite a while. He knew that the Mongolians' tactic to break city walls was forcing refugees to flee into the city and attack as soon as the city gate was open. Guo Jing saw tens of thousands of refugees gathered around the city gate. As soon as the army arrived, they would kill everybody, outside and inside the Xianyang city wall. In this critical moment Guo Jing made up his mind. He stood on top of the city wall, he raised his arm and loudly shouted, if the Mongolian army breaks Xianyang's wall, nobody will live. Men of valor, quickly follow me to kill the enemy. The captain of the guards at the north gate was one of Lu Wendi's trusted aides. Hearing Guo Jing's shout he was angry. A traitor trying to trouble people's mind, arrest him. Guo Jing leaped down from the top of the city wall, stretching his right arm he grabbed the captain's chest, lifted his body up and mounted his horse. There were many patriots among the soldiers and people of the Central Plains. They saw how the refugees were crying bitterly outside the city wall, they were indignant. This time Guo Jing grabbed the captain. They could not help but feel pleasantly surprised. Obviously nobody went forward to rescue the captain. Guo Jing barked his order, quick, tell the soldiers to open the gate. The captain was a coward, he had no alternative but to comply. The north gate was opened, and the refugees came flooding in. Guo Jing handed out the captain to Huang Rong while he himself took a spear and went out of the city gate on the horseback. Wait! Huang Rong called. She took the captain's helmet and armor and put them on Guo Jing. Use a fake imperial decree, command the troop to go out of the city, she whispered in Guo Jing's ear. With the back of her hand Huang Rong struck the captain's acupoint and threw him by the city gate. Guo Jing thought it was a great idea, so he shouted loud and clear, hear the imperial decree, due to his incapability, the garrison commander Lu Wendi is removed from his duty. The army is to follow me going out of the city and fight the enemy. His speech was supported by profound internal strength, so that although the city was in chaos but his voice was clearly heard above the clamoring people. For a brief moment everybody was quiet. In this panic-stricken situation, who could differentiate whether the decree was real or not? Almost everybody in the army, from top to bottom, did not hold Lu Wendi in high regard. They knew he was a coward, afraid of death. This time a powerful enemy was threatening their border. In this time of panic, suddenly hearing that the corrupt official is being removed from his office and somebody stepping up to lead them to face the enemy, they were cheering with one voice. Guojing lead about 6,000-7,000 of infantry and cavalry troops going out of the city. They were not observing military discipline, the troop was scattered in disorder. How could they be compared to the refined Mongolian army? Guojing recalled Yu Fei's book had this principle: in a critical situation, use unconventional tactic. He ordered over 3,000 soldiers and their sergeants to hide on the eastern hillside. As they heard the cannon once, they were to shout at the top of their lungs, raising and waving flags, but did not go out to fight the enemy. Then he ordered another 3,000 soldiers and their sergeants to hide on the western hillside. As they heard the cannon twice, they were to do the same. Both companies could see Guojing's confidence, giving up orders with ease and competence. They accepted the command and went to their respective positions. It was already dawn when the entire refugees had entered the city. They heard the drums and the battle cry, the sound of iron horseshoes treading on the ground. They also saw the dust rising from the earth. The vanguard regiment of Mongolian army had arrived at the city wall. Huang Rong had also donned battle armor. Mounting on a horse, she took a spear and rode next to Guojing to face death. Guojing gave his order loud and clear: open wide all 4 city gates. Everybody in the city hide inside the houses. Whoever dares to come out will be beheaded immediately. Actually, he did not need to issue this order. Early on, everybody in the city had disappeared into the houses, while the brave soldiers had positioned themselves on the east and western hillsides. Lu Wendi hid underneath a table, busily read his prayers with a trembling voice. Hundreds of Mongolian cavalry galloped like the wind, spreading out along the city wall. They saw Xiangyang city gate was wide open and a pair of young people, a man and a woman, on horsebacks with spears in their hands. Their horses stood in front of the hanging bridge across the moat. The vanguard regiment's Qian Fu Zhang, leader of 1,000 unit, felt strange. He did not dare to proceed without authorization. Quickly he dispatched a messenger to the Wan Fu Zhang, leader of a 10,000 unit. The Wan Fu Zhang was a veteran. Listening to this strange report, he rode his horse to the city wall. When he saw Guojing, he was shocked. He had joined the expedition to the west. Time and again he had seen Guojing's strange and wonderful tactics in battle. Guojing's troops were invincible. His paratroopers flying down and breaking Samarkand defense was a legend, making Guojing the object of full admiration of the whole Mongolian army. As a matter of fact, his accomplishments were still the talk of the troops. This time he saw Guojing was standing in front of the city, while the city looked empty and deserted. How could he dare to attack? Immediately he dismounted his horse, raised his hands in salute and called out, "Jin Dao Fuma, Golden Blade Consort, your subordinate pays his respect." Guojing returned his salute, but did not say anything. That one Fu Zhang withdrew and flew to report to his commander-in-chief. About an hour or so later, a group of riders bearing a large military banner came near. A young-looking general came forward to the bridge. It was the 4th Prince Tuole. He shouted, "Guojing Anda, Mongolian term for sworn brother, how are you?" Guojing moved his horse forward and said, "Tuole Anda, so it is you?" Whenever these two sworn brothers met in the past, they would always hug each other in delight, but this time both of them held their horses' reins when they were still about 5 zhangs, about 50 feet or 15 meters, apart, as if they had a prior agreement. "Anda, you are leading your troop to attack my great song, are you not?" Guojing asked. "I bear my Fu Huang's, emperor father, decree. I don't have liberty. I ask for your forgiveness," Tuole replied. Guojing swept his gaze across the field. He saw flags fluttering like clouds, the blades gleaming white like snow. He did not know for sure how many soldiers were there. "Once this cavalry attacks, I, Guojing, will give up my life," he thought. With a clear voice he said, "Very well. Then go ahead and take my life. Tuole was taken aback. He mused, this man commands an army like a deity, truly I am not his match, much less he and I are as close as flesh and blood brothers. How could I injure this sworn brother's relationship? He hesitated and did not know what to do. Huang Rong turned her head and signaled with her right hand. Immediately the soldiers in the city shot a cannon. As soon as they heard the cannon, the soldiers on the eastern hillside raised their voices and waved their flags. Tuoliai's face changed. The cannon was shot again, and the soldiers on the western hillside were also shouting loudly. Tuolai thought, not good. I fell into his ambush. Tuoliai had served under Genghis Khan fighting to the east and attacking to the west, he had been in countless battles. What major battle he had not seen? How could this little ambush by several thousand soldiers scare him? It was because during the expedition to the west Guojing had demonstrated wonderful and strange warfare. Tuolai was already scared of Guojing. Now he saw the situation was unusual, he was afraid he might fall into Guojing's trap. He gave an order for his troops to withdraw about 30 lis and pitched a camp there. Seeing the Mongolian army retreat, Guojing and Huang Rong looked at each other and smiled. Jing Gij, congratulations on your empty city tactic. Guojing smiled, but his face still showed anxiety. He said, Tuolai is smart and brave. He retreated today, but he will be back tomorrow. How would we fight him? Huang Rong hesitated for half a day before opened her mouth. I have an idea, but I am afraid you love your sworn brother too much and will not be willing to do it. Guojing's heart turned cold. You want me to assassinate him? He asked. He is the youngest and most beloved son of the great Khan, Huang Rong replied. Unlike other senior generals, he holds incomparable honors. If the fourth prince dies, the troops will retreat immediately. Guojing lowered his head without saying anything. They turned back and entered the city. Seeing the enemy retreat, the troops marched back to the city, still in disorderly manner. Lu Wendi heard how Guojing made the enemy retreat simply by talking. He was overjoyed and immediately paid 2 people a visit at their lodgings, inviting them back to his mansion for a drink. Guojing wanted to discuss city defense with him, but as soon as Lu Wendi heard that the Mongolian army would be back the next day his knees weakened and he was speechless for half a day. When he finally opened his mouth what he said was, prepare a sedan chair, I am going home. Prepare a sedan chair, I am going home. He determined to abandon the city and head south that very same night. Guojing was very depressed, he could not eat. The sky gradually darkened. He heard people crying all over the city. He was afraid that by this time the next day there wouldn't be a single living great song people in Xianyang. He had seen not a few times where the Mongolian troops were on a killing spree, washing the city wall they subdued with the blood of the people. He could never take the massacre of the people of Samarkand out of his mind. Crack! He slapped the table with his palm and shouted, Rinjir, the people of old sacrificed their own family for the country, today how can I concern myself with sworn brotherhood? Huang Rong sighed, this is actually a very difficult matter. As soon as his mind was made up, Guojing changed into night clothing. Together with Huang Rong they rode the little red horse toward the Mongolian camp. They stopped at a hill nearby to leave the red horse then walked the rest of the way, looking for Tuoliai's tent. They caught 2 night watch guards, sealed their acupoints, and donned their uniforms. Guojing grew up among the Mongolian warriors, he spoke their language, and was familiar with Mongolian army regulations, so without too much effort they found the big tent where Tuolai slept. It was a pitch-black night, 2 people crouched down behind the big tent, peeking inside through the tent seams. They saw Tuolai was pacing back and forth, his face gloomy. Tuolai was muttering, Guojing, Anda. Anda, Guojing. Guojing was startled, he thought his presence had been detected. He almost opened his mouth to answer when Huang Rong, who had anticipated early on what would happen, immediately covered his mouth with her hand. Guojing silently cursed his own stupidity, he felt partly funny, partly mad at himself. Huang Rong whispered in his ear, "Do it now, a real man takes the bull by the horns, wavering is useless." Right at that moment they heard a distant sound of horse hoof galloping fast. The sound was getting closer as the rider came toward the big tent. Guo Jing knew it was an urgent military dispatch, so he bent back down and whispered in Huang Rong's ear, "I want to listen to the military situation, it won't be too late to kill him later." They saw the messenger dressed in yellow dismount his horse and enter the tent. He bowed to Tuole, "Fourth Prince, a message from the Great Khan," he said. "What did the Great Khan say?" Tuole asked. The messenger bent his knees and started to sing. The Mongolian culture had not been developed too long, although they had written words. Genghis Khan was not literate, he could neither read nor write. The decree would be issued orally, and to avoid mistakes in the transmission, oftentimes the decree was made into a song which the messenger memorized and recited over and over along the way before finally delivering it to the recipient. The messenger only sang 3 lines when Tule and Guo Jing were both shocked. Tuole even shed some tears. It turned out that after the expedition to the west Genghis Khan got sick. For the last few days he got worse, sometimes he lost consciousness. He summoned Tuole to go back home as soon as he could. At the end of his message he said that he missed Guo Jing very much, and if Tuole in the south knew his whereabouts, to invite him back north and bade farewell with the great Khan. Khan had pardoned every single offense he had committed. Listening to this part, Guo Jing used his dagger to rip open the tent. He jumped in and called out, "Tuole Anda, I am coming with you." Tuole was startled, but seeing it was Guo Jing his delight was unspeakable. Finally they both hugged each other. The messenger recognized Guo Jing. He stepped forward and kneeled in front of Guo Jing and said, "Jin Dao Fu Ma, the great Khan requested you come to the golden tent to see him." Hearing the messenger still called him Jin Dao Fu Ma, Guo Jing was anxious for fear that Huang Rong would make a big deal out of it. Immediately he jumped out through the rip on the tent and pulled Huang Rong's hand. "Renjir, you and I will go together and return together." Huang Rong lowered her head but did not say anything. "Don't you believe me?" Guo Jing nervously asked. Huang Rong smiled sweetly, "If you are still thinking of becoming Fu Ma or Fu Niu, Fu Ma consort, Ma horse, Niu cow, I'll kill you with this dagger." That very evening Tuole issued an order to withdraw the army. They would be leaving at daybreak. Guo Jing and Huang Rong went back to get the red horse and their pair of eagles, ready to leave with the army heading north the next morning. Tuole was afraid he would not be able to see his father, so he delegated his command to his second-in-command, while he himself sped up north with Guo Jing and Huang Rong. In less than a month they had arrived at Genghis Khan's golden tent. From the distant Tuole saw in front of the golden tent 9 big banners were still fluttering in the wind. He knew the Khan was still well. He shouted in joy and urged the horse to run faster. Guo Jing held his rein. He recalled Khan's generosity in raising him up, yet the same Khan had caused the tragic death of his mother. He loved and hated Khan at the same time. He lowered his head and did not say anything. Suddenly he heard the bugle being sounded. 2 rows of Khan's personal guards lined up in front of the golden tent. Genghis Khan, wearing a black eagle's feather coat, walked out in big strides supported by Tuolei's shoulder. His footsteps were as majestic as in days past, but he was trembling slightly. Guo Jing rushed forward and kneeled down. Genghis Khan's eyes were brimming with tears. With a trembling voice he said, "Get up, get up. I am thinking of you every day." Guo Jing stood up. He saw the great Khan's face was full of wrinkles, his cheeks were deep, it looked like his days in this world were numbered. Suddenly he felt he did not hate Khan that much anymore. Genghis Khan placed his other hand on Guo Jing's left shoulder. He looked at Tuole, then at Guo Jing, and heaved a deep sigh. He lifted up his eyes to the distant desert and stood silent, lost in thought. Guo Jing and Tuole did not know what he was thinking, they did not dare to make any noise. After a long time Genghis Khan sighed, "A long time ago Anda Jamuka and I became sworn brothers. Who would have thought that there came a day when I had no choice but to kill him? I have become the great Khan, He died under my own hands. A few more days and what difference will we have? Won't I be the same with him, return to the yellow dirt? Who succeeds and who fails, in the end what difference does it make? Tapping both men's shoulders he continued, you two have to live in harmony from the beginning to the end, don't ever think of killing each other. Anda Jamuka had died, the matter between us is finished, but every time I remembered our brotherhood, many nights I could not close my eyes to sleep. Tuole and Guojing remembered how they almost killed each other outside the Xiangyang city gate, they were secretly ashamed. After standing up for a while Genghis Khan felt tired. He was about to return to his tent when suddenly a small group of riders approached fast. The one in the front wore a white robe with a golden belt on his waist. As soon as Genghis Khan saw his enemy, his spirit rose. The men held their reins quite a distance away, dismounted their horses and anxiously stepped forward. They kneeled on the ground from afar, did not dare to approach at all. Respectfully the leader said, the Jin emissary seeks an audience with the great Khan. The Jin is not willing to surrender, what does it want by sending someone to see me? Genghis Khan angrily asked. That emissary bowed to the ground and said, our lowly country realized that we have been too bold, offending the divine power of the great Khan, a crime deserving death. We are offering 1,000 pearls to appease the great Khan's anger, we are asking the great Khan to pardon our sins. These 1,000 pearls are our country's heritage treasure, we earnestly hope the great Khan would accept this humble gift. The emissary took a big bundle from his back, produced a jade tray, and again from his sack poured innumerable pearls onto the tray. He knelt on the ground and lifted the tray high above his head with both hands. Genghis Khan slightly squinted and looked at the pearls, those were big pearls, about the size of a fingertip each, surrounding a giant pearl in the middle of the tray. Just one pearl would worth a fortune, let alone 1,000 of them. Except for the giant pearl in the middle, the rest of them were roughly of the same size. The pearls were gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight, there was a layer of rainbow-like light above the jade tray. On a normal day Genghis Khan would love this kind of gift, but that particular day he only raised his eyebrows and to his personal guard said, take it. The personal guard took the jade tray. Seeing the great Khan accepted the gift, the emissary's joy was unbounded. He said, the great Khan has accepted our humble gift, our lowly nation, from the ruler to the people, are very grateful. Genghis Khan was indignant, who said I accept your gift? I am going to dispatch my army to attack the Jin dogs left and right. Seize him. His personal guards immediately surrounded the emissary and his men. Even if there are 1,000 more pearls, it is still difficult for me to live longer. Genghis Khan sighed. He took the jade tray from his guard and threw everything high in the air, the pearls scattered everywhere. Everybody was startled. Many of these pearls were later picked up by the Mongolian soldiers and people, but many more were still hidden among the tall grass that hundreds of years later lucky herdsmen would find them. Genghis Khan was indifferent, he returned to his tent. That evening just before dusk he told Guo Jing to accompany him for a stroll along the prairie. 2 people on horseback had ridden for about a dozen of lease when they heard the cry of eagles high above their heads. They looked up and saw Guo Jing's pair of eagles circling in the air. Genghis Khan fetched his iron bow and aimed the arrow toward the female eagle. Great Khan, don't shoot! Guo Jing cried out in alarm. Although Genghis Khan was feeble, his hand was still quick, by the time Guo Jing cried, the arrow had already left the bow. Guo Jing secretly groaned, he was fully aware that Genghis Khan had an outstanding physical strength. Once the arrow left his bow his beloved eagle would be killed for sure. Who would have thought that the eagle was able to skew itself and sweep its wing to strike the arrow? The male eagle was angry, it let out a long cry and dived to strike Genghis Khan's head. Eagle, you want to die? Guo Jing barked and raised his whip to hit the male eagle. The male eagle saw its master was angry flew back to the sky, letting out a loud cry a pair of eagles soared to the sky. Genghis Khan was dejected, he threw his bow and arrow to the ground and sadly said, for dozens of years this is the first time I could not shoot an eagle down. I guess my time is drawing really near. Guo Jing wanted to console him but actually he did not know anything good to say. Suddenly Genghis Khan kicked his legs and his horse sped to the north. Guo Jing was afraid he would be lost, so he urged his horse to follow. The little red horse ran like the wind and in a blink of an eye they caught up with the great Khan. Genghis Khan held his rein, looking at all direction he suddenly said, "Jinger, I built this great country, no other dynasty, past or future, can match its splendor. It will take 1 full year to travel from the center of my kingdom to the outermost part of it, east, west, south and north. Tell me, among the heroes of the world, who achieved more than I do?" Guo Jing hesitated a moment before answering, "Great Khan's accomplishment is exceptional, no one can match it since time immemorial. However, for Great Khan one person to achieve this level of awe-inspiring power, I don't know how many bones have been piled up, how many orphans and widows out there, and how many tears have been shed." Genghis Khan's eyebrows were raised. He lifted his horsewhip high, ready to strike Guo Jing's head, but seeing Guo Jing imposingly looking at him without any trace of fear in his eyes, his whip stopped midair. He roared, "What did you say?" Guo Jing said in his heart, "After today the days for me to say goodbye to the great Khan are numbered. Even if I provoke him to anger I have to make him understand what's in my heart." Therefore, fearlessly he said, "Great Khan, you raised me up and taught me, yet you also caused my mother's tragic death. This is personal grudge and gratitude, let us not talk about it. I only want to ask you, when somebody died and buried, how much land would he occupy?" Genghis Khan was startled, but he answered anyway, "About this big." He made a circle with his whip. Guo Jing said, "That's right. Then you killed so many people, shed so much blood, and invaded so many countries, in the end, what's the use of all that?" Genghis Khan was silent. Guo Jing continued, "The true measure of a real hero, the one admired by the future generation, is how much he did for the benefit of his people, who always seek the good of the common people. In my opinion, someone who killed many people is not necessarily a hero." Translator's note, the word hero here is ing xiong. Are you saying that in all my life I did not do a single good deed? Genghis Khan asked. Good deeds, certainly there are many, but you attacked the south and conquered the west, piling dead bodies like a mountain. Whether that act could be considered right or wrong, might be very difficult to say, Guo Jing answered. His natural disposition was simple and straightforward, he said what was in his heart. All of his life Genghis Khan was a conceited man, nobody dared to tell him anything. This time he was scolded by a youngster, worse yet, he found it difficult to refute what Guo Jing had said. He looked back to his past, also looked around him on the horseback. He felt something is suddenly taken away from him. Half a day later, wah! He spurted fresh blood to the ground. Guo Jing was scared, he realized his tongue had been too sharp, busily he held out his hand to support the Khan and said, Great Khan, let's go back and rest. I have been too bold and affronted you, I beg for your forgiveness. Genghis Khan gave a slight wry smile, his face was pale like a yellow wax, he sighed, among the people around me, there is none who is as bold as you are, dare to tell me what you really think in your heart. Immediately his eyebrows were raised, put an arrogant face and proudly said, I have wandered back and fro over the earth, crushing countless countries, yet in your opinion I can't be counted as a hero? Hey! It truly is childish talk. He raised his whip and struck his horse's back, speeding back to his tent. That very evening Genghis Khan collapsed inside his golden tent. Just before he died he mumbled, Hero hero apparently he had been pondering in his heart what Guo Jing had said earlier. Guo Jing and Huang Rong paid their final respect to the great Khan, and after bidding Tuole farewell, they headed south that very same day.